Okay, cool. I wasn't sure if I was muted or not. So I had intended to do Biku's story last because he's my favorite person in the whole wide world. I found out I can't because unfortunately he can't be the last one played because in order to get Rose's story, you have to do Ibuki's story, unfortunately. So we are going to load back up where I had just been. Did I save it? I might not have saved it. I accidentally opened his story and started it by accident and then went, I need to stop, and so I stopped. All right, for justice, for villainous. Okay. Yeah. Let's start here. All right, we're going to go to the outer wall. With that, I went to the outer wall where I encountered Moravia the first time, but she wasn't there. I should have asked how to contact her. Walking out by your lonesome? I did my best to marry this outfit. Maybe I shouldn't put my hands in my sleeves. I had a dress that's long sleeve, kind of like that, but I was afraid it'd be annoying to wear because the sleeves are long and they're slit up the sides, so it kind of gets in the way. I turned around, hopefully, that was a boy's voice. Tell me you know the difference. But I didn't find Moravia. Instead, a young man was standing there. He had an air of mystery about him, like he was slightly out of place. A strange feeling of deja vu came over me. Have we met before? Maybe not. We haven't been formally introduced. I'm Ibuki, pleased to meet you. This Ibuki didn't give off the most trustworthy vibes. I immediately felt suspicious of him. Nice to meet you. I'm kind of in a hurry. I gotta go.
待って。君、もしかしてモラビアを探してるの?
Are you looking for Moravia? How did you...
当たりかな。探すのを手伝ってあげるよ。
Did I get it right? I can help you find her.
君はそこで待っていればいいから。大丈夫。モラビアはすぐに来るよ。
Don't worry, wait here. She'll be here soon. The young man apparently didn't notice my bewilderment or suspicion and quickly turned and left. What a strange guy. He can't be seriously looking for her, can he? Do they even know each other? They look like twins. I stayed put despite my doubts and was soon proven wrong, much to my surprise.
ごめんね。
Sorry to keep you waiting. No way, it's actually you. I was dumbfounded. That guy really knew Moavia and that she actually came.
何が嘘? 僕は本物だよ。
Boku wa. What do you mean? Of course it's me. Laughed and gave a little twirl as if to prove it was truly her. She's an inscrutable as always. I refocused and asked about Ibuki. Did Ibuki ask you to come here?
そうとも言えるけど、君が僕を呼んだんだよね。つまり、僕と一緒に来る気になったってことで合ってる?
You could say that, but isn't it more like you asked? Does that mean you're ready to come with me? She cut right to the chase and my heart jumped to my throat. I have to make up my mind. I took a deep breath and faced her. I want to save Liz, and if going with you will help me do that, then lead the way. So here's my deal with the saving of Liz. In all of the Bloom stories, Liz is like instantly turned into a kaiju. But for some reason, in this story, she's not instantly a kaiju, which I thought was weird. I would accepted it if it was the next day and she turned into a kaiju, but they're instantly like, I want to find Liz. Let's go find Liz. And then she's a kaiju. So it bothers me. Moravia smiled at me and nodded. Then let's go save your friend. Dun 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 dun. We're going together? I'm going to the lab? Moravia brought me to the part of the research district that people went to for all sorts of examinations. I'd been prepared to fight some of the researchers, but as it turns out, Moravia's powers made it incredibly easy to infiltrate the research district. She deactivated the security system and can avoid everyone because she's able to sense them. Maybe she's broken in before. Are you sure this is the right way?
大丈夫。僕は彼女たちの気配がわかるからね。
Don't worry, I can sense where they are. What does that mean exactly? I imagine there are people around, but how can you tell where Liz and the other injured people are?
それはね。あ、ここだ。
Ah, here it is. Does that mean this is either where he stayed or sensing people? They haven't mentioned this before. I went into the room Moravia indicated. What I saw was a far cry from a hospital. They're not being treated, they're being restrained.
さっき君はどうやって彼女たちの気配を判断してるのかって聞いたけれど。
Ah.
彼女たちの気配はね。
You asked me about how I knew where they
害獣に
were?
近いからわかるんだ。
They're similar to kaiju, so I can scent them specifically. Kaiju. But Liz is
今
human.
はまだそうかもしれない。でも、害獣に襲われて怪我をした人間はいずれ害獣になるんだよ。知らなかった？
Anyone attacked by a kaiju will turn into one, didn't you know that? I was so shocked by what Moravia said that I needed several moments to process. What? No, I didn't know. I don't believe it. What if she's right? It would explain why Mr. Kuramori wouldn't let me visit Liz.
ほら、友達を探すんじゃなかったの？もうあまり時間はないよ。
Aren't you gonna look for your friend? Time is tricky, you know. Right. I slid past a number of injured people looking for Liz. After a bit of searching, I found her. Are you okay? She didn't look asleep. It was more like she was frozen in time. I shook her, but she wouldn't stir. Moravia quietly stopped me.
薬で眠ってるだけだと思うから安心して。それよりこれを打たないとね。
You don't need to worry. She's only asleep because of the medication. I'll need to inject her with this.
害獣化を止める薬みたいなものかな。これで大丈夫。
This will stop her from turning into a kaiju. She should be fine now. I peered at the syringe Moravia had and then looked at all the people around me. I couldn't help but wonder. Do you have any more of that stuff? What about the other people?
注射は一つしかないよ。
Only have the one? Moravia didn't address my second question, but I had a feeling I already knew the answer. We can't save everyone.
誰か来るかもしれないから、もう行かないと。君たちは安心して休める場所に逃げないとね。
You better go. Someone could come at any minute. We have to get to some place you can rest. I'm not sure that place exists. The moment I trusted Moravia, I knew things would never be the same again. I just witnessed the darkness lurking beneath Teta. I had no clue where to go. I highly doubted I could return to my old life.
不安そうな顔しないで。一緒に来てって言ったのは、これから先もずっとって意味なんだから。
You don't have to worry. When I asked you to come with me, I didn't mean just this one time. She must have seen the worry in my eyes and was trying to comfort me, but my unease still held on to me with an iron grip. I have no other choice. I knew that from the moment I accepted her help. All right, let's get out of here. Done. My own decisions, Liz's safety, the fact that I'm going with the enemy, it's a lot to consider. But I can stay stuck in the same place, but I can't stay stuck in the place. Little by little, I began to relax. There's no turning back. I made my choice and I have to keep moving forward. Moravia and I kept a low profile as we hurried out of the colony with Liz.
こっちへ。急いで。
This way, quickly. Moravia showed me no signs of fatigue even though she was carrying Liz. In fact, I'm the one who's getting winded first. I needed to transform or I'll fall behind. I have to pull myself together for Liz. I forced myself to keep running, and before long, Teta was far behind us. We had Moravia's directions to thank for getting us out of there without being spotted. Then Moravia came to a halt, placed Liz on the ground, and looked at me.
ここまで来ればもう大丈夫だよ。
We should be safe out here. Thank you. I breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed we had escaped by the skin of our teeth. But then I was flooded with all new worries. What would happen to Liz? And what would happen from here on out? Where are we going?
僕たちの住む場所へ。
Our home, where we live. You live somewhere? It felt like an innocent question, but I immediately regretted asking it. Of course they live somewhere. They're living things. What a silly question. Luckily, Moravia didn't seem to mind. She just smiled at
僕
me.
たちも普通に生きてる。暮らしようは人間と変わらないよ。
Our living arrangements and our lives are much like any other human. I see, of course. I'm sorry, but Moravia had such an ethereal air, it was hard to believe her life was mundane. Eating, sleeping, Moravia doing normal life things like a regular person? Despite the circumstances, I was immensely curious. I enjoy that you are so in love with this person that you're like, they're not even human. They can't do normal things. I want to know more about her. I know. That's why I'm sad that for some reason all the guys turn into girls and you can't just go after the girls. I felt silly, but I had to admit my anxiety overrode my intense curiosity. At any rate, there was no going back, and I had nowhere else to turn. Only one path remained open to me. I have to go with Moravia, and yet... I glanced at Liz on the ground. How can we carry Liz there? What... With how sporadic the attacks have been until now, Moravia's home must be far away. I don't think I can carry Liz that kind of distance, even if I use my powers, but I can't just stand here.
難しい顔をしてどうしたの？
Something bothering you? It seems like we'll have a long way to go. I'm wondering how we'll carry her.
なんだそんなことか。それなら問題なくいけるよ。
That's what you're worried about? It won't be a problem. What do you mean?
もたもたしていると誰か来るかもしれない。さあ、行こう。
We should be running into someone along the way. Come on. Moravia picked Liz up in her arms once again. That's when I noticed something. Is Liz's body floating a bit? I get it. She's using psychokinesis to lessen the weight. So that means she's not expending much energy carrying Liz. Since I also have psychokinesis powers, I can theoretically do the same thing, but I don't know if I can hold it as steady as Moravia. I have to stop making excuses. I need to do my part. I started walking behind Moravia. Man, we're using powers? That's cool. I also picked the pink water bottle for Ibuki as well. I'm trying to be on brand. We traveled in silence until we were quite far from Teta. I always thought Teta was huge, but the outside world sprawled on forever. Home suddenly seemed so tiny. I've never been this far out before. I have no idea where we are. No wonder I feel anxious. I looked at Moravia, who was still carrying Liz effortlessly. That made me feel reassured and slightly braver. But even if Moravia seems fine, I can't let her do all the work. I'm the one who wanted to save Liz, so I have to step up. Let's switch. I can carry Liz. Moravia looked at me blankly. Man, she doesn't look like she trusts you.
別にいいのに。
You don't need to. Liz is my friend. I want to be the one that carries her.
そう？ならお願いしようかな。
Alright then. Thanks. I've been studying Moravia's psychokinesis as we walked. If I do it exactly how she did, I can use psychokinesis to carry Liz in my arms for a while.
はい。気をつけてね。
Don't drop her. I would drop her instantly. I took Liz from Moravia's arms. There we go. I emulated the way Moravia used her powers and carefully lifted Liz into my arms. Wow, it really does take the strain off your arms.
じゃあ行こうか。
Let's go. Okay. I set off again with a big step forward, but after a while, my walking speed began to slow down. It's hard to use psychokinesis and walk at the same time. Liz might get hurt if I put too much into it, but she'd fall if I didn't use enough. It was a tough balancing act. Moravia seemed to notice I was having trouble and turned to
無
me.
理をしなくていいよ。また僕が運ぶから。
I can take her back if you need me to. It's fine, I'm alright.
でも、歩く速度がだいぶ落ちたよ。慣れない力の使い方だから難しいんじゃない？
But you're slowing down. You're not used to expending your powers, are
先を
you?
急ぐ必要もないけど、あまりのんびり移動していたら、その子にかかる負担も大きくなると思うんだ。
There's no need to rush, but neither should we dawdle. The slower we go, the worse off she'll be. I looked at Liz laying in my arms. She was pale, eyes tightly shut, and she wasn't moving at all. I realized all over again that there was something terribly wrong with her. I'm sorry. Can we switch again?
いいよ。さあ、貸して。
Hand her over. I passed Liz back to Moravia and we quickly made progress to our destination. I just proved I'm a weakling in front of Moravia. We spent half the day traveling, taking breaks here and there as necessary. Sometimes I'd carry Liz, but when I did our progress load, eventually I'd give her back to Moravia. In the end, Moravia did most of the actual heavy lifting. I also suspected that Moravia was matching my pace and I was slowing her down. She carried Liz with no issue, but even just walking such a great distance was enough to wear me right out. It's just like when we left the lab. I didn't possess much physical strength. I feel so pathetic. I was seriously starting to consider taking up lifting up. Moravia! I looked into the direction of the voice and saw two figures approaching. That's Yukonami and Hyuga. I stiffened up on reflex. Thanks, Moravia. It's all right. I won't let them harm you. Moravia leaned in and murmured in my ear. Right, I trust Moravia. That's why I'm here. I have to believe in her at all, or all's lost. I took a deep breath and relaxed. What's all this? You've been to Teta? Just a little bit. No fair, you should have told us. Yukonami looked at Liz, cradled in Moravia's arms. He then looked at me. Aren't you a Bloom? What are you doing with Moravia? And who's that you're carrying, Moravia? I'll fill you in later. Right now this girl needs rest. Then for some reason Moravia held Liz out towards Hyuga. What? Can you carry the girl? We're both tired. Moravia looked at me as if to say right. I nodded in response. Moravia didn't seem too tired to me, but I wasn't about to say so. Should I trust Hyuga to carry Liz? I only knew him as a ferocious foe, so I couldn't help having doubts. Fine, hand her over. Hyuga ignored my obvious concerns and carefully took Liz's body, his face full of irritation. He's surprisingly obedient. I did notice he always does what Moravia tells him during battle. Hyuga sensed me staring at him and locked eyes with me. What are you looking at? Nothing? No need to stare. Moravia said carry her, so I'm carrying her. Right. Please take good care of Liz then. Hyuga silently turned his back on me. I had no idea if he was even listening. Just a little further. Let's go. Okay, Hyuga had followed Moravia's instructions, and even Yukonami hadn't pushed when she said she'd fill them in later. It seems the two of them would do anything for Moravia, no questions asked. Good. That's good. We walked a little further until we reached an old colony. It looked like it was in complete disrepair. Half collapsed, ruined buildings were everywhere. Welcome to our colony, Tau. My breath stopped short as I looked around. It couldn't imagine what kind of place they lived. But this, surviving in an abandoned colony? But when I thought about it, reutilizing an old colony made sense. If no one else was living there, why not? And when I looked closer, I could tell that some of the buildings were fine. In fact, they seemed even livable. But they were damaged, but had clearly been repaired. There must have been what Moravia meant when she said they live like any other human. It's a wreck compared to Teta, but we might actually be able to live here. There were still key differences between Teta and Tau. I probably should have expected it, but there are kaiju everywhere I look. It's got me on edge. What are you staring at? I've never seen a colony outside of Teta. It's so new to me I can't help myself. Stop wasting our time. You can look around as much as you want later. First, this girl needs some rest. Moravia was holding Liz again. She must have retrieved her from Hyuga while I was distracted. This way. Moravia led us up to the building that was still standing and noticeably less damaged than its surroundings. The interior was surprisingly homey. Despite the crumbling exterior, it was very comfortable. Moravia carried Liz to one of the many rooms and put her on a bed. Thank you so much for bringing Liz all the way here. It's fine. Liz can finally get some rest. I was relieved but nervous. Liz never opened her eyes during the journey. She was clearly in bad shape. Will Liz be alright? She won't turn into a kaiju, will she?
抗体を打ってあるから、意志を持たない害獣にはならないよ。
I gave her the antibody. She won't turn into a mindless kaiju.
ただし、今までと同じ人間のままというわけにもいかないけどね。
However, she might not necessarily keep her humanity
それでも、
as
君
you're
の言
used
う
to.
害獣になるよりはいいはずだろ。
But that's better than losing her mind like the kaiju you're thinking of, right? Yeah. I couldn't think about Liz not being Liz anymore. It made my heart hurt. In 4 other worlds, she's dead, so... But Moravio's right. Even if Liz ceased to be human, some semblance of her would remain. I had to be grateful for that.
今は薬で眠っているだけだから、じきに目を覚ますはずだよ。
She's sedated for now, but she'll wake up before too long. What's the antibody shot you gave her anyways? Is it like
そうだ
medicine?
よ。
It is. For some reason, Moravia stared at me with such intensity, I started feeling extremely awkward. I was about to ask Moravia if there was any issue when she suddenly interrupted.
やっぱり君には素養があるようだ。
As I suspected, you have the aptitude. Aptitude for what?
いずれ説明する。
I'll explain in due course. Then Moravia fell silent as if to indicate she had no more to tell me. She headed to the door and beckoned.
ついてきて。建物の中を案内するよ。
Come, I'll show you around. I gave up on asking any more questions for now and followed Moravia out of the room. Dun 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 dun. As Moravia toured me around the building, I realized it was even more cozy and livable than I'd first imagined. I was relieved to learn that the bathrooms and kitchens were still able to access the old colony's clean water. Amenities are provided too, and Moravia informed me that I could take anything I needed. I wondered how they came about everything, but I suppose they had their ways. They had been invading us after all. This isn't bad at all. We should be able to live here comfortably. Suddenly, I heard a strange, undefinable sound, but when I looked down to find the source, my hands flew to my stomach. There was no hiding it. My stomach was growling. It's churning like a drain pipe. I stood blushing, but Moravia grinned
お
at me.
腹が空いたんだ。
Are you hungry? It's probably because I'm relaxed now.
ちょうどよかった。そろそろ頃合いだから行こうか。
It's perfect timing. Let's go. Oh, okay. I obediently followed Moravia because I'm just like Hyuga and Yuganami. She led me outside where night had already taken over the
足元、
colony.
気をつけ
Mind your step? Thank you.
転んだらいけないから手を引いてあげようか。
Should I hold your arm? I wouldn't want you to trip and fall. Thanks, but I'm okay. I'm not a kid.
僕からすれば十分子供だけど。
You look like one to me. Are you a vampire?
だって僕は100歳超えてるし。
I'm over 100 years old? What? No, she looks too young. But it did make sense that's why she had such an ethereal
という
aura.
のは嘘だけど。
That was a lie, by the way. Really? You're joking? I completely fell for it.
冗談だよ。
Just a little one. I don't see the humor in that.
ごめん。でも本気にするとは思わなかったな。
I didn't think you'd take me seriously. For a moment, I did. I was so confused. I felt annoyed. Not only did she regard me like a child, but she teased me like one. It's because you're weirdly persuasive.
君は素直で可愛いね。
Your innocence is so cute. Oh my god. I knew Moravia didn't mean any harm, but her words didn't feel like a compliment. Maybe I'm too naive. I should try to think things through more. I wasn't expecting to hear a joke, to be honest, especially not from you. Your sense of humor is a bit odd.
そう？自分ではよくわからないな。
Is it? I wasn't aware. Ah, right. We continued to walk as we spoke, and I began to make out the glow of a bonfire ahead. I see people by the fire. It's Hyuga and Yuganami. A breeze wafted a delicious smell towards us as we approached the pair. What's that? Moravia walked towards the scent and was greeted by Hyuga and Yuganami.
今できたところだ。
We just got here.
もうお腹空いちゃったよ。君もご飯食べに来たんでしょ？
I'm starving. You here to have a bite too? Oh, yeah, I guess. I realized Moravia had brought me here to eat since I'd admitted I was hungry, but why cook outside when there are working kitchens indoors? I get the feeling it's not just because they felt like having a cookout, so what's the reason? I turned to Moravia beside me, hoping to get an answer and also thank her for bringing me along. I did a double take. Moravia was no longer standing beside me, and her place was a young man. Where'd Moravia go? And when did this guy pop up? I'd never even saw him approach. I hadn't heard footsteps or even sensed his presence. It was like he had been there all along. I couldn't hide my shock. Please take a seat. Oh, Ibuki, absolutely. He invited me to sit and eat, seemingly oblivious to the fact that I was short-circuiting, which in turn made me even more confused. You eat standing up. If that's what you want, go ahead and do it.
変わってるね。それなら僕も真似してみようかな。
Oh, Yukinami, you're so sweet. You don't sit while you eat. Wild. I'll give it a try.
やめろ。食うならちゃんと座れ。
Knock it off and eat your food.
ブー。
Boo.
ブーじゃない。
Boo yourself. Weird. Everyone's so relaxed now. I felt my anxiety melt away as I watched them. I was still exhausted, but I felt much better. I turned to the guy next to me again and realized that he looked familiar. Aren't you Ibuki?
覚えててくれたんだね。
You remembered. We'd spoken a little back in Teta, but I couldn't imagine why he was here. Questions swirled around in my head. Ibuki, however, sat down on the floor and beckoned me to join him. I missed my chance to ask him anything. It looked like he planned on eating with us, so I sat down on the floor next to him, leaving a safe distance between us. I'll worry about it later. It's just one more confusing thing in a day that's been full of confusing things. For now, I'll focus on eating. I'll ask questions when I'm able to focus. But the prospect of food reminded me of something. Where did Moravia go? The response that followed didn't make a lick of sense.
今からは僕だよ。
It'll be me from now on. Okay. What was that supposed to mean? Is it some kind of riddle? Ibuki acted odd the last time we met too. He seemed to like riddles. Once again, I was reminded how strange he was. What's with everyone teasing me with riddles and jokes? First Moravia, now Ibuki? Come to think of it, the two talked and act the same. They had a lot of similarities. Is there some connection between them? Maybe they're siblings. There's definitely something strange about them, but I don't feel like they're related exactly. Hey. Yes?
食うつもりがあるならさっさと受け取れ。
Are you gonna eat? I'm not holding this forever. Huga stood glaring expectantly at me, a dish of soup in his hand. I got lost in my own thoughts there, but why is Huga the one serving? I'd been on the cusp of a revelation, but Huga's impatience made me flustered, and then the revelation slipped away. Thank you very much.
そこのカゴの中にパンもある。食いたきゃ食え。
If you want bread, there's some in the basket. I will always take bread, Huga. Thank you. I took 2 round buns from the basket beside me. That's what I'm talking about, 2, not just 1. The bowl of soup gave off the same rich fragrance I noticed earlier. Is this okay to eat? I'm a bit nervous. I peeked sideways at Ibuki and Yukonami, who slurped the soup from the same pot. I slowly brought my own bowl to my lips. It's delicious. I was surprised by how good the first sip was. It seemed to be a consommé filled with well-cooked vegetables and meat. The hearty food filled me up in no time and warmed me from the inside out. Soup's really delicious. Who made it?
ヒューガだよ。
Hyuga! Hugh? Really? Surprised again, I turned to Hyuga, who looked away to avoid my gaze. I thought he was just the one serving, but he actually cooked it himself. And he told Yukonami to eat earlier too, despite his rough exterior. He's quite considerate of his comrades. What's the term for someone who cares for others like that? I read about it once. Ah, I know. You're just like a mom. The words spilled out automatically. Excuse me? Sorry. I'd only mumbled under my breath, but Hyuga's ears were clearly sharp. He
そんな
scowled.
面白いことを言うんだね。お母さんは女性のことでしょ。
Huh, you're
ヒュー
quite
ガは
funny.
男だよ。
A mom's usually a woman, right? And Hyuga's a guy. I know that. Can we move on? That slipped out. I was just surprised by how good the soup tasted.
味の感想言われるなんて久しぶりじゃない？僕たちはただ食べるだけだし。
Been a while
Hyuga.
since anyone's praised the food. We usually just wolf it down, right, Hyuga?
うるさい。
Shut up.
ねえねえ、美味しいって言われてどうだった？嬉しかった？
How's it feel to hear your food's good? Are you all jazzed up?
いいから黙って食ってろ。
Shut your hole and eat your soup.
二人は相変わらず仲がいいね。
You two are such peas in a pod.
よくね。
They like they were having fun. I felt at ease watching everyone bicker and banter, and I even let out a smile. I'd only known what they were like on the battlefield, but it felt like the impression I had were starting to change. When I watched them chat with one another, I could sense the humanity within them. It made me feel like a strange sense of kinship. It's strange. I can feel myself softening up towards them. Can't let my guard down. Aw, you shouldn't. You should calm down, man. Alright, are we gonna... Let's just save here. We're gonna save here. It's Ibuki, after all. He deserves it. Alright, it feels nice. Just enjoy your moment. Like, have a moment. It feels nice.
何か言った？
Did you say something? Huh? Oh, no, nothing. Ibuki's question took me by surprise. I shook my head and sipped my soup to deflect. But yeah, it does feel nice. I should probably stay a bit more wary though. I've only known these people as fearsome enemies, but here I share a meal with them. Weird. Yukinami and Hyuga had resumed bickering, but they seemed so as close as brothers. Now that I'd seen their human side, it's going to be harder to keep my guard up. This soup is really good.
おかわりあるよ。
Would you like a second? Ibuki noticed my delicious appetite and pointed to the soup pot. The way he was grinning made me feel awkward, so I looked down at my hands. It wasn't a bad feeling though. When dinner wrapped up, I turned to Yukinami, the most approachable member of the group. There was something on my mind. Can I ask you something?
何？僕のことが知りたいの？
You want to know more about me? Not you specifically, all of you.
なんだ。まあいいけどさ。
Fine.
で、何を聞きたいの？
What do you want to know? Why do you eat outside when there are buildings
どん
everywhere?
なこと気にするんだね。伊吹がそうしたいって言うから外で食べてるだけだよ。
A weird question to wonder. Ibuki wants to eat outside, so we're eating outside, that's all. Ibuki wanted to? I looked at Ibuki, who turned to me and
外
smiled.
には害獣がいるからね。
There's kaiju outside. There are? I analyzed Ibuki's statement from several angles, but I had no idea what he meant. We're eating outside because kaiju are outside. Say what? Does having kaiju around make it easier to relax and enjoy a meal? That's when it hit me. Thinking about it objectively, I'm coming at it from my own sense of what normal is, but their normal might be very different. I don't know anything about these people. I looked at Ibuki again and we made eye contact. He had his eyes on me the whole time. Feeling unsettled, I averted my gaze and asked another question. Are kaiju going to eat
う
too?
ん、しないよ。
They won't. Ibuki had gazed off into the distance where a herd of kaiju roamed. A striking look of admiration lit up on his eyes when he looked at
彼
them.
らは食事をしない。それでも一緒に食事をしているような雰囲気を味わうことは彼らにとって大切だから。
No, they won't be eating, but it's important for them to enjoy the feeling of dining together with us. But I snapped my mouth shut. You really like the kaiju. Probably shouldn't just blurt that out. What's the deal with Ibuki anyways? He's very in tune with the kaiju, but he doesn't seem to regard them as an enemy. Going by what Hyuga and Yukinami said, there was no doubt that Ibuki cared deeply about the kaiju. It's almost like Moavia cared about the kaiju. Once the meal was finished, Hyuga silently began cleaning up and Yukinami wandered off somewhere. Moravia never came back for dinner. I wonder if she ate somewhere else or skipped eating altogether. As I thought about joining the cleanup efforts, Hyuga wordlessly handed me a tray with a bowl and a piece of bread on it. Do you want me
持って
to
いけ。他にもいるだろう。
take it? There's one more mouth to feed. That's right. This is Liz's portions. He really is kind. Thank you, Hyuga.
いいからさっさと行け。
Whatever, just get going. I took the tray with a thankful smile and went to return to Liz's building, but which way did I come from? Was it that way? No, maybe over there? It was dark. I was still scatterbrained and all of the buildings blended together. What should I do? I don't know the way. Maybe I should ask Hyuga, but he seemed busy and I didn't feel like it'd be a good idea to interrupt him. But he was surprisingly nice tonight. I should pick up my courage and
一緒
just...
に行くよ。
I'll accompany you. Suddenly, Ibuki was standing next to me. I simply stared and blinked in a surprised stupor. You will? Why?
途方に暮れたような顔をしてたから帰り道がわからないのかと思ったんだけど。
You look stressed out. It occurred to me that you don't know your way around. Am I wrong? You're correct. It's very kind of you to notice and offer to assist.
かしこまらなくていいよ。もともとここに不慣れな君を一人で返すつもりもなかったしね。
Relax. No need to be so formal. I never intend to send you all alone. You're still new here after all. Really? Thank you. It's a big help. But how did Ibuku even know which building I came from? I sensed a doubt briefly flutter by, but then I remembered it was a small colony. No doubt he'd heard all of the details from the
どう
others.
したの？行こ
What's wrong? Come on. I'm coming. I headed back the way I came with Moravia, but this time with Ibuki by my side. I wonder why. The colony was very quiet at night. Not a sound broke the silence except our footsteps and the shuffling kaiju. I'm so glad Ibuki offered to guide me. I get a feeling if I asked Hyuga for help, he'd have told me to go it alone. And if I had tried to find the way myself, I would have wandered around the dark until Liz's soup got stone cold.
う。段差があるから気をつけて。
There's a step. Watch yourself. Thank you. I recall how Moravia was concerned about me tripping on the way out here too. First Moravia, now Ibuki. They both care about the smallest things. Did I really come off as that clumsy? It can't be that. I'm sure they're both just considerate people. We're just clumsy. They both seem to be well liked and respected by Hyuga and Yuganami. I thought back to the empathetic look Ibuki gave the kaiju earlier. You're an ally of the kaiju, aren't you?
仲間？
Ally?
なんか
Ibuki muttered the word under his breath, thought for a moment, and then spoke.
そうだな。仲間というのが自分と同じって意味を持つなら僕は違うよ。
By ally, if you mean someone who's akin to myself, then no, the term doesn't really apply to me.
僕は誰とも違うから。
I'm different. I'm different. Okay. We're not gonna ask, how are you different? We're not gonna do that. How are you different? I blurted out my question without thinking about it too hard.
何が違うんだと思う？
How do I strike you as different? I don't know. That's why I'm asking. Please don't answer with another question. Ibuki flashed a loaded grin at
少な
me.
くとも人間とは言えないと思う。君と同じようにね。
I can at least admit I'm not a normal human and neither are you. I'm not? The realization hit me even as I spoke. He's right. With my powers, I can't exactly call myself a normal human. So where's the line that divides normal humans from people like me? If Ibuki's right, then am I not human at all? I felt a shudder pass through me as I considered the implications. But what does Ibuki mean when he claims he's not a normal human either? Does he have superpowers too? In that case... Just as I was about to voice my question, Ibuki suddenly stopped walking.
着いたよ。
Here we are. I looked up and saw that we were indeed back at the building where Liz was staying. The familiarity was comforting. This is definitely the right place. Thank you for showing me the
それ
way.
じゃあ入ろうか。
Shall we head inside? Oh, right. I was surprised when he wanted to come in with me. I assumed we'd split up at the front door. Maybe he's going to see me to my room. I cocked my head in curiosity and entered the building as Ibuki suggested. Ibuki seemed to know his way around. He moved confidently, like it was his own home. As I watched him, I suddenly felt suspicious. Do you live here as well? Yeah. We all like to move into the building with you when we're dating you. Ibuki nodded nonchalantly, his tone so casual that I forgot to feel shocked. You might have heard from Moravia, but I'll be staying here with my friend Liz.
もちろん知ってるよ。
I know, of course.
それより冷めてしまう前にその食事をリーゼに届けてあげるといい。何か手伝うことはある？
Make sure to get that soup to Liz before it goes cold. Is there anything I can help you with? No, I'm good for now.
わか
Thank
った
you.
困ったことがあったらいつでも声をかけて。
You
僕
need
は
anything,
あ
let
の
me
部屋
know.
にいるから。
I'll be in that room over there. He points, I'm assuming. Aha, points to one of the doors.
それじゃあまたね。
Matane. Thank you for all your help, Ibuki. I bowed my head in thanks as the door closed. There was actually more I wanted to ask, but it could wait for another time. For now, I should check on Liz. I headed to the room where Liz was resting. Liz, I'm back. I called out to Liz in a faint hope that she'd be awake, but there was no answer. The room was silent. I looked down at Liz from the bedside. It was a relief to see her sleeping peacefully without any discomfort. Her condition seems to have stabilized. I hope she wakes up soon. I put the bread and soup on the nightstand and sat down nearby chair. Left alone with my thoughts, it finally sank in that Liz was truly alive. I was flooded with relief and gratitude. She could have died back there or turned into a mindless kaiju. It's a miracle neither happened. But as Moravia said, Liz was no longer truly human. The information alone was a big shock. Did I do the right thing? Would Liz have wanted me to save her if it meant sacrificing her humanity? Maybe I was just being selfish because I couldn't bear the thought of losing her. I stewed in my restless thoughts until Liz suddenly stirred beside me. Liz! Liz's eyes slowly opened.
ここはどこ?
Where am I? My eyes flooded with tears of relief. Liz was awake, but she was still pale and sickly. I didn't think it'd be a good idea to explain everything right now at the moment. I wiped away my tears and gave her what I hoped was a reassuring smile. You're in a safe place, don't worry.
安全
Safe? The word safe seemed to spark a memory from Liz. She repeated the word as if assessing its implications.
私どうしたんだっけ頭がぼーっとして
What happened to me? My head, it's so foggy.
そうだ何かこうすごく怖い目にあった気がする
Remember something. Something terrifying happened. It's all right. Don't force anything right now. You need to rest. How do you feel? Are you in pain?
それはないかな頭がぼんやりするくらいで
I don't think so. It's just hard to think straight. I see. Are you hungry? I got bread and soup. Think you could try eating? If Moravia was right about Liz being asleep this whole time, she wouldn't have eaten all day. Liz thought for a moment, then nodded.
ありがとう確かにちょっとお腹空いてるかも
Thank you. It turns out I'm pretty hungry, actually. I helped Liz sit up right before passing her the bowl of
いた
soup.
だきます
Thanks. Liz sipped the soup and then smiled.
はあこれ美味しいね
This is really good, right? I was surprised too. Liz hesitated as if my choice of words made her realize I wasn't the one that cooked the soup. She probably had so many questions about what happened and what was going on. Once you recovered a bit, I'll explain where we are and what happened. For now, you should get some rest. You were badly hurt.
わかった君がそう言うのなら今はおとなしくしてるよ
I trust you. I'll stay put and rest up.
なんか気を使わせちゃったみたいだね
Guess I had you worried, huh? Never mind that. Just focus on getting better. Want some bread to go with the soup? Here's another note. Okay, so she dies in all of the Bloom stories. She is wearing a different, like a sleepy gown. They put her in a sleepy gown. And in all the Bloom stories, she died in her school uniform. So that's not her school uniform. That's a sleepy gown.
食べたいなちぎって食べさせてくれる
Could you break me up a bit and feed it to me? I was so relieved to learn that Liz was all right that I didn't mind obliging her childlike request. She was attacked, man. Open wide. Ah. Afterwards, Liz and I chatted about nothing in particular, but I was giddy with happiness. True, it was my selfishness that saved her, but I would have fallen apart if she had died. I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. I don't know. I don't know if that's true. You seemed pretty happy in a couple of those lives. After slowly eating the soup, Liz said she was tired and laid down again. I quietly left the room, headed to the kitchen to wash the bowl. I tidied up the room as well, but after that, there was nothing left to do, so I just sat and twiddled my thumbs for a bit. Maybe I should have gone to sleep. Still kind of early to go to sleep though. I lay on the bed and wonder if I was able to get any sleep. After a little while, I still didn't feel sleepy at all. Instead, my mind churned with thoughts, making me feel more awake than ever. I can't sleep. There isn't really anything to do here. Maybe I should go outside, but it might be dangerous to go alone. And what if I get lost? I guess I should be okay if I stick close by. Besides, it would be more productive if I looked around than lie in bed awake. I'm about to sneeze. Ooh, am I? Am I going to talk myself out of it? Okay. That's what I told myself as I headed out anyways. Sure, it's pitch black this time of night. The mantle of the night seemed especially darker after stepping out of the bright building, but since the projection of the starry sky above me was still operational, there was enough light to see the path. It's amazing when you think about it. Despite being in ruins, the essential features of the colony are still intact. I headed down the path near the buildings while admiring the achievements of the colony's engineers. I was initially on alert in case I needed to act fast in a surprise kaiju attack, but I soon realized I could relax a little. They're all sleeping, and so peacefully. I could hear the gentle sound of deep breathing coming from the beast. It was a nice change of the usual feral roars and screeches. I made sure to keep my bearings as I walked down the path. Soon I was back near where we ate dinner. I was passing by a large tree.
どこに行くつもり?
Where are you going? Huh? I looked up in surprise and saw Moravia sitting in the tree. She's beautiful. For a few speechless moments, I simply gazed at her. She's beautiful. Moravia always looks ethereal, but with the moon as her backdrop, she could have almost been an apparition. The same thing happened the first time I saw her at the academy. I got lost just looking at her. You love her. You surprised me when you vanished earlier. Where have you been?
ずっとそばにいたよ。
I never left your side. Well, I certainly never noticed. Maybe she was there the whole time and I had just failed to perceive her. But why the need to conceal herself at all? It was
そ
beyond
れで
me.
どこに行くつもり? タウの内部を調べたいのなら昼の明るさの方が適してると思うけど。
Where are you off to? If you want to look around Tao, it's better to do so in the daylight, I think. That's not it. I couldn't sleep, so I decided to go for a walk. It's too early to go to bed. A lot happened and I can't relax.
そういうことなら僕と散歩しよう。
In that case, take a walk with me. Moravia's proposal surprised me. With you?
一人よりも二人の方が楽しいよ。
Choose better than one, right? Moravia leaped gracefully down from the tree, ignoring my stunned stare.
お待たせ。
Here I am. When I looked at Moravia beside me, I felt like I had just woken up from a dream. The hazy feeling passed, and I realized that Moravia standing beside me was real flesh and blood.
さあ、行こうか。
Come then. Okay. Moravia and I began to walk, wandering around with no set destination in mind. At one point, I inquired about a certain building. Moravia explained in function, suggesting we visit it in daytime sometimes. We'd fought an enemy as recently as yesterday, but being with her felt oddly natural. Time passed pleasantly. By the way, Liz woke up earlier. She even managed to eat something. I'm so relieved she's doing okay. I couldn't have saved Liz by myself. Thank you for helping me.
どういたしまして。君も元気になったみたいで何よりだ。
You're welcome. I'm glad to see you've perked up too. I'm fine. I wasn't injured or anything.
でも、そんな風に笑っていなかったでしょ? もっと思い詰めた表情が多かった。
You had such a serious look on your face. You never smiled like you are now. I didn't realize how tense I'd been until Moravia pointed it out. She's right. I couldn't even crack a smile, not until Liz woke up. It was like I had a heavy weight on my heart. I put my hand to my chest at that moment. Moravia grinned.
君は笑っている方がいいと思う。
It's nice to see you smile. Thanks. It feels nice too. I then let my gaze wander and noticed kaiju lying down snoozing close by. Kaiju are everywhere here. They seem like normal animals, huh? I suddenly remembered that the kaiju attacked us at night. They should have been awake. Kaiju aren't
い
nocturnal?
や、そういうわけじゃないよ。
No, not at all. But the kaiju attacks were almost always at night, weren't they? It seems odd that they're sleeping right now.
ああ、なるほど。
I see. Moravia approached a member of the herd and patted its neck. The kaiju slumbered on, oblivious. Her gentle touch made it clear how much she loved the beast.
君はさっき眠れないと言ったね。害獣の中にも稀に眠れずにいる子がいるんだ。
Said you can't sleep. Some kaiju suffer from insomnia too.
そういう害獣はまず例外なく 人間の住むコロニーを目指そうとする。
These slipless kaiju inevitably make their way to the human colonies. Weren't you the ones telling them to attack human settlements?
僕はコロニーに行きたがる害獣たちを先導してやっていただけだよ。
I just simply helped the kaiju who wanted to go to the
雪並みや
colonies.
ヒューガは自分から彼らを率いてコロニーに向かうけどね。でもそれだって無理に害獣をけしかけているわけではない。
Hyuga and Yukonami sometimes lead the kaiju for their purposes, but no one forces the kaiju to do anything.
害獣の意志があってのことなんだ。
Everything they do is of their own free will. I thought the kaiju weren't sentient. I mean, whenever they attack us, they just lash out like wild animals. They seem pretty mindless.
君にはそう見えるんだね。
Mindless to you, perhaps. I see. Moravia's eyes filled with sadness, and I nodded guiltily. But if you all aren't doing the planning, why do the kaiju come to the colony?
それも含めて、やはり君には真実を知ってほしい。
I want to tell you everything. Everything.
害獣たちのことや、この世界のこと。君が知らないすべてのことを教えてあげる。
Everything about the kaiju, about this world, and everything you're oblivious to.
明日、僕たちと出かけよう。
Let's hang out tomorrow. I will always hang out with Ibuki. Don't you ever think that's an option? Well, let's check our flowchart. We haven't checked this yet. Ooh, we're in 2. So then there's another picture. Oh, we could die. Okay, we could die twice in Ibuki's story. His starts with a pretty long just going through, so we're 75% done now. Agree, because I want to. I hesitated momentarily. All right, I'll go with you.
いい判断だね。
Wise decision. Remember what you said before? You told me I know nothing, and at this rate I won't be able to save anyone. When Liz was attacked, I realized that I'm helpless to protect what matters most to me. So, if I have a chance to fill in the gaps in my knowledge, I have to take it. I want to do whatever I can. Moravia's eyes widened with surprise, and then she smiled gently.
君は僕が思っていたよりもずっと勇敢なのかもしれない。
You're much more courageous than I gave you credit for.
未知のものを知ることは時に恐ろしいことだ。知らないままでいる方が楽なこともある。
Learning the truth can be terrifying. Sometimes it's easier to remain
だけど
ignorant.
君は真っ向から立ち向かおうと言うんだね。
But it seems you steeled yourself for whatever awaits.
いいよ。君が望むならすべてを教えてあげる。
Oh, why are you glaring at me? Alright then, I'll tell you everything if that's what you want. Thank you.
さて、明日は出かけるにしても、今日はもう休むといいよ。いろいろあって疲れただろ？
Very well then. If we're going out tomorrow, then we should have an early night. A lot's happened and you must be tired. I am kind of tired.
部屋まで送るよ。帰ろう。
I'll see you back to your room, Kado. Thank you. We headed back the way we came, being careful not to wake the sleeping kaiju. And then she went into the room that Ibuki's in. No? Morning already. I felt disoriented for a moment when waking up in a strange room. Oh right, I've been at this colony that Moravia and the others live in, and they're letting me stay in this room. Last night I practically collapsed into bed. I was out as soon as my head hit the pillow, putting an end to my short-lived insomnia. I guess I was much more tired than I thought, just like Moravia said. I sat up in bed and realized my body felt lighter than it did the other day. Wait a second, where does Moravia live? I wonder if she's in another room in this building. I'll ask her when I see her today. I felt like you would have seen her. I tidied myself up before going to see Liz. She was asleep soundly, clearly still a long way from being fully recovered. I decided to leave her alone, hoping she'd show marked improvement soon. I washed my face, got changed, and then sat down by the window with a sigh. Moravia invited me to go out with her today, and she'll probably come by to pick me up. I should sit tight and wait. I gazed distractedly out the window and saw some kaiju not too far off. It was my first time seeing them during the day. They seemed friendly enough as they bumbled about together and napped in the sun. Somehow watching them made me feel soothed. Now that I'd seen the kaiju's sweet side, I felt like I could identify with Moravia's soft spot for them. She said there are things I don't know, but I wasn't even sure exactly what knowledge I was lacking. What was Moravia going to tell me? My curiosity was mixed with fear. I felt like everything I took for granted until now could potentially be turned upside down. It made me nervous. Where will Moravia take me? Somewhere within Tao or outside? I don't want to go too far without Liz.
何か面白いものでも見えるの？
Something interesting out there? He scared me half to death. His voice came out of nowhere when I thought I was completely alone. No wonder I jumped and shrieked.
今の面白い声だったね。
That was a pretty amusing sound. Yeah, no need to smirk while pointing it out. This marked the second time Ibuki took me by surprise. I still couldn't sense his presence even when he was right next to me. It's not that I'm mad at Ibuki, but there's sort of this sort of thing isn't good for my blood pressure.
それで何か面白いものでもあった？窓の外を熱心に見ていたけど。
Anything interesting out on the outside? You were really focused on that window. I was just watching the kaiju. You're probably used to them, but for me, they're a fascinating sight. When I talked with Moravia last night, she said I don't know anything. I was just mulling over that while looking at them. I told Ibuki what I honestly was thinking, to which he chuckled and
そう
nodded.
だったんだね。
So that's what you're up to. Moravia said she'd take me somewhere today. I don't know where she's planning on
す
going
ぐに
though.
わかるさ。それじゃあ行こうか。
You'll know soon enough. Shall we head out then? But Moravia's coming to get me.
そうだね。だから行こ
Yes, of course. Let's get going. I wanted to stay in the room. Moravia was probably on her way after all, but Ibuki took my hand and headed towards the door. Yes, of course. What does that even mean? I made plans to go out with Moravia, but he's acting like he's the one who invited me. It felt weird, but then again, Ibuki did have a tendency to speak in riddles. Maybe his remark was just another Ibukiism. Or maybe he's come to take me to breakfast like Moravia did
う。
yesterday.
どうしたの？
What's wrong? Nothing. I was sure Moravia would show up once we reached the courtyard for breakfast. Reassured, I let Ibuki lead me out of the room. Are you guys still holding hands? I need to know. Describe it to me. He guided me out into the sun while maintaining holding of my hand. The kaiju continued to wander calmly like they had been when I watched them from the window. Ibuki and I weaved between them. Are we heading to the courtyard? I guess we'll be eating breakfast soon. I was no longer confident we were going to the courtyard, but Ibuki never slowed down as he led me
今日
along.
もいい天気になりそうだね。
It's going to be another fine day today. Yeah, the colony had no real sky, just a dome, so good weather was a given. I decided it wasn't worth pointing that out. Besides, I had another question on my mind that needed answers. Can I ask you something?
何？
What is it? He is! He is! Is the hand holding necessary? Hang on, let's take that off. Ibuki hadn't let go of my hand since we left the building. It made sense at first. He wanted me to follow him, but was it still needed now? It's getting a little weird, to be honest, not to mention
手をつ
embarrassing.
ないで歩く必要か。
Necessary? No, not really.
で
Then
も手を離す必要もないよね。
I don't see a reason to let go either. I guess you have a point. Hey, wait, that's a totally flawed logic.
変わってないんじゃないかな。
I don't see anything flawed about it. Ibuki didn't seem the least bit phased by my bewildered
それと
denial.
も君はこうして歩くのは嫌？
Do you not enjoy walking like this? It's not really a question of enjoying it or not. It's just I can walk perfectly fine by
それ
myself.
なら二人でも大丈夫だよね。
Then a fine solo walk will be great with two. Ibuki seemed unable to pick up exactly what I was putting down. This is so weird. I know it'll make I know I'm talking sense, but I can't bring myself to push the issue. I decided to drop the matter altogether, even though giving up hurt my argument. And so I let Ibuki continue to hold my hand. The more we walked, the more clearly I began to notice something. His hands are so warm. Warm, human warmth emitted from the hand wrapped around mine. It reminded me that we were both alive. But there was something different too. His hand, it's pretty big. I'd never held hands with a boy before, so I never had a reason to think about it. But men's hands really were bigger than women's. It depends. Depends. The size difference was very apparent. It didn't look like that in the sketch. We're going into detail. His hand is slender with long fingers, but it was a surprising amount of muscle. Curiosity overtook my modesty, and I suddenly found myself squeezing his hand and marveling at its
僕の手
feel.
がどうかした？
Is there something up with my hand? Sorry, it's just unusual
珍
to
しい
me.
って？
Unusual how? It's just different from my hand.
昨日も言っただろ？僕は誰とも違うんだよ。
Remember what I said yesterday? I'm different from everyone else. I remember, but that's not what I'm trying to say. I was at a loss for words, unsure of how to explain further. Ibuki thoughtfully dropped his gaze down to our clasped hands and regarded them for a moment.
そうだね。やっぱり違う。君の手は小さくて、そう。こうい
They
うの
are
って
different. Yours
な
are
んて言うんだ
small.
っけ？
Is there a term for this? What is it again? I kept quiet while Ibuki lost himself in thought. He resumed walking until we reached where we ate dinner yesterday. But Ibuki walked right on by without a second glance. I turned to him alarmed. Hold on, aren't we going to eat breakfast here?
朝ごはん？
Breakfast. To be fair, Ibuki never suggested we were going to do anything of the sort. I made my own assumption. You were heading towards the courtyard, so I thought we were going to eat. Are we skipping breakfast?
僕に決まってるわけじゃないけど、君は食べたいの？
I hadn't decided either way, but are you hungry? I put a hand on my stomach. Yeah, I think I am a little. I'd have never done this to like feed me.
じゃあ、これを食べるといいよ。
You can eat this. Ibuki pulled out a bag of plain crackers, the kind that you can buy at the store in Teta. You're okay if I eat them?
うん、僕はいらないから。
I'm good. I took the bag of crackers and inspected it. I'm not really sure how he obtained something like this, but if crackers aren't rare here, I guess it means they have everything they need. Thanks, I'll give them a try. I thought it'd be rude to eat and walk, so I pointed to a nearby pile of rubble. Ibuki and I sat down. I opened the bag of crackers and popped one in my mouth. It was light yet crunchy and salty with a pleasant hint of sweetness. They're good. Ibuki waited patiently until I finished all the crackers. Girl, we do not sit down and eat an entire bag of crackers. I don't care how hungry we are. I eat 3 and then I'm done. You don't even have water. That hits the spot. I stood up and Ibuki took my hand once more.
よし、それじゃあ行こうか。
Alright, let's continue. But where are we going? I already made
昨
plans.
日出かけようって言ったよね。
Yeah, last night. Plans to go out today. How do you know about that? I made those plans with Moavia.
だから行こ
Right. So let's go. Hold on. Like I keep saying, I made those plans with Moavia. I never said I'd go anywhere with
う。
you.
モラビアとした約束なら、僕とした約束だよ。
A promise to Moavia is a promise to me. What do you... Then a crazy thought popped into my head. Are Ibuki and Moavia the same person? I'd already noticed how similar they were, and the wording Ibuki used made it easier to believe he was actually Moavia. Was that even possible? No way. One's a guy and one's a girl, plus their builds are totally different, and Ibuki couldn't pull off that kind of disguise. I shook my head to banish my unfounded theory. While I was busy with my head in the clouds, I heard a kaiju charged past. Pack a lot of power, don't they? Where are they off to? I felt a sense of foreboding as soon as the words left my mouth. Ibuki verified my
人間
fears.
たちのコロニーへ。
They're going to the human colony. I felt like I'd been drenched in a cold water. And the kaiju around here were so docile, I almost forgotten how dangerous they are. After all those battles, you'd think I'd appreciate their violent capabilities. We can't let them attack humans. We need to stop
だ
them.
から彼らについていくんだよ。
That's why we're going with them. Huh?
今日は害獣たちにシータを襲わせたりはしない。代わりに君に見せたいものがあるんだ。
I won't let the kaiju attack Teta today, but I want to show you something in return. Show me something like what? Could I trust that he wouldn't let the kaiju attack Teta? Even if Ibuki is lying to me, I'll do whatever's necessary to stop the kaiju. I'll go with you. Ibuki smiled, pleased with my answer. We chased after the charging kaiju and as quickly as possible. It won't be long before we're outside the colony. I should transform. That should do it. What about Ibuki? I peeked over at Ibuki. He hadn't changed and seemed fine with what he was wearing. It wasn't surprising that he didn't need to wear any protective gear. He had told me earlier that he might be more like a kaiju than a human. He said he's not a normal human. I hope I learn about Ibuki's true form when he fills me in on everything else. We passed through the outer wall and exited the colony. So fast. There was a lot of open space outside of the colony, so the kaiju kicked up their speed. Ibuki ran along nonchalantly, occasionally shooting me a concerned glance. He wasn't even running at top speed. While he doesn't seem tired at all, I guess it is what it is, but it's a bit annoying. That's not it. The kaiju increased their speed yet again. Soon they'd pull too far ahead and we'd be unable to keep up. You gotta be kidding me. I never ran so fast in my life. My lungs felt like they were made of fiery sandpaper, and let a complaint slipped out between puffs. Are you okay? Yeah, never been better. Ibuki was clearly concerned about me, but my response came off self-assured. Can you run faster? What? Faster than this? The kaiju are speeding up again. I followed Ibuki's gaze and saw that the kaiju were indeed getting further away. He's right. How do they have so much stamina? I'm at my limits. I can't. Is this your max? I mean, here's the thing, right? Ooh, we're in chapter 2. Okay, so yeah, you can push on, but you are at your limit. I mean, you can keep running, right? We're gonna go with this as my limit. We're not gonna lie. That's right. I'm giving it all I got. Frustrated, I snapped back at Ibuki. I turned my head in shame when... Okay, leave it to me. Before I could blink, Ibuki scooped me up in his arms. Put me down! Oh my gosh. I don't know if I can screenshot this one. It's moving. We'll hope for the best. I'm holding on tight, don't worry. That's not the issue. I can run just fine on my own. We'll lose sight of the kaiju if we keep going at your pace, unfortunately. But aren't I too heavy? You know, it'd been funny if you had said you're lighter than Liz. You weigh less than Liz. Not at all. You're light as a feather. That might be overdoing it a bit. Still, Ibuki wasn't having any trouble carrying me. He wasn't even out of breath. I'm surprised he's still able to wear this jacket without like having his arms in it. Like a nimble deer, he evaded trees, rough terrain, and piles of rubble. It was almost as if we were flying. Amazing. All right, I'll let Ibuki carry me, or else he might fall too far behind. I tentatively wrapped my arms around his neck, thinking it might be easier for him. That's good, just like that. Hold tight. Then Ibuki put on a sudden burst of speed. I clung onto him tight, alarmed. He doubled his speed again. I'm nowhere near this level. With nothing to do except enjoy the ride, I snuck a peek at Ibuki as he stared ahead. He really is handsome up close. From this distance, I could observe every detail. His fair skin, his straight nose, his mysterious soulful eyes framed by delicate lids and long eyelashes. Nobody else has got a detailed description like Ibuki has just done. In any of the other stories, there was never a moment like this. I think I know who everyone's favorite was who made this story. His eyes are different colors. I think that's called heterochromia. They're lovely. Ibuki must have sensed me staring at him because he looked back at me. We gazed into each other's eyes and I felt my cheeks grow red. You're beautiful, Ibuki. I'd just been thinking the same thing about him, but it shocked me to hear him be the one saying it about me. He didn't seem embarrassed either. Beautiful? I don't think I'm anything to write home about. Maybe his perspective's warped because Hyuga, Yukonami, and Moravia are so stunning. That doesn't make sense. If they're gorgeous, he should not think you're gorgeous. That's not. While I was deep in my thoughts, we arrived at the isolated spot far from Tao. Seems like a good time to stop. Ibuki leapt into the air with me still in his arms and descended right in front of the kaiju. No, now we are in their path. Is it a good idea to land here? The kaiju could trample us like cattle. Ibuki gently set me down on the ground and I started to panic a little. If we stand here. Before I could finish my thought, Ibuki smiled and started walking towards the kaiju.
君は僕の後ろにいて。
Stay behind me. He's fearless. My breath caught in my throat as I watched, but I realized I had nothing to fear as long as Ibuki was with me. Ibuki raised one hand in front of him as though gesturing to the kaiju to stay. What are you doing? Ah. Is he going to use psychokinesis? I can sense an enormous force coming from his body even though I'm behind him. The kaiju charged in unison. I dropped into a battle stance behind Ibuki and held my breath. That's odd. Did Ibuki just flicker? What? I watched speechless as Ibuki's entire form shimmered. Suddenly, Ibuki was no longer there. Moravia stood in his place. Moravia? I gasped in disbelief. Moravia turned to me and smiled. Ibuki was Moravia all along. I couldn't believe it, but I also couldn't deny it. Even as I stared in disbelief, part of me realized that it all made sense. I thought it was just a wild theory, but it's true. They're the same person. Both of them possess an otherworldly air. Yeah, it makes total sense. It doesn't make total sense. While my mind churned over the realizations, the kaiju Moravia had been holding her hand out to had came to a stop and settled down. Phew, they stopped.
おやまだだ。あの一頭は道をそれるみたいだね。
Not quite. One has split from the herd. Huh? I followed Moavia's gaze just in time to see one kaiju break away from the group. It started running again, clearly intent on cutting to Tao. Not Tao. We have to stop that one too. Please use your powers again. I wanted Moravia to repeat the stay move she used to calm down the other kaiju, but her response shocked me.
次は君がやってみるといい。
You give it a go this time. Me? But I can't. I don't have powers like yours.
ないと思っているだけ。試してみたことなんてないでしょ
That's just what you think. You've never actually tried, have
僕
you?
と同じようにすればできる。
Just do as I do. You'll be fine. I couldn't do anything remotely like that. Moravia made me want to try. At least, in any case, I figured if I had Moravia's backup, I had nothing to lose. There's no time to hesitate. Just give it a try. It's better than nothing. Heck, just think of it as someone's hands on learning. It's just one little kaiju. I summoned my courage and faced the charging kaiju, blocking its route to Teta. I raised my hand, like Moravia, firmly planted my feet and took a deep breath. Stop! I had no idea what I was doing. I gathered up all my willpower and focused on my words. Stop. Stop it. Stop it. When I shouted the words blurred, everything around me seemed to vanish except for the charging kaiju.
それでいい。
That's it. I had no idea what I had just done. When the world returned to my field of vision, the kaiju was standing calmly before me. It stopped for me. I did that.
よくやったね。
You did good. Moravia came to a stand beside me. My sock is coming off. Give me one moment. Ugh. She smiled at me and I felt my muscles relax. Ooh. There's so much I want to ask, but right now... You and Ibuki are one and the same. I just blurted it right out. I think I was high on my success. I tried not to sound surprised, but Moravia threw me an exasperated look.
ずっとそう言っていたじゃない。
That's what I've been saying this whole time. No, you haven't?
ちゃんと言ったのにな。
I thought I was quite clear. You say that, but I thought back to our awkward conversation. I couldn't recall if Moravia or Ibuki gave me indication, but maybe I missed it. By the way, where did Moravia go? It'll be me from now on. Is that what he meant? Was that him? Her telling me? That was pretty
あ
cryptic.
れ怒ってる
Are you angry? I'm not angry. It's just you said it'll be me from now on. How on earth was I supposed to know what you meant? I mean, boys typically don't turn into girls on the fly or vice versa. Can you see why I'm a bit confused?
そう思うんだ。
Is that what you think? It's what most people think. Moravia really is strange, but I feel like I'm starting to get used to her weirdness. Yikes. I was beginning to feel lightheaded, but there was no time to rest.
君をなぜここに連れてきたのか、そろそろ話をしよう。
Shall we have our discussion about why I brought you out here? You'll explain properly this time?
前のもちゃんと話したつもりだったのにな。
I've already been explaining properly. You just don't listen. Her throwaway comment hardly counted as explaining properly.
まあいいや。それより、ゆっくり話すなら。
No matter if we're settling down to chat.
こっちの姿の方がいい。
Then this form is better. I agree. Although I like Moravia, I like the black outfit more. If Moravia's outfit was black, I'd probably like her more. Moravia transformed back to Ibuki in a snap, just like before. Hi,
ず
Ibuki.
っと一緒だったよね。
No need to greet me. I've always been here. But still, it feels kind of surreal, even when you transform right in front of me. Why is it better for you to talk to me as Ibuki? Isn't it easier for you to walk around as Moravia?
そういうわけじゃないよ。どっちの姿も自分だから。強いて言うなら、その時の気分次第かな。
Not necessarily. I'm Ibuki as much as I am Moravia, but I like to switch things
た
up.
だ、そうだね。モラビアの姿で力を使った後は、その反動なのか、この姿でいたくなる気がする。
How do I put this? After using Moravia's powers for a while, it feels good to change to Ibuki. It's relaxing. Are you saying you need to be Moravia in order to use your powers?
昔は超能力を使おうとすると自然にモラビアの姿になってしまっていたけど、今は息吹のままでも問題なく使えるよ。
It used to be that I naturally shifted to Moravia whenever I needed my powers, but now I can use them as Ibuki without any issue.
でも昔からの癖っていうのかな。今でもモラビアの姿に変身した方が強い力を発揮できるんだ。
I feel more powerful when I'm Moravia. Old habits die hard, I guess. So you turn into Moravia when you're feeling fired up?
面白いね、その表現。
That's an interesting way of putting it. I guess that's why she was always Moravia whenever she launched an attack on
モ
Teta.
ラビアも息吹もどっちも僕だから、基本的には好きな時に好きな姿で過ごしているよ。
Since both Moravia and Ibuki are me, I generally just switch back and forth to suit my mood. So that's why you kept appearing as one the other day. You can shift between them with ease. I wondered what their connection was. I can't believe they're the same person. My hunch was way out there, but it's true. I was right. A tiny grin crept on my face. Turns out my intuition's sharper than I thought.
どうしたの？ニヤニヤして。
What are you smirking about? I'm smiling, not smirking.
同じようなものじゃない？
It's the same thing, isn't it? Ibuki reached out and stroked my head. Stroked the head of... Oh gosh. Thought she was my head. Stroked the head of the Vector before us. Just like Moravia did. It was so aggressive just moments ago, but now it was like a well-trained dog.
ほら、害獣たちの目を見てごらん。
Here, take a look into his eyes. Its eyes? I went up beside Ibuki and nervously looked into the eyes of the kaiju I'd stopped with my powers. I'd never seen one so close. Its eyes were strange, almost blank, like glass marbles, but they were filled with warmth too. I found myself saying my thoughts out loud. Let's see. I'm gonna go with it looks sad. It looks sad. Because I think that sounds right. It looks sad.
君はそう感じたんだね。
Ah, that face. That's how it makes you feel, huh? I realized that all of the kaiju, not just this one, were gazing in the same direction. I thought they were mindless beasts, but at the moment their eyes seemed mournful to me.
害獣たちがどこを見ているか。
Do you know what they're
Okay.
looking at? Well, in the direction... There's only one thing. Teta. The kaiju's target. That was the only landmark they could possibly be staring at.
その様子だと気がついたみたいだね。
It looks like you figured it out. But why do the kaiju seem so sad? Ibuki's response was quick.
人間が恋しいんだよ。
They long for human company. They're lonely? I felt a tightness in my chest.
害獣たちが元は人間だったって君はもう知っているよね。
Kaiju were all human once. You knew that already, right?
今はまだそうかもしれない。
You told me that. That's right. That happened. You told me.
害獣たちが人間の住むコロニーを目指すのは、かつて人間だった頃の思いが残っているからなんじゃないかな。
I think kaiju are attracted to colonies because they retain some traces of their human emotion.
記憶はなくても思いは残る。彼らは人恋しさから人間に近づこうとするんだと思うよ。
They have no memories guiding them, just vague feelings, so I think they're trying their best to get close to humans. If they miss humans, why do they
襲
attack
っているつ
us?
もりはないんだ。
They don't mean to hurt anyone. Ibuki looks sad as he pet the
自
kaiju.
分が何者になってしまったのか、彼らは分かっていない。
They don't understand what happened or what they've become.
襲うつもりはなく、ただ人間たちに会いに行っただけなのに、結果として人間を傷つけてしまっている。
They don't want to be violent. They just want to be with humans. Unfortunately, the result is the humans get harmed.
そういうかわいそうな子たちなんだ。
The poor things. You mean kaiju attacks humans because they're desperate for their company with a heart-wrenching, hopeless story. Ibuki spoke so sympathetically about the kaiju that I started to share his sentiment. I can't get swept up in my feelings. So many people in Teta suffer because of the kaiju attacks. I thought about Liz, who was attacked directly by one of the kaiju and narrowly dodged becoming one herself. I can't just dismiss what they did out of pity. But what about the people who've been hurt? Liz was seriously injured and it could have been much worse. I get it. I want to sympathize with the kaiju, but we can't simply let them attack humans.
だけど、
But
もしあのままリーゼが害獣になっていたら、君は害獣になってしまったリーゼをかわいそうだと思ったんじゃないかな。
if Liz had become a kaiju, you'd feel sympathy towards her in that state, wouldn't you?
それなら君も害獣をかわいそうだと思う僕と変わらないよね。
In that scenario, you'd end up feeling bad for a kaiju just like I do. Dun dun dun. I guess I would. I guess I would feel the same. I tried to picture what would happen if Liz really did turn into a kaiju. Poor Liz. It was too sad to think about. I find myself empathizing despite my position. I guess I can't help out how I feel. It's hard to have a firm stance on this whenever I try looking at it differently. My resolve wavers all over the place. I fell silent, unsure of what to say. Ibuki kindly dropped the subject. He didn't seem interested in forcing me to agree. Rather, he just wanted to share his own view and have me consider both sides.
真にかわいそうなのは人間と害獣どちらなんだろう。
Who's more deserving of my sympathy than kaiju or humans? Ibuki muttered under his breath. He wasn't seeking a response, but his words resonated. Who does deserve more sympathy? Innocent humans who get hurt, or kaiju who attack because they're so lonely? Both sides were victims of unfortunate circumstances. It was a tragedy. It was tragic either way. I don't know. I looked at the kaiju who resembled humans but aren't. These kaiju were all people once. What kind of lives did they live? What happened to their families and friends? It pained my heart to think about it. Regardless of the reason, humans turning into kaiju was a terrible thing. I thought about how lonely the kaiju must be. After gazing into their eyes, it was impossible to think that they had evil intent. Everything I'd thought about them had been turned upside down. I trembled, a deep sense of unease rushing over
どう
me.
したの？大丈夫？
What's wrong? Are you alright? I fell asleep apparently. I'm fine. Why did you stop the kaiju here? Why let them go get this close instead of preventing them from leaving at all?
止めるだけならそれでいいんだろうね。でも彼らの欲求を封じるだけでは不憫だから。
It'd be easy to stop them, but given their circumstances, it feels
少
cruel.
しでも人間の近くに行かせてやりたかった。
I wanted to let them get as close to humans as possible. I see. The kaiju plights and Ibuku's kindness both made me feel terribly sad. There's still so much I don't understand, but there is one thing I do know. As long as kaiju keep attacking humans and changing them into more kaiju, this vicious cycle will never break.
いや、それは違うな。
I don't agree with that. I looked at Ibuku, surprised by his sudden rebuttal. His eyes were full of pity.
怪獣が人間を襲わなかったとしても、悲しみは終わらないよ。
Even if the kaiju didn't attack humans, the cycle of misfortune wouldn't stop. What do you mean?
まだ君に教えていないことがある。答えを出すのはそれからだよ。
There's something else you have to know. The answer will come
僕
after.
も君も。
Both for you and me. What does that mean?
そろそろ帰ろう。
We should start heading home. Ibuki cut off the conversation and turned to go. He clearly didn't feel like talking anymore. Something else I have to know. I'm curious, but I don't think he's up to telling me. I was afraid of what I might find out. What other truths were going to surface. I've come this far. I can't back down now. I gotta finish what I
ど
started.
うしたの？疲れた？
What's wrong? Are you tired? No. Let's go back. It hurt to turn my back on Tada and leave again, especially when I was so close. I could never go home again. We didn't have to issue any commands to the kaiju. They just started following us. Because they mindful. They so mindful. We made it. Even though we walked back to Tao instead of running, I still felt exhausted. It was a long
疲れたみたいだね。
haul.
だから途中で僕が抱えてあげようかって聞いたのに。
You look tired. You could have accepted my offer to carry you partway. There was no need to hurry back, and I would have felt like a burden if you carried me. We're here, and that's all that matters. The walk back took so long. It was way past noon. Maybe you should have let Ibuki carry you. He is gorgeous after all. Hang on, I need to fix this so I look more like Ibuki. There we go. We were out for quite a while, and I left without saying anything to Liz. If she's woken, she's probably worried. Ibuki, I'm going to go back to my room for a bit. I want to make sure Liz is okay. As we headed back to the building where I was staying, Ibuki
そ
spoke
れな
up.
ら一緒に来て。
In that case, come with me. But I have to see Liz.
すぐだから。
You will in a moment, don't worry. Are you sure we're not about to take me on another multi-hour walk, are you?
あれ、疑うんだ。
Now you doubt
君
me.
はすぐに騙されちゃいそうで心配だったから、用心深いのはいいことだと思うよ。
I had you pegged as someone easy to fool. I'm relieved to learn that you do care about your own self-preservation. I'm in a like a foreign colony with you, with my friend. I'm pretty easy to fool. That's supposed to be a compliment. I stared at Ibuki and wondered what he actually thought of me. Ibuki beckoned, unfazed as ever by my clueless stare.
遠くには行かないからついてきて。
We won't go far. Come along. Ugh. Ibuki led me to the courtyard where we ate dinner yesterday evening. Hyuga's cooking again. I guess he really does prepare moves
やあ、
every
ヒュ
day.
ーガ。
Hyuga? Hello. Yo. I joined Ibuki in greeting Hyuga, but he just seemed annoyed by it all. At least he responded.
エブキ、お前外行ってきたのか。
Ibuki, you've been outside?
うん、ちょっとそこまで。
Yeah, not too far. I wouldn't describe that trip as not too
それ
far.
より食事をもらいたいんだけど、いいかな。
No big deal. Can we grab some
Ah.
food?
今できたところだ。
It's just ready now. Ibuki accepted 2 trays from Hyuga and held them both out to me.
はい、どうぞ。君
Here you
と
go.
リーゼの分だよ。
One for you, one for Liz. Now I realize why Ibuki had wanted to bring me here. He wanted to get food for me and Liz. He could have said so at least. Oh well. I appreciate it, Ibuki. I thanked him as I took the trays.
ここからは一人で戻れる？
Can you make it your way from here? Sure, I have the way memorized now. I'll be fine.
Hmm?
Also, thanks for providing food for us.
うん、
Sure.
どういたしまして。
Anytime. I'm heading back. I'll see you later. I returned to the room where Liz was waiting, taking care not to spill dinner. Is this dinner? This is lunch, bro. Noon. I'm back.
おかえりなさい。
Welcome back. That's not the face of a welcome back. You're awake. I snuck into the room quietly, thinking Liz might still be asleep, but she was sitting up in bed. Her cheeks had more color to them, which was a huge relief. I walked in the room, put the trays on the table, and smiled at Liz. What's up?
だって私も自然にお帰りって言っちゃったし、なんだか自分の家みたいだね。
You said I'm back, and I replied, welcome back, almost as if it was my own home. Right? That was kind of weird, huh? As Liz and I chatted, I felt myself beginning to relax. So much had happened in one day, learning about the link between Moravia and Ibuki, and the sad truth about the kaiju. I hadn't even considered how much it was weighing down on my mind until now. Are you feeling any pain? Are you sure you should be sitting up?
少し前に目が覚めたんだけど、昨日よりだいぶ気分がいいよ。
I woke up a little while ago. I'm feeling much better than yesterday.
どこに出かけてたの?
By the way, where did you take off to? I took a little walk, just poking around, getting my bearings, stuff like that. Oh, I picked us some food here. Sorry for leaving without saying anything. I thought I'd be right back. I should have left a note.
次からはぜひともそうするように。それより私、お腹空いちゃったな。
It'd be helpful next time. More importantly, I'm starving. Let's dig in. If you're hungry, that's a good sign. Let's eat together. Liz remained on the bed while I moved the table over so we could both eat. The evening's meal was delicious. Hugo really was an excellent cook. We kept exclaiming over our food as we ate. We were done with our meal in no time. Once we'd finished, Liz changed the conversation.
私、なんとなく思い出したよ。
I more or less remember what happened.
化け物みたいなのに襲われて、怪我をして、そこからの記憶は途切れ途切れ。
I was attacked by some kind of monster. I was injured, and then my mind goes
ずっ
blank.
と眠らされていた気がする。全然気持ちよくない、疲れる感じの眠りで、息が詰まる泥の中にいるみたいだった。
I slept for a long time after that, but it wasn't restful. I felt like I was being suffocated, like I was stuck in the bottom of a
そう
swamp.
したら、君が助けに来てくれたの。
Then you came and
あれ
saved
は
me.
夢かと思ってたんだけど、現実だったんだね。
I thought it was all a dream, but it turns out that it was real. It was
や
real.
っぱり。ありがとう。
I knew it. Thanks for saving me. Do you feel okay?
大丈夫だよ。でも、
I feel fine. Well, accept. Liz trailed off before hesitantly rolling up the hem of her shirt. Your stomach. There was these strange bruises. It matched the markings on the front of the kaiju. But she was given the antibodies. Should she still undergo such a drastic change? Drastic? At least looks like a tattoo. Maybe the antibody shots limited the damage but couldn't prevent the marks. It was just like Ibuki had said. Liz wasn't in danger of turning into a kaiju, but she wasn't quite human
や
anymore.
っぱり驚くよね。
So I guess that's not
気がつ
normal.
いたらこんな感じになってたの。
It was
自分
already
でも気持ち悪いなって思う。
this gross looking by the time I noticed. It makes me nauseous.
こんなものが出るなんて、私、これからどうなっちゃうのかな。
Having this on my body, it makes me wonder what'll become of me. I grabbed Liz's hands and squeezed it tight, hoping to reassure her. Liz, there's nothing gross about you. You're as awesome as ever. Please. But I was overcome with emotion and found myself at a loss for words.
もう落ち着いて。君の方が泣きそうになってるよ。
Don't be upset. Why do you look like you're about to cry? Sorry, I can't keep hiding the truth anymore, and I don't think I should. I have to tell Liz about what's going on so we can work out what we're going to do next. Please listen to me for a minute. This might be a lot to take in, but I promise it's the truth.
もうとっくに信じられないようなことの連続なんだから。君の言うことなら何を聞いても信じるよ。
Things have been pretty wild up until now. No matter what you unload on me, I think I'll be prepared to believe it. Liz's smile gave me strength, and I found myself smiling back. The monsters that attacked you, it's called a kaiju. Oh dear. I told Liz everything I knew about the kaiju and about the situation she was currently caught up in. Liz listened to me calmly and never showed me a sign of panic. Are you sure? She was mostly silent, save for the occasional question. Anyways, this kind of safe haven for kaiju, they live here together. Needless to say, we're safe here too. We're guests of the kaiju. Their boss, I guess, something like that.
そこは心配してないよ。ここは安全な場所だって君が最初に教えてくれたでしょ。
I'm not worried about my safety. You said from the start this place is safe,
私は
right?
君の言葉を信じてるから。
I trust everything you say. Liz, thank you. Liz fell silent, deep in
で
thought.
もなんで研究エリアの研究者たちは私が害獣になるのを防ごうとしてくれなかったのかな。
Do you think there's a reason the researchers at the research district didn't try to stop me from turning into a kaiju? Liz's question made me think back to that scene in the lab. I wonder, you were treated for your injuries and those seem to have mostly healed. Despite that, you and the others were put to sleep. It didn't seem like they were sated to aid them with their healing though. It's almost as if rather than trying to prevent them from becoming kaiju, you were research
研
subjects.
究材料。
Research subjects. I couldn't have worded that more delicately, but that was the stark truth of the matter, and Liz deserved to know. I recalled to Liz how the researchers treated her, how it made me feel uneasy, and why it drove me to take her away. I also explained how Ibuki saved us and that I was basically a superhero. I spilled everything. Lies were no longer necessary. Throughout my explanation, Liz remained quiet. It was almost anticlimactic how calm she was. I thought you'd be more shocked.
確かに驚いたよ。でももっと驚くことを立て続けに体験してるから。
I'm very shocked, trust me. But so much weird stuff has happened up to this point, I'm just getting used to it.
ただの噂だと思ってた害獣に実際襲われたんだから、噂で聞いていたヒーローだって実在しても当然かなって。
I thought kaiju didn't exist, but then I was attacked by one, so I guess it makes sense that superheroes are real
むし
too.
ろヒーローがいるって聞いて安心したな。害獣だけが現実でヒーローは作り話だったらそっちの方が絶望しちゃうよ。
It's a relief to know they exist actually. If they were all legend, but the kaiju were real, we'd be doomed. But I took you away from Teta, your home, and I dragged you all the way out here. I was worried Liz thought I had gone too far and meddled with more than I should have, but then Liz startled me by taking my hand.
君はずっと私のことを思って助けようとしてくれてたんだね。
Everything you've done because you care about my well-being.
助けてくれてありがとう。
Thank you for saving me. All the tension and worry I'd been carrying melted away when Liz said those words. Oops, wrong one. You're not upset with me for bringing you to this place like this?
いやも何も選択肢が他になかったんでしょ。なら仕方ないよ。
Not at all. You had no other choice, right?
君らしくないね。
There's nothing to be upset about. It's not like you had to do it to be so negative.
君が助けてくれなかったら私はとっくに理性のない害獣の仲間入りだったんだよ。
If you hadn't saved me, I would have wound up as a mindless kaiju, right?
私がこうして君と笑い合える今があるのは君の行動のおかげじゃないの。
What you did is pretty much the only reason why I'm talking and laughing with you. Oh, Liz. Tears welled up in my eyes. Liz was the one in bad shape, but here she was comforting
本
me.
当はね、寂しかったんだ。
It's because you're a kaiju. Kaijus are always lonely. I've been feeling pretty lonely. Lonely?
最近の君は大事な秘密を抱えてたよね。ヒーローをやってるなんて確かに言えないよ。
You've been keeping all these big secrets
そんなこと
lately.
想像もしなかったからさ。
You couldn't talk about being a superhero, right? I never could have imagined that's what was up.
私は君の心が手の届かない遠くに行っちゃったみたいで寂しかった。
I felt like you left me behind and gone to a faraway place. I was so
あ
sad.
の日もちょっとだけ期待しちゃって街に行こうとしてたんだ。
That's why I went into town. I was so hopeful.
君の気が変わってカフェに来てくれるんじゃないかなと思ってね。
I really thought you might change your mind and come to the cafe. I blinked, thinking back to the day Liz had been attacked. Why was Liz in town? She was headed to the cafe we were going to? I could picture Liz smiling.
まあ君が来なかったら来なかったでカフェでケーキだけ買って帰ればいいかってくらいの軽い気持ちだったけどね。
Even if you hadn't shown up, I would have bought a nice cake. That's pretty much how I envisioned it. Liz not only going to the cafe, but well, my heart swelled and I suddenly found myself hugging Liz. I'm so sorry I caused you so much
よし
worry.
よし。私は大丈夫だから。そんな泣きそうな顔しないで。
I'm super resilient. There's no need for tears, except for those times you turn into a kaiju. I care about you so, so much. I always have from
君はヒ
this
ーロ
day
ーとして
on.
シータの人たちを守って親友として私を助けてくれたんだね。
You're not only put your life on the line to protect Hedda and save me, your
すっ
friend.
ごく感謝してるよ。
I'm beyond grateful. I couldn't help but feel a little bashful at Liz's earnest, heartfelt words. You're making me blush. You already thanked me before.
感謝の気持ちは何度示したって問題ないの。
There's no level cap to gratitude.
それにしてもどうしよっか。私たちのこれからのこと考えなきゃ。
But on a more urgent matter, what now? We gotta think about our next move.
黙っていなくなったんだから、多分君はシータの中で行方不明扱いってことになっちゃってるよね。
We've left very suddenly. Everyone in Teta probably considers us missing by now. Most likely, everyone thinks we're taken away. I imagine they're worried. But we can't trust the commander. Going back doesn't seem like an option.
私なんて研究者たちにとって大事な研究材料なわけだから、シータに戻ったらたちまち捕まっちゃうだろうね。
The researchers there see me as a guinea pig. If I went back to Teta, they'd catch me and lock me up.
家族にはやっぱり会いたいけど、私が害獣に襲われた時点でもう二度と会えないことは決まってたんだね。
I really wish I could see my family, but I guess that was off the table the moment you were attacked by a kaiju. If I hadn't saved Liz, she would be a kaiju. But now she was a prime research specimen. Thinking about Liz's family makes my heart hurt, but that's nothing compared to the pain Liz must be feeling right now. Liz, I'll always be by your side.
頼もしいね。さすがヒーロー。
You're my hero and protector. I think I'm out of a job, though. I thought about the blooms inside. Well, either way, we really do need to think about what we're going to do now. Problem is, there's still a lot we don't understand. We don't even know exactly what it is the researchers want. It's hard to make choices about the future if we're in the dark.
私もそう思う。何をするにも情報は必要だね。
Yep, I agree. We need more information before we can act. I'll try talking to Ibuki. He's the one who brought us here, after all.
怪獣のボスの人だっけ。君の口ぶりだと信じていい人みたいだね。
Liz has to approve, that's fair. The guy who's the boss of the kaiju, he seems okay from what you've told me. I was surprised Liz had that impression from what I've told you.
結構わかりじゃなくて、さえ渡る親友の勘だよ。
You're easier to read than a picture book. I mean, we're so close. I could just tell. Did she just compare me to a picture book? I'll just assume she can tell that I'm thinking about because we're good friends. I went out with Ibuki earlier, actually. I just had even more questions by the end. I think Ibuki plans to tell me something like, there's more I don't know yet. I was going to ask him tomorrow. Wanna come along? Liz declined with a shake of her head.
私はまだ本調子じゃないから、ここでお留守番してるよ。
I'm not 100% yet, so it's better if I stay here. That's probably a good idea. I was happy Liz and I had a good talk. I made up my mind to find Ibuki tomorrow. Good. You're in a small colony. Supper? It's barely noon. Are you telling me you went to bed? What the heck did you guys do for 19 hours? The next day, I fetched food from Hyuga again and ate breakfast with Liz.
食事の後片付けはやっておくね。
I'll clear away the dishes. I can do that. You still need to rest up.
これくらいは平気だから。君は伊吹に話を聞きに行くんでしょ。さあさあ、早く行っておいで。
It's just like cleanup. I can handle it. You're gonna go see Ibuki today, right? Go get going. Chop chop. Alright, but promise me you'll rest if you start to feel unwell. With Liz's encouragement, I left the room and headed to Ibuki. I just hope Ibuki's home. I took a deep breath, then knocked. Ibuki, are you in there? It's me. I couldn't hear a sound. I knocked again. Nothing. I guess he's out. I feel like I'm gonna sneeze again.
わかった。困ったことがあったらいつでも声をかけて。僕はあの部屋にいるから。
I'm alive. If you need anything, let me know. I'll be in that room over there. Is that the room you went to? What happened? That's not what he said anyways. That's what he said, but I guess he has to go out sometimes. I can't expect him to stick around all day. Does Ibuki even live in that room though? Again, I found it difficult to picture that ethereal Ibuki doing mundane things like that, just hanging out in this room. Come to think of it, I was curious about Moravia's private life first too. I could never have imagined that Moravia was really Ibuki at that time. But now's not the time to dwell on that. If he's not here, maybe he went out. I left the building determined to find him. Now then, where should I start my search? I thought he might be in the courtyard where the meals are served, but I didn't see him when I went to pick up breakfast earlier, so I doubt he'd be there now. I then heard a curious grunt behind me. I turned to see a kaiju looking at me. I approached it, speaking softly. Can you tell me where Ibuki went, or Moravia, if you've seen her? I guess that was a long shot. The kaiju listened to me calmly. I reached out and gently stroked its fur. Look at us, we're touching kaijus. It then bumped its head against my head, clearly begging for more pets. Talking to a kaiju, let alone petting it, I never imagined I'd be doing this. I wasn't even scared when I walked around Tao, so I decided to take a walk around the colony and look for Ibuki at the same time. It's a bit like a scouting mission. I'll have to observe my surroundings carefully so I don't get lost. I parted from the kaiju friend and began my jaunt around the colony. It's kind of eerie wandering around a colony that has almost no one in it. Some of these buildings look like they are about to fall over, but there are still plenty that seem habitable. The kaiju sleep outdoor, but Ibuki, Hyuga, Yukonami all appear to live like humans. But if they were the only ones living that way, shouldn't the buildings in Tao be even more worn down? But they're in decent repair. Does that mean more people live out here? If there were others here, there was a good chance they weren't fully human either. If I decided to live out here the rest of my life in Tao, what would happen to my humanity? Why am I even worrying? I spied someone off in the distance standing by a building. It wasn't Ibuki or the others. Other people do live here. I flattened myself against a wall and peered at the faraway figure. I figured it was best to hide, but I can't get a good view of a person from here. Seems like they're alone though. I don't think it's someone who comes to deal with me from I don't think it's someone who's come to deal with me for siding with the kaiju, and I don't think it's a researcher either. Then I had a sudden realization. A loud gasp escaped me before I covered my mouth. It's Ro over there. I had no idea why he was here. Just seeing him left me shaken. What is Ro doing here? My doubts began to solidify. It couldn't be, could it? Luckily, he didn't seem to notice me. He wasn't looking my way at all. I'm just glad I noticed him first. I tried to calm my hammering heart as I continued to keep an eye on Ro. He seemed to have recently left a building and was now talking to someone standing by the doorway. Seems to just be a normal conversation, nothing heated or angry on it. From what I can tell, I don't think it's Ibuki or the others. There must be more people here after all. I was dying to get a better look at the stranger. I leaned out from my hiding space. Just then Ro and the stranger stopped talking and Ro turned, headed towards me. And then he saw me. Uh-oh. Ro had a rare look of surprise on his face, as if he had never expected to see me here. He had only faltered for a moment, his usual composed expression returning. His usual composed expression returned in a heartbeat. What should I do? Should I run? No, I'd never get away from him. Besides, he might know something useful, but I can't say for sure that he came alone. What if the Blooms are with him? Or if not the Bloom members, he might have the commander along with him. He and Ro do work closely together. I only had a couple of seconds to think. Well, nothing's getting done as long as we're standing here staring at each other. I squared my shoulders, checked the perimeters, and walked up to Ro cautiously. I didn't want to get too close, so I made sure to keep a safe distance. Hello? So that was you in the shadows, huh? Never expected to see you here. I could say the same for you. Strong words. How's your friend, the one you ran off with? She's fine, thank you. A wave of anxiety washed over me and an icy hand gripped my heart. Rose seems to know about how I'd taken Liz and ran from the research district. How does he know about that? If he knows, then does Kaori, the commander, and everyone else know too? When I asked to see Liz at the hospital, Ro and the commander lied to tell me no visitors were allowed there. There's a good chance he knew that Liz was about to become a kaiju. Despite that, he remained quiet. Like the commander, Ro wasn't trustworthy. What are you doing here?
俺には俺の役割があってな。
That's my own business, Ro responded with chilly and abrupt. Pretty typical Rose, not the type to give up secrets easily. I'll have to work him a little harder. Is the commander here too?
自分がここにいることがバレてないか気になるようだな。
Listen, Itachi, calm down. You want to know if your hiding place has been discovered? He got me. My heart skipped a beat. He looked so amused, but I tried to keep a calm facade and respond with a silent nod.
まさきさんが来ているのかという質問の答えはノーだ。ここには俺一人で来た。
If you want to know if Masaki's here, the answer is no. I came
お
alone.
前がここにいることはまさきさんも知っている。だからといって連れ戻そうとも思っていないはずだがな。
Masaki knows you're here, though. Despite that, he doesn't have any immediate plans to drag you back. How does the commander know I'm here? And more importantly, why doesn't he want me brought back? I felt my spirit sink. Maybe he's already given up on me. Wait a minute. If he's really given up on me, then why is Ro here? Why would Ro even come here unless he's planning to take me back or just sniff me out for good? So you're not here on official Bloom's business?
俺は任務でここにいるわけじゃない。
No, I'm not on duty right now. Then what are you doing here? Do you have any idea what this place is? Wait, I guess you do. It was impossible to miss the herds of kaiju swarming around the area that made it clear the colony was the Vector's kaiju stronghold. If you're not on duty, then why would you even need to come to a place like this?
さてどうだろうな。これ以上お前に話すつもりはない。聞いても無駄だ。
Oh, Ro. Why indeed? Anyways, I've used up all the words I have for you, so we're done talking. And with that barb, Ro turned away. I called out to him with urgency. Hey, hold on. There was one last thing I had to try and ask, even if he refused to answer. You were talking to someone, right? Who's inside the building? Ro actually stopped. He rolled his eyes and walked back
知り
towards
たけれ
me.
ば自分で尋ねてみればいい。
If you want to know, go ask them.
お前にも関わりがある。
You should talk to them anyways. And then he turned away again and walked off for good. He said, ask them, as if it's as easy as checking the weather. The very thought of questioning a stranger made me cringe. I need info, though. And if the stranger could have have a quiet conversation with Ro, then maybe it's a sign they're not hostile. It's doubtful they'd just up and attack me. I'm still nervous, but I have to try. I tentatively made my way to the building and stared at the door just then.
そこで何をしているの？
What are you up to? I heard someone call out to me. I turned to see Ibuki standing there. Ibuki, at last! Ibuki? I felt embarrassed, as if he had caught me doing something I shouldn't be doing. I looked off to the side, nervously attempting to avoid his gaze. I would guess Ibuki knows a lot about the people who live here. He might know about Ro, too.
どうしたの？難しい顔してうなってたけど。
What's up? You were mumbling and frowning to yourself. Mumbling? I was just thinking quietly to myself. I'll pass on asking him about this building's residents for now. Instead, I wanted to ask you, Ibuki, do you know anyone by the name of Tomitsuka? Ibuki blinked, surprised by my question.
富塚。あ、寮のことか。
You mean Ro? You know him?
知ってるよ。ああ、もしかして寮にあったの？
I do. Did you run into him by chance? Ibuki talked as if such a visit was routine. I simply nodded. I was shocked to learn someone from the Blooms was involved with the kaiju. So is he like allied with you?
仲間？
Allied? Does he come here often?
うん。よく来ているし、役に立つこともあるよ。
Yeah, he does. He's a big help. A big help? It sounds like Ro and Ibuki's group had some kind of mutual beneficial relationship. What do you mean by
いろ
that?
いろだよ。こまごまとした用事を引き受けてくれたり、彼が日用品を手に入れてくることもある。
He lends us a hand on occasion. He gives us valuable information and gets us supplies we need from day to day.
ほら、昨日君にあげたクラッカー。あれも確か 亮が持ってきた食料品の中に入ってたやつだよ。
Remember those crackers I gave you the other day? They were from a supply of dry goods that Ro brought us. I knew the label on the bag was familiar. Oh, I see.
他には抗体をくれたのも亮だった。
Ro got us the antibody shot too. You mean the one I gave Liz? He got that for you?
そうだよ。
Yeah. Ro was a maintenance worker who provides combat support, but he's also linked to the kaiju and has access to the antibodies. Ro seems to have so many identities. I wonder what he was truly like. We'll find out
抗
later.
体をくれたのは君であるとも言えるけどね。
Well, in a matter of speaking, actually, you're the one who provided the shot. I couldn't process what Ibuki was saying. I was. Is this another one of your riddles?
そのままの意味だよ。あの抗体は君の遺伝子をもとに亮とヒューガが作ったものなんだ。
That antibody shot was synthesized by your genes by Ro and Hyuga. My genes? That was the last thing I ever expected him to say. I froze in complete and utter shock.
ちょうどいいから君に教えたいと思っていたことを今教えるよ。
I guess it's an example of good timing. I can tell you everything. Ibuki took my hand once again and began to lead me somewhere. Where are we
行
going?
けばわかるよ。
You'll find out when we get there. Like, he's got like a hint of red in his blue eye and a hint of blue in his red eye. Like, this guy. But this
ちゃ
antibody
んと
stuff.
教えてあげるから焦らないで。
I'll tell you everything, no need to worry. I want to know what he's talking about, but I guess he won't let me know until he's good and ready to do so. I opted to remain quiet. I even allowed Ibuki to lead me by my hand again without a word of protest. I thought Ibuki was kind of a mystery, but looking at him now, I think he just likes to go about things his own way. We walked through the colony hand in hand. Ibuki seemed to be in a good mood. I think he just enjoyed walking with
いい
me.
天気だね。
Great weather, isn't it? Yeah, though that's just the dome tech. I hadn't pointed it out, the artificial weather yesterday, but I couldn't help myself now. Still, it's Ibuki. He was probably just trying to make conversation.
君は片付けって得意？
Are you the organized type? I can't follow your train of thought at all. Now that you bring it up, though, I do like to keep tidy and
そうなん
organized.
だ。偉いね。僕は片付けって苦手なんだよね。
I see. Good for you. I'm bad at it. Okay. I mumbled in reply, though I really wanted to sigh. I had no idea what he was getting at.
片付けの途中で興味がそれたり、他のことを始めちゃったりして、なかなか終わらないんだ。
Oh my god, Ibuki, you have ADHD too. I start tidying up, but then I get distracted by whatever's lying on the floor, and then I just never finish. Spoken like the chronically disorganized. If you hate doing it, then why bother cleaning in the first place?
そうしたら部屋が散らかったままになるよ。
Well, see, then I'll wind up living in a pigsty. Oh, I guess you have a point. Shoot, we are losing logic now. Are we losing logic now? I can't keep up.
それにヒューガが片付けろってうるさいんだ。雪並みもよく注意されてるよ。
Hyuga never lays off. He's always telling me to clean up. Even Yuganami gets on my case. Hyuga's really a super mom, isn't he? He cooks, cleans, and keeps you all in line. I don't know what a mom does exactly, but I have an idea from TV and books. I felt like I'd given another peek into Ibuki's life. It seemed exhausting. He made some more small talk, but Ibuki didn't offer up anything related to the topic on my mind. The antibodies, my genes, what does Ibuki plan to tell me? I needed to know, but as time passed, I became more and more scared. I felt his gaze on me. When I looked at him, he stared back into my eyes. My heart skipped from the intimacy of it all. What is it?
ただ君を見ていただけ。
Nothing. I was just looking at you. Obviously, the question is why? Does staring at me amuse you?
楽しい？どうなんだろう。
Amuse me? I
で
wonder.
も嬉しい気分にはなるよ。ずっと見ていても飽きないから楽しいってことなのかな。
Oh god, this guy. It just makes me happy to look at you. I could do it all day and never get tired. I guess that's kind of amusing, huh? You're sure odd, Ibuki. I smiled wearily. Was he really that out there, or was it just an act? I had no idea. I I felt more sets of eyes on me. I turned and saw a nearby herd of kaiju watching us. They stood and blinked completely docile, showing no signs of moving on. The kaiju are really relaxed.
今のところはそうみたいだね。
They certainly seem so, don't they? I'd hoped they were going to talk more. If only they could always be this calm and placid. I know they're lonely for people, but if they could just stay away from Teta, it'd be so much better for both of them and us. Maybe I could ask Ibuki to prevent the kaiju from going near Teta. That might be impossible, though.
君は害獣に興味があるの？
Are you interested in the kaiju? Huh? Well, in a way.
さっきから熱心に見てたよね。
We keep staring at them intently. Of course, I was interested in kaiju, but not in the way Ibuki was likely thinking.
おいで。こっちの方がよく見えるから。
I will see them better from over here. Ibuki led me to a large tree nearby. We stood in front of its trunks.
この上からならよく見えるよ。
Climb this, you'll get a great view. So we're climbing trees now? Never tried it, but if I use my powers...
行くよ。じっとしていて。
Here we go. Hold still. What? Ibuki suddenly grabbed me in his arms and lifted us into the air. He moved so sudden, I didn't have time to fully cry out. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. I could have climbed it myself,
で
you
も
know.
こうする方が早いと思って。
Yeah, but this way is faster. Oh, I hit the wrong one. Ibuki's chose a thick branch and sat me down. Thankfully, it seemed very sturdy, so it was unlikely to break and spill me onto the ground. I clung onto the trunk as I tried to shift into a comfortable position. Ibuki gently put his hand on my back. His touch was strong and reassuring.
僕がこうしているから安心して。
Just relax, I'm right here. He casually slid in closer until I could feel his breath on my ear. My cheeks feel like they're on fire. I don't think this is just plain embarrassment. Either way, Ibuki's words soothed me and I was able to relax. Thank you. Ibuki smiled at me, then turned his focus on the kaiju on the ground.
見てごらん。みんな好きなところでのんびりくつろいでいるよ。
Still not over the fact that she's just wearing her school uniform all the time. Look at them. They're free, just living the best life they possibly can. Yeah, it looks very peaceful.
ここは害獣たちいる通りなんだ。
Kaiju find this spot pretty relaxing. I see. There are definitely a lot of them gathered in this area. There were kaiju everywhere I looked, both below us and strolling in the distance. The tree was perfect vantage point for watching them, even better than a building. Don't the kaiju wind up fighting when they're living this close
害
together?
獣同士の喧嘩か。ないとは言い切れないけど、僕は見たことがないな。
Fighting among themselves? Well, I can't say it's never happened, but I've never seen any display of aggression. It's pretty amazing. I was honestly impressed. When a lot of humans gather in one place, squabbles are inevitable. They have no sentience and live by instinct, but they're more peaceful than human. My sudden realization both surprised and baffled me. I guess they really are peaceful creatures. Maybe Ibuki affection for the kaiju is starting to rub off on me. Ibuki gazed at the
僕は
kaiju.
ここからの木が好きなんだ。
I love the
君にも
view
この
from
場
up
所を気
here.
に入ってもらえたみたいでよかったよ。
It makes me happy that you seem to like it as much as I do. It's a good spot. Kaiju watching is nice. I gazed up into the distance. Suddenly, Ibuki shot me a serious
害
look.
獣たちを見てどう思う？
What's your thought of the kaiju? What do you mean?
こうして見ていると害獣たちはこの風景にすごく馴染んでいると思わない？
What do you think when you see them here? Don't they look like they're at home? I considered the implications of Ibuki's question. Dun 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 dun. We're in chapter 3. Hang on. Flow chart. Got all my pictures. Pink means he kind of likes me. Stats. 37%. This boy doesn't act like he likes me. 37%. Why do you think when you see them, don't they look like they're at home? They look normal? It looks like they're living ordinary lives. I wasn't sure what Ibuki meant by at home. Whatever he saw, I couldn't see it, so I just answered him honestly. They look normal, peaceful, yeah. They look natural. It's almost as if the kaiju have somehow always belonged to this colony, like this is the way things should go.
やっぱり君もそう感じるんだね。
So you feel it too. I knew it. He seemed pleased with my answer and leaned forward excitedly.
でもコロニーの中よりも外にいる方がもっと自然な感じがしない？
But don't you think their natural behavior shows outside the colony? I frowned. My idea of natural was clearly different from Ibuki's.
普通の人間がコロニーの外に出られないことは知っているよね。
Regular people can't leave their colonies, you know that much, right? Of course.
人間が出られないコロニーの外でも害獣たちは普通に生きていける。
Humans have to stay in their colonies, but kaijus can live outside them
そう考
freely.
えると、この世界の環境は人間たちではなく害獣たちにこそ適していると思わない？
Ibuki, look, you're really hot. I understand. I just don't know if I'm okay with like snuffing out the entire world for you just because of this logic you have. Would you think when you think about it that way, wouldn't you agree that this world is better suited for kaijus than its humans? It took me a moment to process what Ibuki was saying, but his words soon sank in. There's a frightening thought. Why would he say that? Think like that? Ibuki's eyes were full of sorrow, much like we'd been earlier this morning. His words scared me. My ease was proof that his beliefs were at odds with my true beliefs. I was worried that if Ibuki kept talking, he'd say something terrible, something that would change me when I heard it. The bad vibes I was getting kept me from giving his question a thoughtful response. I fell silent and he looked at me from the corner of his eye.
君はもう少しこちら側に近いと思っていたけど、そういうわけでもなさそうだね。
I thought you saw things from our side, but I guess I was wrong. What does he mean by that? I felt my heartbeat speed up. It seemed as though my bad feelings were
自
justified.
分のことを思い出してみて。君が超能力を使っているときは、コロニーの外に
Oh dear, I don't know if that's my Elgato. Think about it this way. Your superpowers allow you to survive outside the
それ
colony.
はつまり人間よりも害獣に近い存在っていうことなんだ。
In other words, you're more like a kaiju than a human. More like a kaiju. I forced myself to overcome my unease and consider what Ibuki was saying. I'm like a kaiju because my powers make it possible to survive outside the colony. That's kind of extreme take. I'm not the only person like this, though. Why me? You've always been seeking me out. Is it because I'm kaiju-ish, like you say? I'm not the only person with powers. You could have picked any of the blooms, so why me?
僕が君にこだわるのかい？もちろん理由があるんだよ。
Why you? Well, I have my reasons, of course.
僕たちは昔会ったことがある。君は覚えていないと思うけれどね。
Because we used to live in a lab together. What? Alright. We met a long time ago. I doubt remember it though. Somehow hearing that I'd met Ibuki before was even more shocking than the kaiju
僕と
thing.
君には縁がある。それが君をここへ連れてきた理由だよ。
We have a connection, you and I. That's why I brought you out here. When did we meet?
君が生まれてすぐ。
Moments after your birth. After my birth? Have you met my mom and dad
ある
too?
よ。
I have. I knew nothing about my parents. I had no idea what they were like. They were just blank places in my memory, but in front of me was someone who knew me. I was suddenly filled with a burning desire to learn more.
君の両親は特別な存在だった。それと同じように君も
Your
特
parents
別
were
な子なんだ。
special people. It only makes sense that they'd have a special child. How? Both me and my parents? Where did Ibuki meet them anyways? If he met my parents when I was born, then he must have also been from Teta. Wait, how old is he? We've already had a 6-year age gap. How much older could he be than her? He's not 100. And he wouldn't have been a child. He would have been a child back then too, provided he's not immortal or something. Special how exactly? I had so many questions I couldn't decide which to ask first. I ended up blurting out the first one that came to my mind.
僕は君のことがずっと気になっていた。
That's not right. I've always been very interested
で
in you.
も、君という人間をはっきり意識するようになったのは、ブル
But
ームズのメンバーになってからだよ。
I zeroed in on you when you became a member of the Blooms. Ibuki gave me a warm look. It remained silent and waited for him to continue.
僕と君の両親はシータの研究所で知り合った。彼らは僕と似た境遇でありながら、僕とは全く別の運命をたどったんだ。
I met your parents in the lab in Teta. Our circumstances were similar, but they had a much different fate
そ
in
んな
store.
彼らは僕にとって特別な存在だった。だから、その子供である君のこともどう育っているか気にかけていたんだ。
They were very special to me, so I've always been interested in seeing how you, their child, were growing up.
でも、それだけだった。僕は君が健やかに育ってくれていれば、それでよかったんだ。
I just checked in though. You were being raised with care, and that's all that mattered. Ibuki's tone suggested that he had been wrong for having that frame of
と
mind.
ころがある時、君がブルームズのメンバーに加わった。驚いたよ。まさか君とそんな形で再会するなんて。
But then you were drafted into the Blooms. I was shocked. I never thought that's how we'd meet
君
again.
がブルームズに加わるきっかけを調べてみたら、害獣に襲われた際、超能力に目覚めたということを知った。
I looked into the reason why you were recruited, then I learned about your powers awakening after a kaiju
これ
attack.
はすごいことだよ。やっぱり君は特別な子だったんだって僕はすぐに確信した。
I was amazed and knew then that you were special without a doubt. Is it that unusual for someone to gain superpowers after a kaiju attack? The commander explained things when I joined the Blooms, but didn't act like my awakening was a very big deal. Wait a minute. Even as I spoke, I realized something odd. I just accepted everything I had been told without question. I never even thought to challenge a single sentence. When I thought about things now, I was aware of how much I overlooked.
本当に気がつかないの？周りにこれだけ害獣がいるのに。
Look at how many kaiju are here. That should answer you. Those kaiju were once humans. If Liz's kaiju-induced injury hadn't been treated, she would have turned into one of
害
two.
獣に襲われた人間は害獣になるんだよ。でも、君はならなかった。
As you know, humans who are attacked by kaiju turn into one, but you didn't.
そんな人間はほとんどいないんだ。
People like you don't happen often. Everything clicked into place. I finally realized what I had been overlooking. I was injured by a kaiju, but I never turned into one. What does it mean? The antibodies. I must have been given the same shot at Liz at some point, then why? I blurred my theory as soon as it popped into my head, as if saying it made true, but Ibuki wasn't about to
あれ
humor
は
me.
君の特異性に気がついた僕が、リョウとヒューガに頼んで、君の遺伝子から作ってもらったものだよ。
Once I realized you were different, I recruited Ro and Hyuga to help me synthesize your antibodies using your
そも
genes.
そもあの時点では、この世に存在していなかった。
Up until that point, we had nothing like it, nothing, not anywhere in the world. Ibuki didn't falter as he plainly laid out the facts at the heart of all of my questions. So what am I? A kaiju attacked me, but I didn't turn into one. Instead, the attack awakened my powers. I mumbled my thoughts out loud, and suddenly it felt like I was some kind of horrible mutant. I was terrified. It was terrifying to
君
consider.
というか、僕や雪並み、それにブルームズにいる何人かは、研究所で生み出された実験体のようなものだよ。
You, myself, Yukonami, and all the members of the Blooms were akin to a test subject. We were born in a
正
lab.
確には、君の場合は、君の両親が実験体だった。
But in your case, your parents were the subjects. My parents were test subjects? It didn't make any sense, and yet it all sounded terrible in my mind. What are you telling me?
真実だよ。実験体だった君の両親は、我が子に自分たちと同じ運命をたどらせたくなくて、研究者たちから君を隠した。
Nothing but the truth? Your parents were test subjects and they didn't want you to suffer the same torment. So they hid you from the researchers.
でもブルームズのメンバーになったことで、君は再び元の運命に戻ってきてしまったと言えるね。
But your fate was set back on track when you became a member of the Blooms. I couldn't believe what he was saying. My grip on the branch tightened, turning my knuckles white. I don't believe it. I was told my parents there were researchers who worked in the research district. I repeated the story I'd heard from Uncle Yashima, desperately wanting to still be true. But if my parents truly were researchers, there might mean they played a part in making the kaiju, or were directly responsible for them. The simple bit of logic seemed to have slipped my mind, or perhaps I preferred not to think about it. They were just normal researchers. My voice was weak and unconvincing. I was surprised to even hear it come out of me.
誰かから聞いただけの情報をどうして信じられるの？
How can you so readily accept secondhand
君は今
information?
信じていた現実から乖離した出来事のただ中にいるのに。
Even now, when your current circumstances are so far removed from what you believed
自
in,
分の目で見て体験したこと以上に信じられることなんてあるのかな？
so you can follow ideals for things you have never seen and experienced directly. I mean, I was at a loss for words. I fell completely silent, and Ibuki resumed speaking.
人間たちは長年コロニーの外で生き残るための研究を行っていた。
Humans have been conducting research on how to live outside the colonies for
人
years.
間が生存で環境を改善しようとする試みもあったらしいけど、
They ran
結局
endless
うまくいかなかったみたいだね。
experiments in hoping of improving the conditions of the environment, but all ended in failures.
さまざまな研究が失敗に終わっていく中で、今度は視点を変えて環境ではなく人間を変える研究にシフトしていった。
In the midst of their many failures, the researchers decided it was time to shift focus from changing the world to changing humanity itself.
表向きはコロニーの外の環境改善プロジェクトを継続しているふりをして、その裏では別の研究が行われていたんだ。
The public was told that the new projects were being conducted to make the outside world habitable, but the truth was kept very
過酷な
secret.
環境下でも生きられる人間を生み出す研究をね。
They were trying to engineer humans capable of living in those harsh environments.
僕
Your parents, Yukonami, myself, we were all born from that project. The way the researchers acted, it all made sense now that I knew the truth about the kaiju. How many others like us are there?
さあ、わからないな。少なくとも僕が知るだけでも数えきれないほどいるよ。
I don't know for sure, but if I had to take an educated guess, I'd say countless.
僕たちは成功例として崇められたけれど、何しろ手探りの研究だったからね。失敗することの方が多かった。
We were success stories, but conducting these experiments were like groping for answers in the dark. There were too many failures to count.
そういう多くの実験体は失敗例として廃棄されていったよ。
And all the failed experiments were
大
disposed
勢
of.
ね。
An unfathomable amount thrown away. Okay. I might put my headphones because I'm seeing it drop off only on my audio, but not on the game audio. Ibuki's words were heavy. I followed his gaze and saw several kaiju converging under the trees looking up at us. When did they all gather here? Are they drawn to human voices too? No, wait. All the pieces of the puzzles I'd received from Ibuki suddenly circled into place, forming a clear picture. Oh no. I let out a gasp when realization hit me. These kaijus? They were all failed test experiments. All right, my sound just went out, so I'm going to BRB and see if I can fix it since this is the third time it's happened. One moment. Alright, let's see.
害獣に襲われた人間の数にしては、ここにいる害獣は数が多すぎると思わない？
Does the sheer numbers of kaiju here make sense when you consider how many humans have been attacked by them? Ibuki didn't confirm or deny, but his response made it clear. I'd stumbled on the right answer. I shuddered at the sinister implications of the truth. A cold bead of sweat trickled down my back.
自分たちが住むシータのすぐ近くに廃棄するのは何かと問題が多いから、遠く離れたこのタウにわざわざ捨てたんだよ。
They couldn't ditch their failures too close to Teta, so they drove them as far away as possible here, to Tao.
殺処分にしなかった理由はわからない。まだ利用価値があると考えたのかな。
I'm still not sure when they weren't simply disposed of. Maybe they still have a purpose.
少なくとも研究者たちに良心の呵責があったから生かしておいたというわけじゃないだろうね。
In any case, I doubt the researchers let them live here in peace out of the goodness of their hearts. Ibuki had clearly left something unsaid, but I could fill in the blanks myself now. But they have to kill the kaiju who return and attack Teta. In other words, the researchers made the kaiju and then they made us to exterminate as needed. I prayed Ibuki would smile and tell me it was a bad joke, but I knew that was wistful thinking.
実際に命じていたのはもっと上の人間だと思うけど、その通りだよ。
I believe the order came from much higher up, but essentially yes.
どちらにせ
This
よ、
guy, I can't
人
keep
間
this
は
on my
自分の手
shoulders.
で害
He's
獣を生み出して
amazing and he can
自
just
分の
wear
手で
things.
葬るという矛盾を続けていたことに変わりはないね。
Either way, humans created the kaiju, and they are also the ones who exterminated them. Those are the facts.
そんなことをして何の意味があるのか、僕にはさっぱりわからないんだ。
I don't know what their end goal is. I have no idea either. None of this made any sense, but I can't just sit on the sidelines while I continued on. From my birth to the things I did while I was a member of the Blooms, I've been caught up in this my whole life. I had no idea, but I still made people suffer. My thoughts threatened to overwhelm me, and the world around me started to grow dark. I forced myself to take a deep breath. Now I get why you brought me here, Ibuki. You want me to be viewing kaiju while you told me the truth, right? You wanted me to sympathize with their plight. I gave voice to the possibility that had popped in my head, but Ibuki shook his head.
僕はただ君に決めてもらいたいだけだよ。
No, I just wanted you to see and decide for yourself.
さっきも言ったけれど、僕は研究の失敗作として切り捨てられた害獣たちの方がこの世界に馴染んでいると思うんだ。
Like I said earlier, I think the kaiju deserve the world. They may be failed test subjects, but they're the best suited to live in these conditions.
だって害獣たちはコロニーの外でも生きていけるんだから。
They don't need to be confined in colonies. They can adapt to the outside world. I heard enough, but Ibuki wouldn't stop talking.
むしろコロニーの中でしか生きられない。外の環境に順応できなかった人間の方こそこの世界に馴染んでいないように思えない？
Humans can't survive in the natural world. They can only live within a colony's walls. That makes them the odd ones out, don't you think?
そう考えると、この世界で生きていくべきは人間じゃなくて害獣なんじゃないかと思うんだけど。
When you look at things logically, you can see why kaiju deserve the world and not humans. At least that's what I think.
君はどう思う？
What do you think? If I say I think they deserve it, he's gonna end the world. Is this a... We're still in 3-1. Let's see, does this have a bad ending? Let's check our flow chart. Not my options, my flow chart. I bet if I say it, he's like, alright, it's done, we did it, and then the world ends. Okay, let's see. I think the kaiju. Let's go with kaiju. Kaiju, I think. I didn't like my answer, but after hearing everything Ibuki had to say, how could I say anything other conclusion? Only I didn't want to give up on humanity. I want a world where humans and kaiju can live peacefully alongside each other. But just as I was about to finish my thought, Ibuki squeezed my
君
hand
もそう思うん
firmly.
だね。害獣の方こそがこの世界で生きるべきなんだって。
He's just waiting. He's just like that close to snapping and killing the world. I love him so much. You and I feel the same way. The kaiju are the true inheritors of
む
this
しろ
world.
かわいそうなのは人間の方なのかもしれない。だって、コロニーの中でしか生きられないひ弱な存在なんだ
I
か
mean,
ら。
he looks so happy. How can you deny him what he really wants? It's the humans that deserve pity. After all, they're stunted animals who can't live outside their colonies. What? I felt the blood drain from my
でも、
face.
安心していいよ。僕は人間も見捨てたりしない。
Please don't worry. I have no intention to discard humankind entirely. I desperately wanted the conversation to stop. Wait, but Ibuki wasn't slowing down.
僕に任せて。僕なら人間を害獣にすることができる。
I can handle this. I'm more than capable of turning every human into a
そうす
kaiju.
れば、コロニーなんかに閉じこもらなくても、みんなが自由に生きていける。この世界に受け入れられるんだ。
That way, everyone can live freely. No one can be confined behind walls of some colonies. The world will open up and accept us all.
君の答えを聞けてよかったよ。
I'm so happy you told me your point of view. You're not listening. Stop for a second. It was too late. In that moment, I realized I'd made a terrible mistake and I could never take it back. It was all over. I never stopped repenting for my grave sin. What should I have said? What could I have done differently on that dark day? One thing, at least, will be very clear. I made a very poor choice. That was the only certainty. My careless words sparked humanity's end. If one word brings about the end of the world, I'm gonna tell you right now,
戻って。
it's not you, bro. Okay. Alright.
君はどう思う？
Oh no, my backlog's gone. What do you think? I still don't know. Well, I still don't quite know. My intuition told me not to say anything definitive, so my answer was vague. The question seemed to have a huge chasm running through it.
じっく
It reeked of conflict. You really want to think it over, huh? Yeah, that's probably for the best. Why are my opinions so important to you?
君が僕にとって特別な子だから。
Because you're special to me. Hang on, this is beautiful. He's so pretty. I've always been charmed by Ibuki and Moravia's beautiful smile. It was irresistible. But right now, something about that smile made me uneasy.
君がどちらの結論に至っても僕は構わないよ。君の思うようにすればいい。
I'm gonna say you're a liar. I'm gonna say when you thought I agreed with you, you were extremely happy. So that indicates that you do care and it does matter to you, Ibuki. I saw a much graver timeline 5 seconds ago that told me differently. Back to the story. Whatever your answer is, it doesn't matter to me. I think you should go with your gut.
僕は人間のことも害獣のことも嫌いじゃないからね。
Not true. I have nothing against either of them, neither human nor kaiju. Alright, Buki is... I looked at him and understood when you got past his otherworldly air and facade of mystery, a pure, uncomplicated monster lurked underneath. His existence defied human comprehension. It was no wonder he made me so uneasy. I shouldn't say too much in front of him. I'd let my guard slip, but I was alert again. I had to choose my answer carefully. Very carefully. Ibuki seemed deep in thought, but I couldn't get a read on him. I spoke up, my voice trembling. If that was the case, how would you react if I did say the kaiju deserve this world more than humans? I regretted my question the moment I said it, but I couldn't keep my mouth shut.
決まっているよ。人間たちをすべて害獣にするんだ。
That's easy. I would turn all the humans into kaiju.
そうすれば、この世界で生きたいっていう人間たちの願いも叶うしね。
If humans are so determined to live freely in this world, well, I'd be granting them their wish, right? I felt a shiver go down my spine, but Ibuki just shrugged. Ibuki's powers, his love for kaiju, it was easy to see that he had what he needed to make his suggestion a reality. He's actually serious. Ibuki looked like a human. He talked like a human. I'd been fooled into believing he had a human interest at heart. But there was nothing human about him. Ibuki wasn't a man. He was a monster. And I didn't want to be anywhere near him. I suddenly had this strong urge to flee, to get far away from this place as quickly as possible.
どうしたの?
What's
顔
wrong?
色が良くないよ。
You look pale. I mean, let's be real with yourself. Let's see what happens. Right, could this end twice? It has one bad ending. We can't have another bad ending right here. I mean, we could, I guess. Ibuki's scaring me. Maybe his way of thinking is logical if you look at it from the kaiju side, but logical doesn't always equal correct. I knew I was being inconsistent, but right now I needed to put emotion before logic. Even if what humans are doing is wrong, Ibuki's way of thinking lacks perspective. I spent my entire life as a human, and I grew up among them. I can't condone them so easily. I listened to my gut and shifted away from Ibuki. He frowned, seeming surprised by the move.
どうかした?
What's wrong? I have to go. Desperate to get away from Ibuki, I transformed and leaped down from the tree. Luckily, Ibuki made no attempt to move at all. He didn't even seem interested in following me. I had to get out of here before he changes his mind. I didn't look back as I hurried, but I could feel his eyes burrowing into my back. I need to get back to Liz. As I ran, my head whirled with confused thoughts. Ibuki's way of thinking frightened me, and I couldn't understand what he meant by trying to make me pick a side. He did help me rescue Liz, but coming here might have been a terrible mistake. We can't stay. I need to get away from his before he wins me over with another sermon, but how? You're dying here, girl. I ran as if my life depended on it, satisfied I'd put a decent amount of distance between us. I stopped to catch my breath. All the exertion seemed to dislodge something in my head. Something suddenly felt clearer. It's too dangerous to be around Ibuki, but I don't see how we can leave immediately with Liz's condition still as bad as it is. I'll take a step back and monitor the situation while avoiding Ibuki as much as possible. He wants me to pick a side, so I doubt he'll try to start anything until I actually give him an answer. I need to stay calm and wait for my chance to make a run for it. I gotta stay strong to protect Liz. Alright. Alright. I returned to the room where Liz was waiting and explained what had just happened. Everything Ibuki and I had discussed, the air of danger in his words, my desires to escape. I told her about my plan to wait until she was strong enough to travel, and then the two of us would leave the colony for good. Liz immediately understood. I'm sorry I was the one who dragged you out here in the middle of nowhere, and now I want us to escape.
いいよ、謝らないで。君が私のために頑張ってくれてることはよくわかってるから。
Don't apologize. I know everything you've done here is for my sake. Liz and I decided to stay a while longer and wait for an opportunity to flee. Bum bum. Bum bum. Bum bum. Then started the next day. I tried my best to
これ
avoid
から一緒に
Ibuki.
出かけない?
Would you like to go outside together?
近くにすごく景色のいい場所があるんだ。ぜひ君にも見せてあげたくて。
There's some great scenery nearby that I'd love to show you. Okay, Ibuki, let's go. Sorry, I have somewhere else I want to go today. This is not fair. I should decide.
そうなの? だったら僕も付き合うよ。
In that case, I'll go with you. I'd prefer to go alone. Thanks. Don't worry about it.
そう。よくわからないけど、僕の手が必要になったら声をかけて。
I'm not sure what's wrong, but let me know if you need any help. Thanks. I knew I was giving him the cold shoulder, but luckily Ibuki didn't seem too bothered. I hope my actions was okay. It's harder than I thought to evade him without making it obvious I'm avoiding him. I snuck out while Ibuki was distracted and started looking for my destination, the house Ro was visiting yesterday. I had no idea who lived there, but I wanted to try and get some kind of information from them. I remember it being around here somewhere. There it is, the building over there. That was the spot where I saw Ro talking to someone. I wanted to see who lived there, but I hesitated, and then Ibuki interrupted me. But the second I started staring towards the building...
Yeah.
Hi. Why is Ibuki here? I will never have a problem with Ibuki showing up. I turned to see Ibuki standing there, nonchalant as always.
こんなところで何しているの?
What are you doing out here? I was just taking a walk. I was looking for places that might be good for Liz's rehabilitation when she can get up. He couldn't know the truth. I had to lie.
なるほどね。それなら、あっちに歩きやすい道があるから案内するよ。
In that case, there's a nice easy path over there. I'll show it to you. Ibuki reached casually for my hand, but I yanked it away and stepped back.
Oh.
You'll show it to me? Thanks. Is it that way? I did not want him touching my hand, so I started walking at a fast pace, wanting to get some distance between us. Girl! How'd it get nighttime? Oh my god. One evening, a few days later. Dun 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 dun.
美味しそうな匂いだね。今日のメニューはカレーかな?
Something smells good. What's on the menu tonight? Curry?
いいスパイスが手に入ったんでな。
Oh, nice. I love curry. Heck yeah. Let's have curry. I got a hold of some good spice. I was actually craving Korean food the other day, which I think the curry company that I had in Korea was actually a Japanese one, but it was delicious. I got a hold of some good spices.
お先に食べてるよ。
We went ahead and started eating already.
あれ? 彼女はここに来てないの?
She's not here yet.
二人分持ってさっき帰ったぜ。部屋で食べるってな。
Oh no, this is Beauty and the Beast now, except the Beast is gorgeous. Already left, took enough for two. She said she was going to eat in her room.
そう。
Oh.
なんかいぶき元気ない?
You okay, Ibuki? You seem down.
別にそんなことはないよ。
I'm fine, only.
なんとなくなんだけど、最近彼女に避けられてるような気がするんだ。
Recently, it feels like she's avoiding me for
あ
some
まりちゃ
reason.
んと話してくれないし、すぐに目をそらされるし。
She won't have a conversation with me and she won't look me in the eye.
じゃあ、避けられてるんじゃねえの?
Sounds like classic avoidance behavior.
やっぱりそうなのかな?
You think so too?
うわ、いぶきがへこんでる。珍しい。
Ibuki has a sad. I've almost never seen that.
ほら、そこではしゃぎな。
どうして避けられるんだろう。僕は何かしたのかな?
Did I do something wrong? I just said I wanted to, turn all the humans into kaiju, and that I could do it, and that I had enough power to do it, and that her decision would decide that. Is that crazy? Why would she be avoiding me? Did I do something wrong?
知らねえが、食うならとっとと食え。あと、あいつのことが気になるなら、しばらく様子でも見りゃいいだろう。
I sure as hell don't know. Just eat before it gets cold, and if you're so concerned, why not take a step back and watch her for
そ
a
のう
bit?
ち、何か話すきっかけができるかもしれねえぞ。
At some point, you'll find the right moment to swoop in and ask her what's up.
きっかけ。確かにそうだね。
Right moment. You might be onto something.
ヒューガ、ありがとう。まさかこんなに役に立つアドバイスを聞けるとは思いもしなかったよ。
I never expected to get some useful advice.
なんでそこでお前が威張るんだ?
What are you
しかも
getting
伊
at?
吹のそれ。
What are you getting all excited about? Was that mean to be a compliment, Ibuki?
様子を見るか。つまり見守るってことだね。
Just watch her. Just watch her. Just observe her for a while, right? Yeah.
明日からは彼女に無理に近づかないで少し離れて見守ることにしてみるよ。
Starting tomorrow, I'll give her some space, but I'll stick to the shadows.
頑張れいぶき。あとカレーおかわり。ヒューガ。
You can do it, Ibuki. And Hyuga, another bowl of curry. It's that.
たく、うまいんならうまいって言いやがるってんだ。
If it's that good, you could just tell me. Gosh. Unaware of the conversation by the fire, I carried the dinner trays back to the room. I'm back! I got dinner!
ありがとう。ってなんか疲れた顔してない？
Are you okay? You look pretty tired. I'm okay. Just a lot on my mind, I guess. Getting food requires me to be on high alert. I have to fetch it early to avoid Ibuki, but dash back so I don't run into him. I just hope I can keep at this up. I need to avoid Ibuki until Liz's strength returns. I sat down in a chair nursing that hope when Liz spoke up.
ねえねえ、そういえばここ何日か昼間よくどこかに出かけてるよね。何してるの？
For the past few days, you've been going out in the afternoons, right? What do you get up to do when you're out? Ah, right. I guess I'm scouting around, stuff like that, you know. Actually, I'd been looking for a secluded area to practice my skills just in case I need to use them. I still can't hold my powers steady, but I've kept that quiet so I don't worry Liz. Never mind that. Let's eat up before the food gets
そうだ
cold.
ね。いただきます。
You're right. Let's dig in. Weird. The next day, I snuck off to a private area to get some training done. I glanced around to make sure no one else was present. This spot should do it for today. I didn't want Ibuki to track me down, so I'd been switching my location whenever I went out to train. I think my psychokinesis has gotten a lot stronger since I started training. I was still bothered by how difficult it was for me to carry Liz when I first brought her to Tao. With my current strength, running like that would be impossible. I need to get much, much stronger. I focused in on a rock lying on the ground and tried to levitate it with my mind. I'll raise it up nice and high, then slowly move it over, and I practiced by picking up chunks of debris and holding them in the air as steady as possible. And now what I need, my eyes fell on a particularly large chunk of debris that was blocking the street. It looked like it could have been a wall once. Let me try moving that. I've never attempted to levitate anything that hefty before, so it should be great for my training. I just picture Star Wars. Oh man, this is Rey. Besides, if I get it out of the way, it'll help the kaiju move more freely too. Lift, lift. I focused my psychokinesis powers in one spot. The debris shifted and slowly rose up with a crunch. It's working. I just need to keep steady and move it slowly. A nearby kaiju suddenly made a noise, breaking my concentration. My psychokinesis faltered, and all at once I felt the rumble crushing weight. Panicked, I tensed up and suddenly The sudden jolt caused the chunk of rumbles to shatter into pieces. One particularly large fragment hurled at me. It's gonna hit me. I closed my eyes, bracing for impact, when nothing hit me, and when I opened my eyes, I saw the chunk suspended in midair and never came near me. What the...
危ないところだったね。
It was a close one. Ibuki. My heart hammered when I saw him. I'd been working so hard to avoid him, and here he was. But it should be fine. I was just strengthening my powers. I just hope he doesn't realize I'm training up for our escape. Ibuki lowered his raised hand, allowing the chunk of debris to come to a gentle rest on the ground.
大丈夫だった？
Are you alright? Thanks, I'm fine. I looked away, not wanting to give him a chance to see how flustered I was.
さっきは集中が乱れたみたいだったけど、何かあったの？
Seems you lost your concentration for a second. Did something happen? A kaiju stepped on a block and the noise distracted me. I lost my concentration for a nanosecond and think I overcompensated by crushing the debris instead of lifting it.
ああ、なるほど。君が最初にサイコキネシスで移動させたあのブロックが原因か。
I see. So it all happened because of that block you lifted with your psychokinesis, huh? You saw that too? I moved the block a few minutes ago, so I had no idea how Ibuki knew I had done that.
たまたまだよ。
I just happened to be around.
何にせよ、君に怪我がなくてよかった。でも、こんなところで何をしてたの？ 一人でサイコキネシスを使ったりして。
I'm happy you aren't hurt, but why are you playing around with your psychokinesis out here all by yourself? I was training, I'm working on building up my powers. I went ahead and said it. He already knew what I was doing, so hiding it was useless. Besides, it's not like training itself is suspicious.
超能力の特訓?
You're training your powers? Ibuki gave me a curious look. I nodded. I'd been thinking about how I wanted to improve even if I'll never be as good as you.
あれ特訓だったのか。そういえば研究所にいた頃、雪並みとか似たようなことやらされてたな。
So that was training. Yukinami and the other test subjects were made to do something similar back in the test lab. Yukinami trained too then. But the way Ibuki phrased that sentence made it sound like he's never trained himself.
この頃君は僕を避けているのかと思ったけど、もしかしてこっそり超能力の特訓をしていたの？
I thought you were avoiding me, so all this time you've been training alone. He noticed I'd been avoiding him. Well, of course he did. I kept rejecting his invitations to hang out. I'm shy, so I wanted to keep it private. So I'm going to resume training now. Could I be left alone, please? I was trying to gently push him away, but Ibuki wasn't good at taking hints.
どうして？
Why? I'll be nervous if you watch.
だけど僕がアドバイスした方が早く上達するかもしれないよ。
If I stay and give you advice, you'll improve that much
君の
faster.
特訓のやり方は無駄が多くて、見ていてもったいないって思ったんだ。
You're training the wrong aspect of your power. From my point of view, you're wasting effort.
どうせやるならもっと効率よく鍛えた方がいいと思わない？
If you're going to train, don't you think it makes sense to do it as effectively as possible? I guess. I get what he's saying, but I'm scared. When he pressed me to make that decision, I realized his way of thinking is foreign to me. The fear I carried from that encounter was still fresh. At the same time, I could appreciate that his intentions towards me were nothing but friendly. My goal is to get Liz out of here, but I have no idea how to survive. I need to get stronger, and I can't afford to be picky about my methods. If I have to take advantage of someone's goodwill, then I'll just do what I have to do. Alright, will you be my teacher?
もちろんだよ。誰かの先生になるなんて初めてだな。
Certainly, but this is admittedly the first time I've taught anyone. Ibuki looked genuinely pleased. If I twinge of guilt, but I quickly tampered it down. Ibuki came to stand beside
いいかい？
me.
君はすごくいい素質を持っている。でもそれを使いこなせていない。力の出し方に無駄が多いんだ。
Alright, your aptitude is great. You're just struggling with execution. You're wasting too much energy when you release your power. I waste energy?
無意識だろうけど、君はいつも必要以上の超能力を出そうと力んでしまっている。実際に必要な力は少なくてよくてもね。
You keep releasing more power than you actually need. You can get by with much less.
そうすると、今度は力をセーブする方に神経を使うことになる。多分こっちも無意識のうちにやっているんだろう。
Try it again, but keep some in reserve. Just focus on holding it low and steady. Before long, you'll be able to do it by instinct.
例えるなら、小さなナイフを使えばいい作業をわざわざ大きな剣でやろうとするようなものだよ。
To use a sword to fillet a fish? Of course not. Never play an ace if a 2 will do. His explanation made sense. It was very likely I was wasting power. I get it, so I should try to use the filleting knife from the get-go. I won't waste as much energy that way.
そうだね。君が今みたいに荒削りな状態でもブルームズでやってこられたのは、もともとの才能があったおかげかな。
Your powers are currently unrefined, but you still manage to keep up with the blooms because of your innate talent.
君は器用なのかもね。
You're something of a prodigy. Thanks. A prodigy? More like a liability. All I do is flail around and waste energy,
で
apparently.
も、こういう感覚的なことは言葉で教えるのは難しいんだよね。
It's hard to just talk about it. It's kind of thing. It's more about sensing it.
ああ、そうだ。いいことを思いついた。
I know. I just thought of something. Ibuki turned to face me and then grabbed me by the shoulders. What's going on?
いいからじっとしていて。
Just stay still, okay? Then Ibuki leaned in. His face loomed near mine, and I felt my cheeks heat up with a mix of embarrassment and fear. Is he going to? But what? Huh? Ibuki bumped his forehead against mine. I was glad. It wasn't a kiss, but I was still flustered. My heart thudded. I managed to squeak. What are you doing?
言葉で伝えられないなら、感覚でなら伝えられると思って。
Explaining with words will only slow us down. You'll understand better if we share our senses.
多分普通なら無理だけど、僕と君ならできるよ。
This doesn't work often, but it should work just fine between you and me. With that, Ibuki gazed deep into my eyes.
さあ、僕に意識を集中させて。
I'm sorry, is there not a
超
picture for
能
this?
力を
I need
効
a
率よく使う
flow
感
chart.
覚という。
Hang on. Sir, there's no picture for this. I need a picture of you with your head pressed against mine, telling me to focus my energy. Concentrating me, I'm going to share how it feels to use your powers effectively. I had no idea what he meant, but I did as he asked and started to concentrate. Focus on Ibuki. Focus. Focus. A few seconds later, the spot where Ibuki's forehead rested against mine began to tingle. I feel like I'm starting to see something. Suddenly, I could no longer sense my body.
そう、それでいい。僕だけを感じていて。
That's good. Focus on my presence. As Ibuki spoke, I was filled with a sensation that was impossible to describe. It was as if I was suddenly something of my own capabilities. Wow, what's going on? I realized Ibuki and I had somehow become connected and were sharing the same sensations. I was able to understand what correctly using my powers actually felt like. The feeling was completely indescribable. So this is what he meant by sharing our senses. I finally understood the sensation Ibuki had attempted to describe. It seemed to realize as much and pulled away.
どう？伝わったかな？
Do you feel it? It's not something I can put into words. It was if the surrounding area seemed to whisk away, leaving pure energy behind. I get it. Thank you. I'm sure I can use my powers better now.
僕が君に伝えたのは感覚だけだから、まだ体がその感覚についていかないかもしれない。しばらくは慣れるための練習が必要だね。
I can only share the sensation with you. Your body hasn't really caught on to it yet. Keep practicing till you get
一
it
人じゃ
down.
難しいと思うけど、僕も付き合うから安心して。
It's a difficult task alone, but don't worry. I'll be here to help. But I don't want to take up any more of your time.
君の手伝いを手間だなんて思わないよ。
It's a pleasure to help. Thanks. Ibuki gave me a big smile. I offered a stiff in return, one that was still filled with fear and anxiety. I wanted to stay away, but he wouldn't let me. I could only thank him awkwardly. Oh, Ibuki, I love you, even if she doesn't. The next day, Ibuki started
昨
training
日
me.
君はサイコキネシスで大きなものを浮かす特訓をしていたよね。
Yesterday, you practiced levitating large objects with your
それも
psychokinesis.
鍛える方法の一つではあるんだけど、違うやり方の方が君に合っていると思う。
That's one way to hone your skills, but there's another method I think suits you better. A different method? What is it?
見ていて。ここに落ちている石を浮かすよ。
Watch, I'm gonna lift one of these rocks. Ibuki stretched out his hand, and one of the large rocks by our feet rose into the air weightlessly. It stopped once it reached eye level.
この石は僕のサイコキネシスで浮かせている。今からサイコキネシスを使うのをやめるから、君が代わりにこの石を浮かせてみて。
I'm levitating this rock with psychokinesis right now. I'm going to stop. I want you to grab it in my place. Huh? I really could have used more warning.
落としちゃダメだよ。
Don't let it fall, okay? The second he finished speaking, the rock started to plummet. It's going down! I quickly called on my psychokinesis to keep the rock from falling to the ground, then I gently raised it back to eye level, as Ibuki had before. You caught me by surprise, but it turned out it was pretty easy too. I trailed off before I could finish the sentence. Huh? Holding the rock steady in the air like this is actually pretty difficult. You Using psychokinesis to sustain a rock's height felt like a different kind of difficult to lifting and moving objects around. It's tough to keep this steady. If I keep this up, I feel like my nerves will start to
わかっ
fry.
たみたいだね。
I think you have the right idea.
大きなものを動かす必要はない。これくらいの大きさのものでも浮かせ続けたり細かく動かしたりする方が難しいんだ。
There's no need to move large objects. It's hard enough to make items this size levitate and move even in small
力が
increments.
足りなかったら落ちてしまうし、力を入れすぎても壊してしまうしね。
If you expend too little power, the item falls, but if you put in too much power, it will break.
例えばこの石を一日中自分の近くに浮かせておくというのも超能力を効果的に鍛える方法だと思うよ。
Here's a good exercise. Levitate a rock this size and keep it near you all day. It's a great way to hone your powers. All day? I was so taken aback with Ibuki said I accidentally let the rock tumble to the ground.
ああ、落としちゃったね。
I
残
felt
念。
too bad. It's harder than I thought. I never knew this method of training even existed.
僕もしたことはないけど、こういうやり方もありかなって思ったんだ。
To be honest, I've never done it myself either, but I had a feeling it would be
という
helpful.
か、ブルームズではこういうことを教えてくれなかったの？
Didn't they teach you this stuff in the Blooms? I don't know about the others, but they just threw me onto the battlefield to sink or swim. The commander's unreasonable request now felt like a cluster of distant memories.
ふーん、結構行き当たりばったりな組織なんだね。
Sounds like a disorganized group. Anyways, I received basic training. They probably didn't have enough time to invest in me. I got a sinking feeling as I tried to make excuses. Ultimately, Ibuki was right. I can't keep fighting like a novice and relying on beginner's luck. My glasses have a smudge on them, and I've been noticing it for 5 minutes. Oh dear. I can't read without them, so it'll be just a moment. Alright. I can't keep on fighting like a novice and relying on beginner's luck. Hey Ibuki, I wanted to ask you something.
なんだい？
Are there other abandoned colonies behind this one? Besides this one? I didn't ask out of simple curiosity. Liz and I needed somewhere to go when we left. Otherwise, there was no point to escaping. We can't return to Teta. I'm not even sure if we can trust the commander. If we went back to Teta, the researchers would scoop Liz up and turn her into a test subject. It's too dangerous.
ここ以外の廃墟のコロニーか。
Other colonies?
なんでそんなことを聞くの？
What do you want to know? I'm just curious. I was wondering if there were other colonies around here that kaiju can live peacefully. It was a shabby excuse I pulled out of nowhere, but it was the right thing to say to Ibuki.
ああ、害獣を心配してるんだ。君は優しいね。
It's very kind of you to show concern for the kaiju.
廃墟になったコロニーはここ以外にもあるよ。規模は小さいけど、広範囲にいくつか点在している。
There are other abandoned colonies here and there. They're small though.
ここから一番近いコロニーだと、北の方角に2日くらい進んだところかな。
The closest colony to this one is about 2 days walk to the north.
他には北西に進んだ先にもあるけど、こっちは5日くらいは歩かないといけないね。
There's another one to the northwest, but it's about 5 days. That's the one we're going to, Liz. 2 days north, 5 days northwest.
でも、ここ以外のコロニーでは害獣は暮らしていないと思うよ。タウが特別なんだ。
I don't think the kaiju live anywhere else. They're contained to this colony. Tao's special that way. Thanks for the information.
他のコロニーが気になるなら、今度案内してあげるよ。
If you're interested in other colonies, we can go on a trip
さ
sometime.
て、それじゃあ再開しようか。これからも地道に鍛えていけば、きっと君はすごく成長できるはずだよ。
Should we get back to training? If we keep applying yourself like this, you should improve in no time.
まずは、さっき落としてしまった石を10分間浮かせてみようか。
Let's get back to that rock, pick it up again, and try levitating it for 10 minutes. Okay, thanks, Teach. I mean, I worked on training my powers every day. I learned to handle them better than ever under Ibuki's tutelage. Maybe Ibuki was one of those people who had an innate talent for teaching. He could have been a teacher if he had been a normal person. But it was more than that. His close method of teaching made it easy to tell that he cared for me. Ha, ha. To be honest, I actually found myself enjoying my daily training sessions with him. I sternly reminded myself not to let my guard down, but at the same time, I couldn't deny that I felt increasingly comfortable around him. Then one day...
それじゃあ今日は一つだけじゃなく、いくつかの石を同時に浮かせてみようか。それを1時間。
So today we're going to try levitating not one object but several at once for about an hour. I'll give it a shot. I found 4 rocks nearby and used my psychokinesis to lift them up in the ground. I think I could manage one more. Another rock gradually lifted into the air, joining the 4 that were already afloat. My powers were getting stronger, but levitating 5 rocks at once, well, that took some concentration. What I'm really curious about, like, does this? No, because she's at like 50. Like, this should change, right? Because her... Is the sync different? Do I need to Google this? What is this? My powers were getting stronger, but levitating rocks... Well, that took some concentration. It's a little tougher, but I think I can. I was suddenly struck by a wave of dizziness. Maybe my concentration faltered and the rocks tumbled to the ground as I swayed back and forth.
おっと、大丈夫?
Are you alright? Before I kneeled over, Ibuki reached out and wrapped his arms around me. Sorry about that. I got lightheaded.
体に負荷がかかりすぎたみたいだね。いきなり石を5つは欲張りすぎたかな。今はまだ4つまでにしておいた方がいいよ。
You took a bit more than you can handle. 5 rocks might be past your limit. You should probably stick to 4 for now.
あまり無理をして倒れてしまったら元も子もないからね。
No point in overdoing it and ruining your health, right? Ibuki put his hand on my shoulder, guiding me to sit down.
僕は君を大事にしたいんだ。
I intend to take good care of you. Ibuki's tendency to say strange things continued unabated. I lifted my head to show that I was okay. That was a mistake. I saw kindness in his deep eyes, but there was something else there that terrified me. His eyes are the same as the ones that day. I was hit by the same fear that nearly overwhelmed me when he asked me to choose between humans and kaiju. Was this the true nature? Was this his true nature? I can't do this. If I stay here any longer, I feel I might find myself agreeing with Ibuki's point of views. Would it be okay if I skip training today? I'm definitely feeling a bit worn out.
いいよ。部屋に戻って休むなら送っていくよ。
Let me escort you back to your room and you can get some rest. No, thank you. It's okay. I can find my way back. Please don't worry.
わかった。気をつけて帰るんだよ。
Alright, take care. Okay. I waved to Ibuki and started strolling off, trying to act natural. Once I was safe distance away, I hurried as fast as I could back to Liz. I can't be around him anymore. I need to grab Liz and escape. Bum 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 bum. Look at her, she's in her normal outfit. I undid my transformation and bursted into Liz's rooms. Liz.
おかえりなさい。そんなに慌ててどうしたの?
Welcome back! What's the big fuss about? Liz, we need to get out of here now. I was in such a panic, all I could manage was this frenzied declaration, but Liz got the message.
そっか、わかったよ。
Okay, it's time. I had already warned Liz that I wanted to leave, so she just nodded calmly. I'm really sorry, I didn't want to leave until your strength had returned.
今がいいって君が判断したんだよね。だったら私はついてくよ。
You made your decision, right? I trust your judgment. The time is now. Liz picked up the backpack she stocked and advanced, took my hand and smiled. It was already dark when we left the building. Though we couldn't see as well, the dark offered the best chance to slip away without Ibuki and the others seeing us. Liz and I hurried as fast as we could, heading out of the colony's outer wall. Are you alright? She looked pale. I knew it was too soon for us to make this, but I can't risk being around Ibuki any longer. I learned there was a colony 2 days walk to the north and another 5 days northeast. We would head for one of those in hopes to survive. The directions came from Ibuki himself, so no doubt he'd have an idea of where we were going. Still, we didn't have any other options. It's going to be rough on Liz to travel in her condition. If I need to, I can carry her. Thanks to my training with Ibuki, I was confident I could control my powers. I was sure I could carry Liz if necessary. We passed a house standing by itself. I flinched as the door flew open. Someone's over there. Have we been spotted? A strange man emerged from the house. Who's this? The man widened his eyes, indicating that he was just as surprised to see two strangers in a place like this as I was to see him.
君は
You're? Good evening. I have no idea what to say, so I gave a standard polite greeting. He couldn't know the real reason we were out here. We're just people who moved to the colony recently. Even as I said it, I realized it was a dumb thing to say. Telling him we moved here, won't that just make him even more suspicious? What I mean to say was,
慌てなくても大丈夫だから落ち着きなさい
settle down, no need to get flustered. The man spoke in a calm, soothing voice as he looked between me and
こん
Liz.
な時間にどこへ行くのかな
Where are you off to at this hour? Well, I knew I had to choose my words carefully, but at the same time, it was a relief to talk to someone who seemed to be a normal human. I felt some of the tension leave my body. That's when I realized we were at the house I saw Ro come out of the other day. I meant to go back and find out who lived here, but I never did. So does that mean this guy was the same person Ro was talking
君
to?
の隣にいる彼女は友達かい
Is that your friend? Yes.
見たところ君の友達は具合が悪そうだこんな夜に出歩くべきじゃないように思うがどうだろう
She doesn't seem well. I don't believe she should be up and walking around at all hours of the night. What do you think? He had a point. Liz's breathing was labored, and she had undoubtedly gotten even paler. Liz, I pushed her to leave even though she hadn't recovered. I'm making it worse. Liz, I'm so sorry for asking to leave. The strange remark might have saved Liz's life. The stranger's remark might have saved Liz's life. I realized that if I continue with my plan, Liz might not make it.
彼女は休ませた方が良さそうだねひとまず中に入りなさい何か温かいものでも出そう
How long have they been here? How long has she been recovering? She's wearing her normal clothes again and not her pajam jams. I feel like maybe she's recovered. If she's so faint that like you haven't even left the colony and she's already maybe you definitely shouldn't have tried to leave. She should probably rest. Come inside. I'll give you something to warm you both up. The unexpected charity threw me off for a second. Why was the stranger being so kind to us? I was suspicious. I was sure he had an ulterior motive. It's funny though. I've never met this guy, but the way he talks seems familiar. His presence is weirdly reassuring too. I can't say how I know, but I'm sure he's not bad. I'll accept his offer. Liz really needs to rest, but I have to make sure I don't let my guard down. Thank you. Thank you. You're very kind. I took a chance and leaned on the kindness of the stranger, who, for some reason, I felt close to. It's like he gave me uncle's
あれ
vibes.
今のって
What was that?
伊吹が連れてきたあの子たちおじさんのとこに何の用だろ
Those girls Ibuki brought here. What kind of business would they have with that guy?
まあいっか僕には関係ないしね
Not my circus, not my monkeys. Are you gonna tell Ibuki though? The house was much nicer on the inside than the outside. It was clean and well supplied with a building like the building Liz and I stayed in. It's cleaner than the place you and Liz stay at, just saying. It's well maintained and has a nice lived-in feel. In fact, the house just has a soothing atmosphere overall. There was no sign that anyone else occupied the place. The man seemed to be living alone. He invited Liz and I to sit at the table before disappearing into the adjacent kitchen and returning with some mugs.
二人とも疲れているようだまずはこれでも飲んで落ち着くといい
You both look wiped out. Please drink these and try to relax. The man held out steaming mugs of tea towards Liz and myself. We thanked him and sipped on the contents. That's delicious.
なんかほっとするね
Soothing too, isn't it? As the hot tea warmed up the insides, I felt my tension thaw and melt away. How did this guy get his hands on tea leaves living out here in the middle of nowhere? I wonder if he asked Ro to hook him up. Then another smell came wafting over the tea. Tea's fragrance. Whoa, something else smells good.
君たちお腹は空いていないかな残り物だけどスープがあるんだ
Aha, are you too
温めた
hungry?
からよければ食べるといい
I have some soup. It's just left over from dinner. Here's a little note too. Uncle Yoshima's messages are voiceovers, so you can tell this is the same voice as Uncle Yoshima. I have some soup. It's just left over from dinner, but I'd be happy to heat them up. Soup, you said? My stomach's about to start an earthquake, but I don't want to impose. I look sideways at Liz, who seemed to be thinking the same thing, but suddenly our stomachs both growled loudly. Liz and I both hung our heads, cheeks reddening. Oh, the betrayal by our rumbling stomachs. How embarrassing. If it's not too much trouble, I'd love some soup.
私も
Me too, please. There was no use in hiding our hunger. We asked for the food with voices barely above a whisper. The man smiled as he ladled the warm soup into bowls, which he handed us.
さあ、召し上がれ。
Go on and eat up. Thank you very much.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you, muchly. Liz, will you be alright?
それくらいは大丈夫だよ。お腹空いて食欲があるくらいだからね。
I can feed myself some soup. The fact that I'm hungry proves that I haven't been done in yet. We both placed our hands together in appreciation before carefully spooning out the hot soup. This is good. The soup was a consomme broth packed with plenty of vegetables and bacon. The well-balanced flavors were perfect. The soup filled me up and left me feeling even more invigorated than the tea. This flavor is pretty similar to the soup Hyuga made. Maybe Hyuga made it and delivered a portion to this guy as well. Liz and I drank our soup down to the last drop. That was wonderful, thank you. Once my full belly cleared my head, I realized it was beyond dumb to drag Liz away from the colony. She was still sick. She could have died on the road if this man hadn't stopped us and invited us in. We could have met that terrible
そ
fate.
ちらのお嬢さんもさっきよりは顔色が良くなったみたいだね。
It seems your friend has some color back. The man looked at Liz as he
でも
spoke.
まだ疲れているだろ。あちらのソファーで横になって休むといい。
But you still look worn out. Why not lay down on the sofa while you're here and get some rest?
でもそこまでしてもらうのは
No, I couldn't possibly take up your sofa.
遠慮することはない。幸いここには私しか住んでいないし、場所はいくらでもあるからね。
Alright, hang on. I'm readjusting. Trying to keep this Ibuki look going. Please, I insist. I'm the only person living here. I have more than enough space to seat myself.
もしも君たちが先を急ぐんだとしたら、なおのこと、今は休んだ方がいいのではないかな。
If you want to reach your destination, then it's very important to make sure you're well rested before setting off, right? Liz, what do you think?
そうだね。少し休ませてもらいます。
Girl, she made it like 3 blocks from where you're staying. Are you telling me that you were gonna leave? I'm not gonna lie, I could use some more rest. I helped Liz over to the sofa. She sighed with release as she lay down. I'm so sorry I pushed you too
う
hard.
ん。謝らないで。
You don't need to apologize. More importantly, Liz gestured me to lean in and I brought my ear down to her lips.
おじさん、いい人そうでよかったね。
This fellow seems so kind, doesn't he? Liz kept her voice low so that the man who was across the room couldn't hear.
君が悩んでることも、あの人なら相談に乗ってくれるんじゃないかな。
Don't tell me to trust strangers. Liz, we are in a dangerous situation. Maybe you can unload some of the bit of what's been troubling you.
私はおじさんのこと信じていい気がする
I
な。
think we can trust this guy, that's all. Yeah, I don't feel the same way. You guys are the kind of people who get murdered in horror movies. If Liz and I both got the impression that this man was safe, then it was unlikely we were in a trap of some kind. Girls, you're in a colony. Oh my god. I'm gonna try talking to him. I'll wake you up if anything happens. But for now, rest up.
うん。そうさせてもらおうかな。ほっとしたら、なんだか。
I guess I'll doze down for a while. Now that I've stretched out a bit, I do feel pretty sleepy. Liz's eyelids drooped as she talked and she nodded off. Moments later, she was snoring. I took the blanket that was balled up at the end of the sofa and covered Liz with it. Then I returned to the man. Thank you for letting us rest here. I really appreciate it.
珍しい客人は大歓迎だ。私もこんなところに住んでいると たまには他の人と話したくなるものでね。
I'm pleased to have such a rare guest. To have such rare guest. When you live all the way out here, you don't get many opportunities for conversation. His words made me think of Ro. I guess Ro doesn't count as a rare guest. That means Ro is probably a regular visitor. But I felt like now wasn't the right time to ask about his relationship with Ro.
さっきは驚いたよ。まさかこんな時間に君たちみたいな女の子がいるなんて思わなかったからね。
You caught me by surprise, that's for sure. I never would have expected two young ladies to come around here at this time of night.
君のお友達の様子を見て、尋常ではない事態が起きているようだとすぐに分かった。これは放っておけないと思ったよ。
Given your friend's condition, it's clear you two are going through something. I couldn't just turn a blind eye to your plight. It's a good thing you reached out to us. I needed to stop, calm down, and think things through. If we had just ran outside, my pre-soup actions seemed more and more irrational as I reflected on them. We're just totally strangers, though. Why are you being so kind? The man chuckled at my question and shrugged as if to suggest that his aid was
誰
no
かに
big
親
deal.
切にするのに理由なんているのかい？
Does one need a reason to be kind? I suppose not. All I knew about this man was that he lived in the house alone, and he was clearly a good person. You don't know that. Quit it. Quit trusting strangers. That's not how this works. Not gonna lie, it's the second time I heard a sound over there. But why is he so isolated? What is his connection to the kaiju? There was so much I wanted to ask. You said you live alone, but how long have you been here?
もうずいぶん長くなるね。十数年くらいかな。
I'd say a few decades. A few decades. This is Uncle Yashima. I wouldn't say he's been here decades. I would say she's 16. Maybe he's been out here longer than she's been alive. So he'd been around for a while, and then I moved on to my next question. I think I saw you once before. You were talking to Ro Tomisuka. What was he doing here?
ああ、彼には世話になっているよ。生活必需品を届けてもらったりしている。あとはシータの様子を聞かせてもらったりね。
He helps me out with this and that. He delivers groceries and other essentials. He also keeps me abreast with what's going on in Tetra. Are you friends with Ibuki and the others? What about the kaiju?
別にそういうわけではないよ。けれど、彼らがどんな存在なのかは知っている。だからこそ、私はここで暮らしているんだ。
Not particularly, but I know them. I know who they are. That's actually why I live here. I knew it. Anyone living out here had to be holding on to important information. So you know how the kaiju came about and all that? The man nodded slowly.
彼らは研究の失敗によって生み出された人間の罪深さの証のような存在だ。
They were born of failed experiments, living proof of humanity's sins. I just found out recently myself about how the kaiju came to be. I mean, the man calming aura made it easy to loosen up and release the burden that was everything I'd been carrying inside me. It's almost too terrible to believe. Failed experiments turning humans into kaiju. I never even knew it was happening. And then they drove the kaiju out, made people hurt and kill them. That had no right. There's my part in all this. Now I was riled up and just wanted to continue ranting, but then I realized I'd only had a vague idea of what had really happened. I fell silent and pressed my lips together. The man studied me.
どうしたのかな？
What did you do? Someone told me I was a special child, but when I think back on everything, nobody ever told me exactly what was going on. I decided it was a good idea to stop talking. This man seems like a good person, but I shouldn't discuss my parents with him. I don't even know what the experiments were about. The man watched me for a while as I sat quietly. Eventually he
お
spoke.
前が今この時にここへ来たのは
Have I
何か
told
の
you
運
my
命なの
name?
かもしれないね。
I think it's fate that brought you here. Fate? Ibuki said something about fate too. Wait a second. Something the man said struck me as odd, but it took me a moment to nail it. How did you know my name? Neither Liz nor I had said our names while in the house, but the man used it with familiarity. Did Ibuki and the others tell you? I was just guessing out loud. The man shook his head.
お前の名前はもちろん知っているよ。東雲さんのこともね。けれどそれは、伊吹や富塚君に聞いたからではない。
Of course I know your names. I know you, Miss Shinome's name as well, but I didn't learn them from Ibuki or Ro.
私だから知っていたんだ。
I know because of who I am. Who I am. The way he phrased it made something in my brain click. The man had been familiar from the very start. The way he talked was particularly revealing. I felt like I had heard him in the past, but not his voice. As strange as that sounds, there was something about his sentence structure. Yeah,
誰かを信じ、
I
お
got
前
it.
が
I knew. It's fine. You don't. My lips trembled as a revelation slowly dawned on me. Are you my uncle? The man, this is Uncle Yashima, smiled in answer to my question.
そうだよ。大きくなったな。
You've grown splendidly. Are you serious? Is it really you? I've been wanting to see him for so long. I was so overwhelmed I couldn't speak. How interesting that I found his way of talking and mannerism so comforting. I must have subconsciously made the connection thanks to those emails. Uncle Shimashima, this is such a shock. I didn't even know where to start. I've been thinking forever about what I'd say to you if I ever actually got to meet you. I'm just so happy.
私も嬉しいよ。まさかこんな形で会えるとは思わなかった。
I'm happy too. I never thought I'd meet you under these circumstances, though. My heart beat fast. With joy. With the joy of bumping into someone I thought I'd never meet. At the same time, I had a few nagging doubts. But what are you doing here?
それを説明するには、最初から、事の始まりから話さなくてはならない。
To explain that, I'll have to go back to the start of everything.
お前が気になっているであろう、お前の両親のことも含めてね。
That means talking about your parents. I'm sure you're curious about them. My parents?
すべてを知る覚悟は。
Are you ready to hear it? Honestly, I'm a little afraid. When I found out that my mom and dad were test subjects, it really hurt. But if I want to know anything, I have to be willing to know everything. I can't live the rest of my life with only half the picture. Tell me everything you know, Uncle Yashima. Uncle Yashima nodded. Detecting my resolve, he cleared his throat and began.
さて、何から話せばいいものか。あれはもうだいぶ昔のことだ。
No, wait a second. He said a couple decades, so that'd be like 20 years. I don't know if I know how old Yukonami is, because Yukonami said he remembered Yashima from when he used to live in the test place, so I'm confused about that. Anyways, well then, where to start? It all happened long ago. That's one thing I can tell you.
もともと私は研究エリアで働く研究員の一人だった。専門は遺伝子工学。担当していたのは環境適応プロジェクト。
I used to be a scientist in the research district. I specialized in genetic engineering, so I was in charge of Project Enviro Adaptation.
人類の存亡をかけた研究として、その内容を知るシータ上層部からは多くの期待がかけられていた。
Humankind's very survival depended on our work, and the Teta elite who were privy to the project expected great response.
当時の私はプロジェクトの管理者を任されていて、部下にはまだ新人だったマサキもいたよ。
As a scientist in charge of the project, I had a lot of people under me. One was a newcomer named Masaki. Masaki? Do you mean the commander? It never crossed my mind that Uncle Yashima and the commander could be connected. Now, I did make a assumption that Masaki could be her father. Only because we can't date him. And he protected her a few times. That is an assumption, though. So who knows? Never crossed my mind that Uncle Yoshima and the commander could be connected, much less as a boss and a subordinate. It's a small world after all, like really small.
まあコロニー内の限られた人間関係なんだ。そんなものだよ。話を続けよう。
That's just what happened when everyone lives inside colonies. But anyways, to continue.
環境適応プロジェクトは手探りで進められた。いわば実験場のようなものだった。
This is the second time they used the phrase groping in the dark. Project Adaption was a glorified experiment at best. We were groping in
環
the
境
dark.
改善に取り組むプロジェクトは以前から行われていたが、
I have
成果は
nothing
芳しくなかっ
against
た。
this guy's voice, but if this is gonna be a long story, I'm just get Uncle. It's not that I don't like you. I just realized I didn't always have his name in here too, because that also just ruins surprises. Yeah. Previous attempts to improve the environment's harsh conditions always ended in disappointment. This project was supposed to turn that around. On the surface, the methods appeared to be more of what had been tried before. In reality, we were doing experiments to manipulate humans' genomes. We hoped to make genetically modified humans who could live outside of sheltered colonies. And that's about as far as Ibuki fielded you in, correct? Ibuki said that my parents were test subjects for the research. I won't bore you with the selection criteria, but simply put, they had their genes altered before birth and hoped that they could endure the environments. It was inhumane. Believe me, I understand that now. Uncle Yoshima looked stricken, clearly haunted by lingering regrets. Tampering with the genes, stealing innocent people's right to live happy, normal lives, and discarding the failures, kaiju, refuse. It's abhorrent. I wanted to back out of the project, but I was forced to continue. It was a painful burden, but it's the one I deserve to bear for my sins. I would try to erase my guilt by telling myself the kaiju were never human to begin with. I was in utter denial. It sounded terrible, but I didn't blame Uncle Yoshima. After all, what could one person do? The research was supposed to help humankind, but all it did was leave behind a twisted, broken lives. It was the picture of a devastating futility. I tried to turn my back on reality, but something happened that saved me. Successful test subjects were eventually born. Their existence were extremely heartening. It was living proof to our researchers that our work was not in vain. Two particular successful specimens stood out. They were your parents. My parents. My fist clenched when they were brought up. They didn't have human names. They were assigned codes. Subject T060 and S474. They weren't even given names. So Ibuki was telling the truth, thinking about the degradation made my bloods boil. I gradually grew close to them. It felt strange to identify friends with numbers, so I gave them names. Wanna see them? From now on, I'll call you Toga and Sana. Toga? Sana. Sana! I got Toga from the code T060 and Sana from S474. I know they're not particularly creative names, but I hope you enjoy them. Toga, it's a good name. Sana, he gave me a name. Sana, I'm so happy. Hey Toga, say my name. Sana. Feels weird to even say it. Don't get all bashful on me. We're going to use our names from now on, all day, every day. Show me my parents! Anyways, they like their names a lot. I see. Thank you for naming them. Hearing that made them happy makes me feel better. Toga and Sana were called Generation 1 to indicate they were amongst the first successful born since the project started. They showed exceptional promise. Our test ran. They survived for hours outside the colony. They exhibited phenomenal superpowers as well. I latched onto that sentence. Hold on, superpowers? My parents had them too. Ibuki left that out, did he? In actuality, they're not really superpowers. They're more like powers that arise spontaneously as a byproduct of the genetic tinkering. a byproduct. Everyone acted like my powers were a total normal thing, so I never thought to question it. I remembered Ibuki telling me that the Bloom members were all born in labs from the same research. The heavy thought now weighed even heavier. There's a restricted section on the research district that resembles a small town. Test subjects can live there freely. I corralled the complex out of the higher-ups by telling them that any undue stress placed on the subjects might jeopardize the research. They lived isolated lives, yes, but at least they had little privacy. It was a rare example of conscience from the researchers. It's good to know they had some resemblance of a human life. Your parents were the project's beacon of hope, but more than that, I became to enjoy their upbeat positivity. Born under such circumstances, it's a miracle they were kind-hearted. Our friendship deepened. Even though I was the overseer of the project, I did my best to give them special attention. But one day I noticed their powers were gradually losing potency. The same had happened to other successful subjects, so I understood right away. Toga and Sana had fallen in love. My heart jumped in surprise at their four-letter word. I couldn't even begin to guess what kind of effects falling in love would have on their lives. Uncle Yoshima cued me in. Falling in love naturally weakens their powers. We still don't understand the biology behind it, though. I just remember it was reminded of something the commander told me when I joined the Blooms.
それからブルームズの任務に支障が出る恐れがあるので恋愛は禁止です。
No funny business. So it had nothing to do with getting in the way of our duties. It was about our powers being weakened. Did they separate my mom and dad? The researchers were callous. Surely they tore my parents apart. Uncle Ishima responded to me, worried look with reassuring smile. I employed a little trickery to make sure that the other researchers never found out. We'd always forbidden the successful subjects from becoming romantically attached, but I couldn't bear to pry those two apart. I couldn't force Toga and Sana apart. I was too deeply connected to them, but that's not all. Uncle Yoshima trailed off for a moment, a pained look across his face. Generation 1 had brutally short life expectancies. They had already become very clear. Short life expectancies. Generation 1 superpowers, once activated, were a huge strain on their bodies. They started to break down very quickly. Those two, they were test subjects born in a lab. The only free choice they ever made was to love each other. I couldn't take that away from them. What happened? They were happy together for a little while. I used my position to ensure that they could be together. I personally conducted the research on Soga and Sana. I handled all their data myself and subtly gave them as much freedom as possible. I was careful so the other researchers never noticed a thing. Their lives were so short, I just wanted to give them happiness. But one day, Mishima, I need you to help with Sana. What's wrong? You look troubled. The thing is, I think I'll tell him. It seems, well, Sana seems to be pregnant. Are you sure? I think so. I'm sorry. I'm causing so much trouble. I'm the one at fault. You did nothing wrong. Both of you stay calm. Nobody's at fault for anything. Ah! They were a man and a woman in love. In the back of my mind, I always figured something like that might occur. I agree with Uncle Yoshima. They loved each other, so it was natural. Not wrong at all. But because of that, it became considerably more difficult to hide the relationship from the other researchers. Toga and Sada's powers deteriorated to nothing, and everyone would soon discover why. So I came up with a plan to help them escape before Sana's growing belly gave them away. Masaki lent a helping hand. The commander? Masaki noticed what I was planning and offered to assist. Oh, look at him.
先輩、一人でそんな計画を立てるなんて水臭いじゃないですか。
How could you leave me out of such a plan? I'm hurt.
僕も一枚噛みますよ。前からこの研究には嫌気がさしていましたしね。
I've been disillusioned with this project for ages. Let me help you.
こんな大掛かりな計画、ヤシマ先輩一人じゃ到底無理だと思いますけどね。
Lean on me, you won't regret it. If it all goes south, our heads will surely roll. Are you certain, Masaki?
もちろんですよ。僕はあなたの管理者としての統率力、研究者としての才能を尊敬しています。
I respect both your leadership ability as a
何よ
researcher.
り、 非人道的なプロジェクトの
I
中
should
にあ
have
って
muted him too. Didn't know.
人間臭さを失わずにいるあなたのことが人間として好きなんですよ。
I like how you never lost sight of humanity even in the midst of an inhumane experiment. My humanity. Well, I could say the same for you. I was never one to rely on others, but I needed someone trustworthy on my side if I wanted to save Sana and Toga, so I accepted his help. I can't believe the commander did that. I dismissed the commander as an airheaded goofball. Maybe I should have tried having a serious talk with him. He may come off as a flake with his head in the clouds, but don't be fooled. He's a man of integrity and passion. With Masaki's help, I managed to smuggle your parents out of the research district. I prepared everything they needed for a life on the outside, including ID papers. That's when I also came up with your family name, Takanashi. You gave me my name? I'll always like that. Uncle Ishima chuckled, clearly pleased. Then he continued with his story. Toga and Sana lived peacefully in the residential district for a time. You made a nice family even when you were in Sana's belly. Now that I think about it, that was really the only time the three of you were all together. Intense feelings suddenly surged through me. Before too long, Sana gave birth to you. She died shortly thereafter. Toga was not far behind. Yashima, I have one last request. My child, our daughter, please take care of her. I can't stand to think of her suffering the way we did. Please save your breath. I know what you're asking me to do. Your child was born of two particularly gifted Generation 1s. There's an excellent chance she's inherited superpowers. I've no doubt the other researchers would regard her as a valuable test subject, and they did, as they did both you. That's what's troubling you, correct? Well, I will not let that happen, so please rest peacefully. Thank you. I want our child to live free. I want to know what her parents look like. I agreed to honor your parents' last wishes. I made certain you were raised free and safe. I never met my parents, but knowing I'd been born into a loving family made me happy. My eyes welled with tears. I did what I could to stay true to them. Of course, it took some crafty work to make sure the higher-ups never got wind of it. None of the other Generation 1s had children, so I knew you'd have to be the tested for superpowers very thoroughly. But the test revealed no powers whatsoever. That came as a huge relief because I knew it'd be possible to raise you as a normal child. Superpowers or no, a child of two Generation 1s would have drawn attention, but I was a researcher too, and I knew how to hide things from them. I had to ensure your identity remained a secret. I told everyone you were an orphan who'd been entrusted into my care. I sent you to an orphanage and then moved you to an academy dorm. As soon as you were safely hidden, I stepped down as the project overseer. As for the disappearance of Toga and Sana Masaki, help me pass off a story about how they escaped Teta fate unknown. I felt a wave of gratitude towards the commander. Seems like he's always had a talent for subterfuge. After I stepped down, I left the research district altogether. I vowed to spend the rest of my life watching over you. But as long as I stayed in Teta, there was a chance your parents' disappearance might be re-examined. That would be a threat to you too. So I decided to move. Now I live here, the very colony to which I've banished countless kaiju. But I asked Masaki to watch over you in my place and give you whatever you needed in Teta.
というわけで、僕も研究職を辞めることにしました。
I think I'm ready to leave research work
も
behind.
う研究はこりごりかなって思ったんですよ。それで今度はもっと人と触れ合えるハートフルな仕事に転職したいと考えてるんですが、
I've had my fill. From now I'm going to go work with what's meaningful, something that involves or be around
学
people.
校の先生なんか
A school
どう
teacher maybe? What do you think? So that's the reason the commander became a teacher. Uncle Yoshima nodded as I seemed dumbstruck. Masaki agreed to keep a close eye on you in my stead. That's why he started to work at the academy. I hoped he would take care of you in Teta, but I never imagined he'd come up with such a method of ensuring you'd stay safe. Masaki was the one who set our line of communication by forwarding my emails. He may have been my subordinate, but he's the smarter one. I had no idea Uncle Yoshima and the commander had been looking out for me this whole time. My chest swelled with emotions and my eyes burned. The tears I tried to hold back brimmed over. I was in love. I was loved by my mother and father. They risked everything to bring me into the world. My parents, the commander, Uncle Yashima, they always made sure I was taken care of. I had no idea how blessed I was. Thank you. But Uncle Yashima shook his head, a sad look on his face. We weren't able to protect you. We couldn't stop your superpowers from awakening. You were born with the genes necessary to use superpowers, yes, but those genes should have remained dormant. When you were scratched by the kaiju, however, its genetic material entered your bloodstream and sparked those latent genes. That's why my powers came out of nowhere. Everything was making sense. My ability to use superpowers was passed down from my parents. They did this to me. I wanted to make sure your genes stayed silent, so I always tried to watch over you. Unfortunately, I failed. Uncle Yashima leaned forward and looked down at the ground gloomily, but I shook my head. Don't apologize. I'm grateful to you, Uncle Yashima. My own reckless behavior is what led to me getting attacked by kaiju. And really, these powers of mine, they're not all bad. It was my powers that allowed me to save Liz, and they led me here where I finally discovered the truth about myself. I know my mom and dad wanted to keep me from all this, but it's already brought me so much good fortune. You have to take the good with the bad. Uncle Yashima's eyes widened at my words, sank in. He straightened himself and smiled. You're free and living your own terms. That's exactly what your parents wanted for you. Looking at you now, I think Toga and Sana would have been very proud. Thank you. My chest lifted with a fuzzy warmth. I felt like my parents were praising me themselves. I never thought I would get to see you smile like this. It's like living in a dream. I guess fate isn't always cruel. That said, it's a shock to see you here. You seemed like you were in a panic. What happened? I hesitated for a moment, unsure if I should discuss the matter. Then I realized there was no longer any reason to hide anything. It's Ibuki. He's frightening me. He helped me save Liz. He even gave her the antibody shots to prevent her from turning into a kaiju. He says he knew my parents, and he says he met me when I was a baby. But when he started asking who deserves to live in a world more humans or kaijus, he wanted me to decide. And then that's when I started getting scared. I mean, there's no way I can make that kind of decision. I'm not a god. How can I make a choice that involves so many lives? Ibuki said that, did he? That's when I decided to ask something that had been on my mind since Ibuki and I talked. Ibuki said I was a special child. Is that because I'm the child of Generation 1s? Dang, we're in 4-2? What just happened? Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, there's a bad ending here. I'm not special. At all. Everyone in the world is special in their own way, but I don't think that's what Ibuki meant when he called you special. Then why would Ibuki say something like that? Why does he want me to decide? Uncle Yashima was silent for a moment before speaking again. I don't understand Ibuki's thought process either, but based on his background, I think I can hazard a guess. I'll tell you what I know.
ここにもいない。
She's not here either.
特訓の時みたいにすぐに見つけられると思ったんだけど、あの子どこに行ったんだろう。
I thought I'd find her right away like I did when she was training, but where'd she go?
ああ、雪並ちょうどよかった。
Yukonami, great timing.
あれ、伊吹だ。どうしたの？
What's up?
彼女を探しているんだけど、見なかった？
I've been looking for the girl. Have you seen her?
あの子ならしばらく前に見たよ。なんか親友とか言ってたやつも連れてさ。
I spotted her not long ago. She was with that best friend of hers or whatever she calls her.
それで、あそこに入っていったよ。
Then they both went in there.
あの人の家か。
His place.
気になるなら行ってみれば？今もいるか知らないけどね。
If it bothers you, why not go over? Not sure they're still there though.
そっか。彼を訪ねたんだ。
So she met him.
あの子が全てを知るなら、それでいいか。その上で決めてくれれば。
No doubt. She knows everything now. Good, it'll make it easier for her to decide. A memory of her smile flashed through my mind. She looked so happy when she did well at her training.
あの子が全てを知ったとき、どんな顔をするだろ
I wonder what kind of face she made when she learned the
う。あの
truth.
笑顔が曇ってしまうとしたら、僕は。
If she lost that smile, I'd feel just... ... Ibuki knew both Toga and Sana. Uncle Yoshima looked down at his teacup, narrowing his eyes as he searched the past. The subjects were allowed to fraternize as long as nobody made any trouble. Ibuki was just a child back then, but his abilities were quite remarkable. Toga was very impressed by him. But you were born after Toga and Sana escaped the research district, so I don't understand how Ibuki could have met you. But if Ibuki insists it happened, he must have found a way. He certainly had the power to make it so. I've seen Ibuki's powers. They're amazing, but are they really that strong? Yes, remember what I told you? Your parents were Generation 1. Well, Ibuki's Generation 2. Both Generation 1 and Generation 2 had their strengths, but both had serious flaws as well. Ooh. Oh. Bad ending. He turns into kaiju? Generation 1 had a reduced lifespan, as you know, and Generation 2 would often become kaiju if pushing their powers too hard. I nodded slowly. It hurt to hear that both generations suffered such terrible conditions. While Ibuki demonstrated astonishing abilities amongst the Generation 2s, his powers came with a quirk. A quirk? Do you mean how he can turn into Moabia? Precisely, his gender swap. Not that it's ever seemed to bother him. Nothing much ever seems to bother Ibuki. I think I'd have had a hard time switching back and forth between genders, though. Ibuki's abilities surpassed Toga and Sana's, and the researchers were beside themselves with excitement over their greatest success to date. Given his abilities and his otherworldly aura, some people speculated he was a god. His abilities certainly reached beyond our technology. Speaking of which, when we ran from the research district with Liz, Ibuki was Moabia. Thanks to Moabia's help, I was able to escape the Teta without anyone stopping us. If Ibuki used to be a test subject, then it made sense that he was able to guide us for a smooth escape. Why did Ibuki go to see my mom and dad, though? Ibuki was close to Toga, who was likewise gifted. He probably sensed a kindred spirit. They likely had a strong bond. In fact, that bond might be why he refers to you as a special child, or at least that makes sense from my perspective. Because I was a Generation 1. No, wait, because I was Toga and Sana's child. If Ibuki really is paying that much attention to you, it's likely because he's very interested in everything about you. Though only Ibuki can tell you how he is feeling for certain. How Ibuki really feels. What's going through his head? I really wanted to know. Now that I knew more about the circumstances of my birth, I felt ready to at least try to understand him. I can't say I interact much with Ibuki, but my impression of him has never changed. He stands alone. Alone. Ibuki's talent means his abilities were constantly scrutinized by the researchers, but he was never regarded as a person. During an incident where researchers turned into kaiju and began running amok, Ibuki used the ruckus to take Yukonami and escape to this colony. When I encountered Ibuki here, the first thing I noticed was how much his eyes had changed. It's as if he's operating on another plane of existence, like he's not seeing the same world as the rest of us. You know the look? I knew exactly what he meant. Ibuki's eyes were filled with ethereal light, yet somehow sad. Whenever he fixed those fae-like eyes on me, something inside me stirred. Same. Honestly, Ibuki escaped hardly came as a surprise given his incredible powers. There was no way we could have kept him caged up. Nevertheless, I had some concerns. First, he took Yukonami with him, another member of Generation 2. Second, it was hard not to notice how quickly he tamed the kaiju after arriving in this colony. I worried that maybe Ibuki was planning something that would not end well. That anxiety never went away. Uncle Yashima let out a quiet sigh, signaling the end of our long talk. Thank you for telling me all about this, Uncle Yashima. I should be thanking you. I believe deep down I've been wanting someone to talk to, and your arrival helped tie up some loose ends. Ibuki's thoughts and ideas have been tainted by his loneliness. So you mean he's been alone for so long, his radical ideas seem reasonable to him? That's a rather simplistic way of looking at it, but you're definitely onto something. Ibuki stands apart from the rest of us, yes, but that doesn't give him the right to lord over humans and kaiju, much less coerce you into joining him. I have nothing but regret for my past. I can't say we humans did the right thing, nor can I say that the world is ours by right. But Ibuki's declaration that kaiju deserve this world, not humans, is arrogant and foolish. I nodded vigorously. After talking to Uncle Yashima, I get why Ibuki's fostered such extreme ideals, but I don't agree with him. Can I ask you to handle this? Ibuki is not a god. I would disagree. Despite his appearance, deep down he is human. Can you help him realize that? Me? But Ibuki wants to hear one answer, but you're not obligated to give it to him. That said, I think you're the only one who can change him. Don't change people. Another bad idea. I'm not sure if I can really do that. I was afraid, but I didn't want to abandon Ibuki. That fear was at odds with my sense of responsibilities. If I turn my back on him now, his thoughts might become more and more warped until he does something that's bad for everyone. He wanted me to make the decision, but that won't stop him from acting on his own. I'll give it a try. I'm not sure if I can convince him, but I can't just walk away from him either. Talking to him is better than leaving him. Thank you. I know you've had to shoulder a lot on your own. I don't mind taking on responsibilities. It's a lot of work, but I am not alone. Everyone has to go through tough times. And a lot of people have always had my back. I know that now. It's my turn to take care of everyone. I was just being honest about how I felt, but Uncle Mishima absorbed my speech with a grin. I see you're becoming a very capable young woman. I smiled back, then glanced over at the sofa before asking Yashima a favor on my own. Can I ask you to look after Liz for me? Of course, I'll take good care of her. Thank you. That'll give me peace of mind. I'm gonna go try and talk to Ibuki one more time. I may be the only one who can reach him. Don't do it. Don't try to fix people. Alright, let's see. Let's see where our flow's at. Where are we at? We're still here. Okay, we still have a scene. And there is a bad ending. Oh! And then there's just endings. I'm not ready to be this close to done with this story. I need more Ibuki. Oh wait, have I muted voices this whole time? My bad. Did my parents have a voice and I muted them? My bad. After spending the night at Uncle Yoshima's place, I departed the next morning in search of Ibuki. I had a feeling he'd find me first. Sure enough, he was also looking for me. And so we found each other.
やあ、ヤシマに会ったんだね。
Oh man, I get 2 photos of that. Look at my resolve. I hear you met Yoshima. So I guess you knew where I was. Ibuki nodded silently. Apparently Yoshima saw us. Yukanami saw us entering Yoshima's house.
どうだった？彼のところでいろんな話を聞いたんだろ？君のためになったんじゃないかな。
How'd it go? I bet he filled you in a few blanks, huh? I had a feeling it'd be good for you to see him. I learned about my mom and dad, about my birth, about the creatures, creation of the kaiju, the research, and about you. It was a big surprise, a shock even, but a lot of things make sense now. I was able to think it all all through for myself. Ibuki seemed pleased to hear me say as much, but now his gaze became expectant.
待っていたよ。ようやく君の答えを聞かせてくれるんだね。
I've been waiting for your verdict. Do I finally get to hear it? No, I'm not going to answer your question. I want to know more about you and me. Oh dear. Maybe I am special. What is a special child? I've been thinking about what it means to be a special child. I might have figured it out. After all, you're a textbook example of one. Ibuki's eyes widened in surprise the second he heard what I said. You were the researcher's #1 specimen. They treated you like a special child all your life. When I heard about that, I realized something. Being special was a curse. It bound you, and you've been imprisoned ever since.
面白い考え方だね。
It's an interesting way of looking at things. I paused for a breath before launching into my question. Tell me something. How would you classify yourself? Would you say you're human, or are you a kaiju?
僕はどちらでもないよ。
I'm neither. But you still think of yourself as a special child.
特別なのは君の方だよ。僕じゃない。
You're the special one, not me. Don't lie, you know you're different. If you didn't, you wouldn't even be thinking about things like who deserves the world. The way you agonize over the future makes it obvious you see yourself as some kind of special existence, even if you're not aware you're doing it. Ibuki's face grew pale as the words hit home. He's a human. You're human! I think you're a human, Ibuki.
僕は
You can say that you're neither human nor kaiju, but I can sense that you still have a human heart. You're not alone, Ibuki.
僕が一人じゃない。
Oh man, he took that real serious.
人間
I'm human? For the first time, something akin to emotion started to churn behind Ibuki's eyes. My talk with Okoyashima made me realize that the light in Ibuki's eyes wasn't alien or ethereal. The only thing there is deep loneliness. In an instant, Ibuki transformed into Moabia and lifted one hand up towards me.
僕が人間だなんて
You seriously think I'm human? I didn't even have time to be shocked. I slid sideways. Moabia attacks seared past me.
こんな能力があるのに人間だって本当にそう言い切れるの
Even with my powers, you think you can pinhole me as a human?
ねえ本当に
Are you serious? Ibuki's deep distress seemed to throw him out of balance. He kept flickering between Ibuki and Moravia. He probably wasn't aware it was happening. He was just flinging psychokinetic attacks in a fury. Stop! Calm down. But my words didn't seem to reach him. He continued to unleash powerful blows as though he had been overtaken by violent emotions. The attacks were like the hollowing of a wounded soul, and they made my heart ache.
ねえ僕が本当に人間だというのなら君が僕を倒してみせてよ
If you regard me as human, then try taking me out. Ibuki.
君は人間なんでしょもしも人間の君が僕に勝てたなら僕も自分が人間だって認めることにするよ
I say you're human, right? If you can beat me, then I'll accept that I'm human too.
僕が何者なのか君が決めて
Dang, I didn't realize this guy would hate being called human so much. My bad. You get to decide who or what I really am. He shifted to Moabia. He intended to go all out. Moabia took on a battle stance before I could even respond. Let's go. Moabia attack became fiercer until I was in danger of being completely overwhelmed. I wouldn't be able to dodge for long. I don't want to fight Moabia, but at this rate... I scrambled to remember what I learned during training, then unleashed my psychokinesis.
へえ自分のサイコキネシスをぶつけて僕のサイコキネシスを相殺したのか
So you canceled my attack with one of your own. Not bad. I was trained well.
じゃあこれならどうかな
Ah, stop! See how you handle this? A storm of projectiles zipped in my direction. She was toying with me. I was at a loss. In a blink of an eye, I was covered with wounds. This isn't working. How am I supposed to have a chance against Ibuki or Moravia? I wanted her to understand, but I wasn't getting through just when I was sure it was all over.
大丈夫
Are you okay? I heard a familiar voice. I heard a familiar voice. A voice that didn't belong here.
大丈夫
Are you okay? It's you. I wasn't a dream or a mirage. The members of the Blooms were really running up to me. Moravia took a step back, clearly alarmed by the
間
reinforcements.
に合ったようでよかったですわ
I'm glad to see we got here in time.
間に合った言うてもえらいボロボロやけどな
She's still alive, but she's still in pretty bad
まっ
shape.
たく
Came
一
here
人で無
alone.
茶
Despite the circumstances, I couldn't help but grin at my friends calling out to me one by one.
あなたが急にいなくなって心配してましたのよ
I've been worried sick about you, but what are you all doing here?
指令が何か知っていそうだったからみんなで締め上げじゃなくて穏便に尋ねたの
The commander had this shifty look about him. He was hiding something, so we put this. We asked him nicely. Put this.
知ってるのに黙ってる方が悪い
It's wrong of him to hide vital information.
ブルームズはただでさえ人手が足りないのに一人でも勝手に抜けられたら困るよ
The Blooms are perpetually understaffed. I'm not about to start working double shifts. We need you.
素直に心配したって言えばええのに
Just spit it out and say you were worried. Haruka flushed a brilliant beet red. It seemed Mocha rebuke hit
うる
home.
さ
Shut up. I was delighted to see that none of them had changed. I'm sorry for making you worried. Thank you. No one responded to my apology verbally, but I recognized a number of affectionate shoulder slaps. Then everyone's eyes turned to Moabia.
さて仲間の無事を喜ぶのはこの辺にして
We have to deal with our enemy about
よう
that.
知らんけどあんたのその怪我あいつにやられたんやろせやったら倍返しせなあかんな
I can't say for sure what's happening, but your wounds, did she cause those? Because if so, she's gonna get them back tenfold.
加勢しますわ一筋縄ではいかない相手ですが
We all worked together. I shook my head firmly. Everyone, wait. This is my fight. I don't want anyone else getting involved.
何言ってるの一人でなんて無理に決
You
まってる
can't
で
do
しょ
this by yourself. You're probably right, but I still need to handle it. It's what my heart's telling me. Please let me do this. Everyone swept their eyes over me as if they were gauging my resolve.
決意は固いようですわね香りどうしますの
You made up your mind. What
わ
should
か
we
っ
do?
たここは任せる
Fine, we'll leave it to you. Kaori and I nodded at each other. Then the entire Bloom squad fell back to a safe distance. Moravia finally broke her silence with my name. Her eyes were fixated firmly on mine, and they were clouded with sadness. Moravia.
君があくまでも自分は人間だというのなら
If you insist, you
君は
meant that we shouldn't be
僕と
together.
一緒にいない方
Moravia lifted her arm suddenly and held her palm out to me.
さよならだ
Farewell. This pressure, it's positively crushing. Is she about to launch a massive psychokinesis attack? Everyone run! I called out to the others, who tensed up when they realized what was going on. Despite the distance, they were in danger. There's no time. In a few seconds, everyone's going to be... I dug my heels into the dirt and turned to face Moravia. I wasn't going to run away. I mirrored Moravia's raised up my arm, so my open palm faced her. I can't let her hurt the others. This is just turning into like... Oh god, what's the word? Stranger Things. We're just Stranger Thinging it now. We're like, A fraction of a second later, my projectiles collided with Moravia's own attack. A massive shockwave spread it with a colossal blast. My psychokinesis could only counter hers for a second. I absorbed the brunt of the attack. A wave of pain slammed into me and I flung into the air. Agony ripped through my body. I'm so sorry. Ooh, was this the bad ending? Did I get it? I tried to steel myself for a harder landing. Even as my consciousness began to fade, I never hit the ground. Instead, I felt someone catch me and hold me tight. Am I being carried? I tried to open my eyes, but whoever it was carrying me was gently covering them with their hand.
みんなのところへお帰り
You're going home with the others. Ibuki's voice rang out as I slipped into unconsciousness. Did I get the bad ending? My head felt like a foggy, fuzzy mess. My body feels so sluggish. Oh goodness. Hang on. What did I do? Isn't this... Am I at the bad ending? Not the options. Guys, flowchart. Happy. Happy? Happy. There is no happy ending if I'm not with Ibuki. I opened my eyes and gazed at the ceiling, realizing that I was in a familiar room. She attacked me, but he saved me. Why would Ibuki do something like that? This was as far as my thoughts processed got before I looked and saw the other Bloom members lying beside me. Everyone was asleep as if completely trained. Everyone except for the commander, who had his eyes trained on
意
me.
識が戻ったみたいだね。体調は大丈夫？
How do you feel? I'm okay. A bit sore, maybe.
そっか。君が無事でよかった。
To be expected, I'm glad you're alright. The commander smiled at me. I recalled what Uncle Yashima said. I heard everything from Uncle Yashima.
ん？
Thank you for watching over me this whole time. I've been wanting to thank him since I learned the truth. The commander shrugged, easygoing as always.
やっぱりいいものだね。誰かに感謝してもらえるってのは。
I admit I could get used to being on the receiving end of someone's
転
gratitude.
職に踏み切れたのは君のおかげのようなものだし、こっちこそ感謝しているよ。
I should thank you, really. Your existence let me pursue a career change, so I'm grateful.
おっと、
It looks like
み
the
んな
others are
も
waking
そう
up.
だね。
Let's put a pin in this, shall we? The commander was right. Once Kaori woke up, the other members stirred and opened their eyes. Good morning.
あ、意識が戻ったんだ。
You're awake. Thank you. Is everyone all right?
まあ、な
More
ん
or
と。
less.
えらいくたくたやけどな。
Beyond exhausted.
でも、全員生きて帰ってこられたのですから、贅沢は言っていられません
Everyone
わ。
made it back in one piece. We can't ask for anything more. What happened back there? I remember Moravi hit me with her attack and then everything went black. Kaori thought for a second before speaking.
あれは攻撃じゃなかった。サイコキネシスの威力はすごかったけど、私たちを殺す気はなかったみたい。
No, that wasn't an attack. Her powers are off the charts, but she was never trying to kill us.
爆風で目くらましをして、モラビアは姿を消した。後にはあんたが倒れていたの。
She had distracted us with the explosion and vanished. We were left unconscious on the ground.
外傷はないのに全然目覚まさへんから、打ちどころでも悪かったんやろかって、うちらも心配してたんや。
You didn't seem too hurt, but you wouldn't wake up. We were worried you bashed your head too hard on the way down. Mocha's eyes were full of concern, but I waved my hand and showed her I was fine. At any rate, I'm glad to see none of you were hurt.
君が逃げるよう警告してくれたから、私たちは少し飛ばされただけで済んだの。
You warned us to run, so we were able to avoid the worst of the blast. You saved
だ
us.
けどそれからじきに、あいつら、ヒューガと雪並みが害獣の大軍を引き連れてやってきた。
After that, though, those two guys, Hyuga and Yukonami, they gathered a kaiju army and came after us. What? That must have been a massive, dangerous situation for the Blooms to be in. I felt terrible that I'd slept through it all.
とても私たちで対処しきれない数でしたから、あなたを連れて撤退するしか選択肢はありませんでしたわ。
There were too many of us to handle, but we had just enough time to call a retreat and grab you.
ここに帰り着く頃には夜も更けていたけど、意識のないあんたを置いて帰る気になれなくて。
It was daybreak by the time we got to you
ずっとここで仮眠を取っていたの。
safely, but we weren't about to leave you alone, so we decided to camp out here. They were really that concerned about me. My heart filled with warmth. The Blooms really did regard me as one of their own. I'm sorry for disappearing the way I did. Thank you for thinking of me. I have some great friends, huh? My words came straight from my heart, which seems to embarrass the others.
そういう恥ずかしいこと、よく言えるね。
You're always
まあ、
saying things like
嫌
that.
い
It's
じゃ
not
ない
like
け
I
ど。
really mind.
それで、どこに何をしに行っていたの？これだけ
Where did you
周り
go
に
and
心
why?
配をかけたんだから、
I think
ちゃんと話してくれるよね。
we're owed an explanation after the worrying that caused us. I looked over at the commander. He looked back and nodded slowly. All right, please listen. I'll explain why I took off for the abandoned colony without saying anything, and I'll tell you what I found out there. I started from the beginning and didn't stop until I was finished. We suck. Getting everything out took a very long time. Everyone listened with solemn expressions. Kaori and Haruka, however, remained composed. It seemed like they already knew the gist of it all. I can't believe it. That everything I know, it's hard to believe. We believe you, it's just such a shock.
Not
sure what to believe.
怪獣のことや研究のこともだけど、個人的にかなり驚いたことがあるの。言っていいかな?
The stuff about the researchers and kaiju is bad enough, but if it all hits on a personal level too, I wonder if I should mention. What's she referring to? Maybe about Moravia being Ibuki? That was definitely a surprise. A guy who can turn into a girl and back on a whim. But Kaoria was reacting to something else entirely. The commander's role. What? What's that?
前からうさんくさいとは思ってたけど、元研究者で被験者の逃走を手伝って、今は学園の
A lot of dodgy history on your part. I was thinking the same thing.
痛いけな少女を影から表から見守ってきたんだよ。すごいとか尊敬するとかは
I watched over a poor orphan from the shadows. That's an army. Wow, or an amazing. You should be impressed.
すごいし尊敬できなくはないけど、それ以上にうさんくさい。
Doesn't change that you're slick like ice.
僕に対してちょっと当たりがきつくない？
You don't think that's a bit harsh? Commander, I'm grateful to you, of course. Really thank you for everything you've done. Everyone's smiling. Things have loosened up a little bit. Kaori was clearly jabbering at the commander to get everyone to laugh and lighten up. But even though we were smiling, we were all keenly aware of how heavy my story was. But sometimes all you can do is laugh. We all knew that if we didn't lighten the mood with an occasional laugh, joke, we'd be crushed by despair. It's good to have friends. And I was with them again, thanks to Ibuki. The last words Ibuki spoke to me was, "You're going home with your others." I guess that's what he meant. I nodded inwardly, looking at everyone, explained what Ibuki said and done. So Ibuki saved me and brought me back to all of you.
Ibuki が君をここに返そうとしたのは、人間なら人間と共に生きるべきという考えがあったからなんだろうけど。
Didn't he send you back because he believed humans to live with other humans?
残念ながら、シータは君にとって安全な場所とは言えなかった。
I looked closely at the commander's face. I could tell he was uneasy. It's not safe for me. What do you mean?
すごくタイミングが悪かったとしか言えないんだけど、どうやら君が第一世代の子供であることを嗅ぎつけたらしくて、君の身柄を研究エリアに引き渡すよう要求してきたんだ。
They figured out you're the offspring of Generation 1. They sent out an order to seize you and take you to the research district. I hadn't expected news on that level. My jaw fell open. Kaori spoke up.
は？何それ？そんな要求飲めるわけないでしょ。
We told them what's what.
ふざけてますわ。
Unbelievable.
ちょっと。
Something like that.
するのやめて。
Turning the higher ups away isn't easy as hanging up the phone call.
断り方をうまくやらないと。
弱腰やな。
You big mouth
ど
milk
うせ
sop.
第一世代の子供とかいうのがバレたのも
How do they know she's a
指令がどっ
Generation
か
1
でしくじった
prodigy?
からやない
You
の？
must have let something slip.
大事なところで。
Surely you dropped the ball.
冤罪の嵐。
What's this interrogation? You said you came in yesterday. When exactly?
ブルームズのみんなが君を迎えに行った頃だよ。こちらの動きを読んだ上で、そのタイミングだったんだろうね。
It happened as soon as the Blooms went to get you. It's almost as if they knew you were on the move. The timing can't be
上層部
coincidental.
は第一世代で最も期待されていた2人の行方をずっと探していたんだ。
The higher ups never stopped investigating the disappearance of the two most promising
だけど
subjects.
短命な彼らの寿命を考えれば、もう生きていないだろうと半
They
ば諦め
almost
てい
gave
た。
up. They knew about the reduced lifespan and figured that they were long
そんな
dead.
中、さらなる期待を寄せた第二世代の息吹にも逃げられてしまった。彼まで失うのは研究エリアにとって手痛い打撃だ。
But Ibuki's subsequent escape was a big blow. As a Gen 2, he was the researcher's biggest hope for success, and he was
躍
gone.
起になって息吹を探し出そうとする中で、偶然君の存在をつかんだんだろう。
They must have inadvertently found out about you while investigating Ibuki's disappearance.
君の両親、東郷とサナの遺伝子を受け継ぐ子供なら、あるいは息吹以上の逸材になる可能性があると考えたんだ。
Since Since you possess your parents' Toga and Sana's genes, it means your powers might even reach beyond Ibuki's, or so the researchers probably thought.
研究しか頭にない連中の
Data matters. The commander nodded, seeming to agree with Keoria.
今までは僕が何とかごまかしてきたんだけど、ブルームズのメンバーの誰かがその子供ではないかと疑われてしまった。
Managed to cover things up for a while, but I guess they figured out that one of the blooms is the child they're looking for.
ここにもいつ上層部直属の保安部隊がやってきてもおかしくない状況だ。
The folks calling the shots could dispatch armed fighters here at any moment. The commander's grim expression made me realize just how dire the situation was.
なんでそれを先に言わないの
Why didn't you say something earlier?
悠長に喋ってる暇なんてないやないの。
We don't have time to waste on chit-chat. Keoria and Mocha both looked drained. I wondered if the commander was finally out of ideas.
まあまあ、落ち着いて。いざとなれば、僕が身を挺してでも彼女を逃がすつもりでいるし、他にも一応手は打ってある。
I'll put my life on the line to get her to safety, but it shouldn't come to that. I have other
ヤシマ
plans.
先輩に連絡を入れて、伊吹にあることを頼んでもらったんだ。
I contacted Yashima and asked him to get Ibuki to do something for me. Ibuki? I blurted that out, heart pounding. He actually asked Ibuki for help.
そう。君をここから連れ出してくれるようにってね。
asked him to
伊
get you
吹
out
が
of
ヤ
here.
シマ先輩の言うことを聞くかはわからないけど、多分動いてくれるよ。
Ibuki
なん
isn't
と言っても
obligated to do anything for
君のため
Yashima,
なんだから。
but I think he'll do this. We're asking for your sake.
君もここにいるよりは彼と一緒にいた方が安
I
全なは
think
ずだ
it'd
よ。
be safer with him than anywhere else. Ibuki is going to take me away. I had a strong urge to see him again. There was still so much I wanted to ask. I wanted to face him again, talk with him, talk through him. I can't leave. So many loose ends. I was worried about leaving Liz behind in Tao. But more than that, I just wanted to see Ibuki again.
驚くことばかり聞かされたけど、大体の事情は飲み込めたよ。とにかく
Protect her. But if we protect her, protect me, your own position might be
それくらい
jeopardized.
覚悟の上、
We're prepared for
研
that.
究のことや害獣のことを知った以上、命令されるままに害獣たちを倒すなんてもうできませんわ。
Now that we know that about the kaiju and the research, we can't keep eliminating kaiju as though nothing has
上
changed.
層部のやり方は矛盾だらけや。うちらもこれまでいい子やった分、反抗期に入ってもええ頃やろ。
This colony is ran by madmen. We've obeyed them blindly for as long enough. It's time to
そう簡
resist.
単に仲間を売ってたまるかってのよ。
What kind of person even sells out a friend? You're all too kind. I was overwhelmed by the support, but at that moment, the doors flew open and armed men spilled in. I froze in shock. The other members of the Blooms moved together to form a protective shield in front of me. An armed man advised a single man clad in immaculate white entered behind them.
あいつ、研究エリアのトップだよ。
It's the head of the research district. Kaori filled me in, voice no louder than a
こ
strangled
れはこれ
whisper.
は団体でお越しとは驚きました。本日はどのようなご用件で？
Look at this waste of time, money, and energy. What's got you so wound up? Don't play games. The man in white ignored the commander and looked at each Bloom member before his eyes finally settled on me. His gaze was cold, completely devoid of emotion. It made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Generation 1 child and Kuromori, you're both coming with us.
失礼ですが、何の権限があってそのようなことを？
What makes you think you have such authorization to issue such demands? Insubordination towards my men, insubordination towards
まさ
them.
に虎の意を狩るなんとやらですね。
You're
上
nothing
層
but
部
a
直属の保
small
安
man
部隊
hiding
まで
behind
借りて
big
きて、
guns
いや、
borrowed
実
from the
に
higher
賑や
ups
かで
private
結構です。
security detail, no less.
そんなにこの子たちが怖いですか？
I was terrified of one girl. Why? There's simply no need for unnecessary risk. Kaoria took a step
こ
forward.
れで用心？私たちも随分舐められたものだね。
Then we'll give you a reason to bring all the firepower. We're done being
う
manipulated.
ちらを相手にそんな通常装備で太刀打ちできるとでも思ってるん？
Do you really think those toys will even put a scratch on us? But as humans, you still bear one significant weakness. Try anything, and we'll make sure your family and friends pay the price. As a cue, a researcher held up a device. Several pictures of people flashed across the screen. The others gasped in recognition.
人質ってわけ。
You've taken them hostage.
汚いですわ。
That's foul play. The hand of our Generation 1's child, you dimwits, who call himself a commander. Despite the threat, the others didn't move. The wall of friendship remained in front of me, but I couldn't stay. I couldn't risk their loved ones. It's okay, everyone. Don't worry about me. I'll be alright. Kaoria, Sina, Moka, Haruka, and the commander looked at one another with pained expressions. The researchers smirked and seized them up before speaking again. What happened to that fire from before? You're just going to give up your comrade? Stop it. I glared at him, my voice hard with anger. I'll go with you, but you must stop tormenting my friends. Leave them alone. Take her away. Security personnel grabbed me and the commander dragged us off like common criminals. Ow. Oh dear. You'll answer to me. I gave each member of the Blooms a small smile as I was unceremoniously marched past. I let the guards lead me away without resistance. Arrange house arrest for the others. If they so much as move, the consequences will be severe. Bum bum. Bum 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 bum. I was led into a lab room deep within the research district. I wasn't sure where they hauled the commander off to. I knew I was able to endure something horrendous. Sure enough, I was put through endless invasive tests, one after another, always without my permission. I was usually kept in a drugged, drowsy state with which severely repressed my powers. No doubt the researchers were scared of them. Days passed since I'd been brought to the facility. I lay on the exam table, restrained as always, trying to think as I faded in and out of consciousness. This is inhumane. At this rate, I'll be a lab rat for the rest of my life. Is Liz doing all right? And what about the Blooms? Are they okay? I've caused so much trouble for everyone. I can't remember. My drug-addled mind couldn't hang on to a thought for very long. I'll never see the outside world again. But if I do ever get out, the first person I'd want to see is Ibuki's smile. Face popped into my mind. Suddenly I heard footsteps. They gradually became louder. Someone was coming. What will it be this time? I'm so tired. Ibuki! Ibuki. Ibuki burst into the room. I was sure I was hallucinating. Why is Ibuki here? Oh yeah, the commander mentioned something about getting word to Uncle Yashima. I gazed at Ibuki, who looked like something out of a dream. He rushed to my side.
遅くなってごめんね。すぐに助けに来れなくて。本当にごめん。
I'm sorry it took me so long to get here. I'm sorry I made you suffer this long. Ibuki broke my shackles with psychokinesis while he explained how he'd put every human in the facility to sleep with help of the others. I was so happy Ibuki was here and the others had worked with him. I relaxed a little and actually smiled.
怪我はない？
Are you hurt? Ibuki looked at me with concern, but I could only gaze back. I was too woozy to do much else.
大丈夫？すぐにここから。
Are you okay? Stay with me. I'm right here. I wanted to see you. My sudden confession seemed to take Ibuki by surprise. I felt embarrassed as soon as the words trembled out of my mouth. I tried to sit up, but I had no strength. I slumped over to my side. Oh, that's the best. Ibuki grabbed me by the shoulders and steadied me. Is it really Ibuki? He did come. He cradled me the same way he did when we left Tao. Being in his arms was soothing beyond words. Thanks for coming to save me. He looked away.
僕は君にひどいことをした奴ら
I
は
won't
許せ
get
ない。
away with hurting you.
君は自分にこんなひどいことをする連中と一緒。同じ人間だって今でも言えるの。
The ones who did this, you count yourself among them. You think you're as human as they are. Ibuki's rare display of emotions was surprising. He's really angry. Angry for my sake. Even under the circumstances, it made me happy to know that. Yeah, I'm human. I really am. I have parts of me that are imperfect, ugly, and sometimes I make terrible decisions. But that's all part of the human experience.
それはおかしい。君は醜くなんかない。
You're not ugly. You're beautiful. And I remember hearing that before. It was when Ibuki and I went outside Tao alongside the kaiju. You know, Ibuki, you got weird taste. Or interesting taste, at least. I grinned at him, and Ibuki looked shocked for a
そんな
moment.
ことないよ。君は本当に綺麗なんだから。
That's not true. You are really beautiful. Ibuki squeezed me a little harder, as if he wanted to make sure I was still with him.
この研究施設にいると、昔を 君の両親と過ごした時を
Oh
思
wait,
い出す。
is this a different facial expression? It looks different, okay. Being this lab again, it reminds me of a time I spent with your
東郷
parents.
とサナは僕にとって特別な存在だった。僕と同じように強大な力を持ちながら
Toga and Sana were
僕と
very
は違
special
う
to
道を
me.
選んだ二人。
Their powers were as strong as mine, but they chose
そんな
different
二人
paths.
がどんな運命をたどるのかこの目で見たかった僕は研究施設を抜け出して
I wondered where
姿
they
を消した
were,
彼らを探し当てた。
so I escaped from this facility and went looking for
そ
them.
こで見つけたのが君だよ。
But what I found was you. Ibuki smiled, lost in his memory. I nodded, encouraging him to
君
continue.
を初めて目にした時僕はなんて綺麗な生き物なんだろうって感動したんだ。
Oh no, no, you can't fall in love with a baby? That's weird. The first time I saw you, I was awestruck. You were the most beautiful creature I'd ever seen. Did you just say creature?
僕には赤ん坊っていう概念がなかったから。ただ小さくて綺麗な生き物だって思ったんだよ。
I had no concept of what a baby was. All I can remember is thinking, what a perfect little creature. Why did you think that?
純粋で汚れがなくて、それだけでなく君が周りの人々に大切にされていたからなのかもね。
Because you were so innocent and pure, and because everyone around you regarded you as a treasure. A treasure. Yeah, I was always loved and treasured by Uncle Yashima, the commander, my mom and dad. They gave me life, treasured me, loved me. If Ibuki thought of me as a precious treasure, maybe that was his way of interpreting human love. I realized that even though I'd been afraid of him, he had always treated me like something precious. Ibuki wasn't surrounded by love when he was raised here. The people who handled him so coldly, they made him something other than human. Now I understood the deep sadness in Ibuki's eyes. I won't look away again. This time, I'll... I reached up to gently cup Ibuki's cheek. I could see my reflection in his eyes. Oh my god! It's the last unicorn. You can see your reflection in his eyes. He's human now. Your humanity is in there, Ibuki. If you don't feel it yourself, then let me try and teach you what it means to be human. I receive so much love from the people in my life. I intended to share it with you, so please don't say you're not human.
僕
Oh, Ibuki looked away as if struggling with something inside himself. His usual ethereal aura had dissipated, leaving behind the face of a lost little boy. It was the most human I've ever seen him. How
僕
dare
は
you?
人間になりたいのかな。
How dare you take his ethereal away from him? Do I even want to be human? You thought my parents were special, right? In a way, you wanted to be like them. And they were simply trying to live the rest of their lives as regular
人
humans.
間らしく
Regular humans. They risked everything to be together as a loving family. Isn't that what being human's all about? Yeah. Ibuki buried his face in my shoulder.
君の両親と君が人間であり続けるなら僕も同じがいい。
If you and your parents consider yourself human, then I want to
人
follow.
間がいい。
I want to be human. You're ready? You're already human, Ibuki. I gently stroked Ibuki's hair. Maybe that was the start of me showing Ibuki what it was like to love as a human. You didn't kiss. What the heck? Everybody else kissed. This is rigged. Ibuki carried me out of the research district. We hugged the colony's walls, traveling as we ran. Ibuki handed me a change of clothes from Liz. It was my old uniform because I can't be seen in anything else. I slipped it on and already felt better as I let Ibuki carry me away. This reminds me of that time we stopped the kaiju from attacking Tada.
そうだね。あの時は自分が人間になるなんて想像もしなかったな。
Back then, I could never imagine wanting to become a human. And how do you feel now?
すごくいいよ。
Oh, he's so cute. Very good. Ibuki's smile made my heart light up, and we both grinned at each other shyly. We traveled for a while longer before we stopped some familiar faces by the outer wall. It was the Blooms plus the commander and Ro. Everyone, the group looked at us as we smiled, clearly relieved to see that we were all right. They came running over as Ibuki put me down.
待ってたよ。
We've been waiting.
無事みたいで安心し
I'm
た。
glad you're all right.
全く一人で決めていってしまうなんて。行かせたことは すごく後悔しましたわ。
How dare you do that whole brave sacrifice thing? We'll never live it down. I'm so sorry to have worried you. I'm okay now. Did they
う
hurt
ちらは
you?
謹慎食らっただけやったし、なんもあらへんかったよ。
We're just put under house arrest. Nothing bad happened.
まあ、指令はちょっと痛い目にあったみたいやけ
Commander had a
ど。
rough time though. But are you okay? Did they torture you?
違う。保安部隊の隊員に連行された際、一人で滑って転んで腰を痛めたらしい。ただの自爆だ。
Nope, he flung himself on his butt while the guards were escorting him through his back out. It was completely
それに
self-sabotage.
も治ったしね。僕だってまだまだ若いんだから。
Well, I'm all good now. I'm still young. I heal fast. The commander was fine. I couldn't help grinning. I'm so relieved. I'm glad you got away without being seriously hurt.
富塚君に助け出してもらったんだよ。ほんと頼りになる男だね。
It's Ro who saved my bacon. Really, he's a very dependable
お
fellow.
だてても何も出ませんよ。それにこれからは、そんな笑っていられる立場じゃなくなります。
Save your flattery. Anyways, this isn't a time to be standing around laughing.
いや、さすがに僕ももうシータにいられなくなっちゃったから、ヤシマ先輩のところに転がり込もうかと。
Yeah, I don't think I can show my face around Tada anymore. Maybe I'll bum around Yoshima's place. That's a great idea. Uncle Yoshima will be thrilled to have you. We set things up to make it seem as if Liz and the commander, Mr. Kuromori, had disappeared from the academy for good. It's not as exciting as rumors about superheroes. I smiled wearily to myself as Kaoria and Haruka came forward.
実は私たち、研究エリアに顔が利くの。
Actually, we have some influence in the research district. Her tone of voice told me all I needed to know. Ibuki had mentioned that several Bloom members were born there as test subjects. He'd likely been talking about Kaori and Haruka.
研究エリアで行われていることについて、私たちが知っていることは一部だけだった。
We only know part about what happened in the district, but we made the commander tell us the
到
rest.
底許せるものじゃないと思った。
Their sins are unforgivable.
私たちだってもう上層部の言いなりになるつもりはない。だけどすぐに全てを変えるような力も今はない。
We have no intentions of following the higher ups' orders anymore, but it's not as if we have the power to change everything at once.
それでも諦める気はさらさらないよ。私たちはもうすぐ大人になる。そ
The
うしたら
second word does, we're gonna shake things up. Sina and Mocha nodded, their faces determined. The commander and Rose stayed quiet as they watched us chart our own destiny.
これ以上害獣を生み出すような真似はさせない。そんなこと絶対にさせちゃいけない。
We won't create any more kaiju. That's one thing we need to put a stop to. We're gonna change Teta from the inside.
だからあんたたちには外から手を貸してほしいの。
We'll need you to be there for us on the outside. Ibuki had been listening silently, never stepped forward to stand beside me. Now step forward to stand beside
害
me.
獣も人間も関係なく手を結ぼうってことだね。
Justice for living things, humans, and kaiju. Kaoria matched Ibuki's gaze and nodded firmly. Alright, we'll do everything in our power to make sure everyone has a life worth living. I reached out my hand to Kaoria, who smiled shyly before shaking it. In that moment, I decided I was going to do everything I could.
ひとまず僕は害獣たちが人間を襲わないようにコントロールしていくよ。
I'll get the kaiju under control so they don't attack humans
人
anymore.
間を傷つけるのは害獣たちにとっても本意じゃないことだからね。
It's not like the kaiju want to hurt people in the first place. Then Ibuki grinned.
ヒューガと雪並みにも人間に手出しをしないよう説得するよ。時間はかかるかもしれ
I'll
ない
tell
けど。
Hyuga and Yukonami to stop tormenting humans too. That might take time to sink in
よ
though.
ろしく頼むね。私たちも頑張るから。
Please do everything you can. We'll do our best as well.
害獣を生み出す研究をなくすよう、研究エリアに積極的に働きかけていく。
I can't pull this look off like he can. How is he doing this? We'll work for real change in the research district and make sure no more kaiju are ever created. Do you have any idea on how you'll do that? I was surprised at how fast they moved. Haruka glanced at the commander and
計
explained.
画案は指令がいくつか考えてくれた。使えなさそうな案も混じっていたけど。
Commander has come up with several ideas. Some of them are a bit outlandish, but
風船を使ったあの案なんて僕的に一押しだったんだけどな。
Operation Bloom was a stroke of genius. It's some of my best work.
大却下ですわ。
Proposal rejected. Operation Balloon? What on earth would that even look like? Thankfully, there was no need for an immediate answer. We had plenty of time. I asked about Operation Whatever later.
こっちのことは大丈夫や。富塚さんも手を貸してくれる言うてるし、
なんとか
We'll be
なるやろ。
fine. Ro will lend us a hand. We'll find a way forward somehow.
まあ、乗りかかった船なんでね。
Guess I'm stuck. Thank you.
さあ、そろそろ行こう。いつまでもここにいて見つかったら厄介だ。
We should get moving. If we stay here much longer, they'll catch on to us. Ibuki, the commander, and I were all fugitives. We couldn't exactly stroll out through Tetra's front gate. We decided we'd leave through a lightly patrolled section of the wall that Ibuki used to use. Oh, what is on my neck? That scared me. Okay, nothing. There we parted ways with Kaori and the others.
元気でね。離れていても一緒に頑張ろう。
We'll be apart but together in spirit. Let's do our best, team. Thanks for everyone. Ro and the Blooms watched us depart, and with that, they left Teta behind us. Once we were past the wall, the commander put on a protective suit. He then walked ahead with a cheerful, "Take your time." I blushed when I realized the commander might have gotten the wrong idea about us, but Ibuki didn't seem to mind at all. I looked back and saw our surroundings were growing brighter. It's beautiful. No matter what comes our way, I'd never lose hope. Someday, the light would guide all of us on the path forward. We would walk into the future together.
行こ
Let's go. Ibuki held out his hand to me and I took it without hesitation. It's so warm. The warmth of Ibuki's hands reminded me just how human he really was. Thinking that made me so happy. I squeezed his hand. Ibuki immediately squeezed back.
う。少し分かった気がするよ。
I think I understand a little now. He's got blushies! He's got blushies. Understood.
僕はこうして君に会うために生まれてきたのかもしれない。
I believe I was born for the express purpose of meeting you in this world. Our hands still clasped, we both leaned in far enough to touch shoulders. No doubt countless obstacles await us. Building a brighter future wasn't going to be easy. But Ibuki and I were not alone. Ibuki's warm hand was a promise that we'd endure every hardship together. Happy and thankful, I sent out a wish to the world. I wished that somehow my new happiness would extend to all the people who loved and protected me. They didn't kiss. I'm disappointed. That's no, we don't watch that. A new vigilante justice common route. Top secret. Stuff. Okay.
わかりやすいね。
Yukonami, Hyuga, Ibuki. Alright. Am I missing any pictures up there? No. Alright, we're gonna go back here. Sure.
私は二人からたくさん。
Oh, did I not do the save after that? Maybe I am special. I guess I might be special. But that's not the kind of special I'm talking about. You're the only one who thinks I'm special in the grand scheme of the things of the world. I'm not at all. So I have no right to do something like choose between humans and kaiju. I paused for a breath before launching into my question. Tell me something. How would you classify yourself?
僕は
I'm neither. But you still think of yourself as a special
特別なのは
child? He's probably a kaiju. You're probably a kaiju. I hesitated for a moment then answered. If I were forced to choose, I'd say you're probably a kaiju. You don't live or act like a human, so if you have to be one or the other, I'd say you're more like a kaiju.
僕が
I'm a kaiju, but I want you to be human like me. It's not too late. Let's find a way to live together as humans. Ibuki looked shocked for a second, then a wild, unsettling grin spread across his face.
僕は人間にはならないよ。君が言う通り、僕は害獣なんだろうね。
Oh no, I've ruined his
な
life.
んだかすっきりした気分だ。
My desire for all the endings. I have no desire to be human. You're right. I'm a kaiju. Coming to terms with that is somewhat liberating. I'm a kaiju, and I'm going to make a world where kaijus can live freely.
まずは手始め
I'll
に
start by exterminating
シー
every
タの人間を
last
殲滅
human
しよ
in Teta. My heart sank. I'm sorry everyone has come to this, but I am a kaiju, and it's the humans who
加
must.
害者に復讐するのは自然なことだろ
It's natural to seek revenge against the people who hurt
君
you.
もだよ僕が害獣だというのなら
And you're the same as me. If
君も
I'm a
同じだ
kaiju, then so are you. That's not.
違
You're not
わな
right.
い
Yes, it is. I froze in place as Ibuki reached his hand out to me gently, and he caressed my cheek.
君のいるべき場所行うべきことは僕と同じでなければいけない
Where you should be, what you should do, the answer must be the same for us both. Because we are the same, Ibuki spoke softly as he slid his hand from my cheek to my forehead. The world around me suddenly became dim. Did he kill me?
僕たちはずっと一緒だよ
We'll always be together. I like that. Let's go. Let's be together. Okay.
好きなとこ
Excuse me. Alright, I don't know if I want to start like that. I don't
わか
know.
りやすいね
83%, we're getting there. Alright, load.
ちゃんと
Alright, let's try your bows. Maybe that gets us the other ending. Or maybe the only... I don't know. What is a special child? Alright, you're neither. I don't think you classify as a human or a kaiju, which means you can't possibly pick a side, right? I believe that I'm a human, and I want to believe you're as human as I am.
僕が
Ha ha ha.
君は本
Are
気で
you
そう
being
言ってるの
serious? You want to believe I'm a human?
こんな力を持つ僕が人間だなんて本当にそう言い切
Wait, did we... Oh no. I didn't even have time to be shocked. I slid away and Robbie attack steered past
僕
me.
が
Does he attack? Okay, wait, hang on. Blow shard? Okay, no, we're still up here. Ibuki, we didn't seem to be reaching. We continue to unleash powerful blows.
ね
Ibuki!
君は人間なんでしょもしも人間の君が僕に勝てたなら
Oh, this is the same. Fighting me, block them. Randomly, they show up for some weird reason. Maybe I should just check and see. I don't know. Sometimes it's as simple as one answer. I thought maybe not saying he was human would get me a different ending. Oh dear. Oh dear. I've messed up. I messed up bad. No, I'm unhappy. Okay, so even if you change that one, you still get happy. Okay. Interesting, interesting. Okay.
わかり
I'm
やすい
trying to see
ね
if I can figure this out. Have I been
どこに
silly this whole time? Ibuki. Alright, let's see. No, low. Let's do that. No, low. Yeah, yeah.
私は二人からたくさん
Maybe he's neither. Let's see. Oh, I was the Bloom members and the commander. That's different. Okay. Which one are we on? Normal. Okay. I'm always seeing wary the new arrivals as she dropped back to watch. Kaori and the others ran to me all
なんとか
relieved.
間に合っ
What are you doing here?
思ったより元
I'm
気そう
glad
で
you're still in one
モラビア
piece.
を相手に一人で戦っ
Are you
私たち
crazy?
も加勢する一人じゃ無理でも全員でかかれ
We
ば
worked together despite being touched by this sentiment. I hurriedly stopped them. Hold on, everyone. Hold up. I don't look enough like him right now. Hang on. I was about to... I can't How does he do this? Oh my gosh, my jacket has gotten caught. I can't look like him. Okay. What is it? I don't want you to fight. This is something I need to do myself. Moravia. The blooms stiffened upon noticing Moravia had crept closer. Moravia, however, showed no signs of fear regarding me calmly. If you have reinforcements, then the battle is over. I thought we were one and the same, but I was wrong. I can't ever be human. Moravia turned her back to me and started to walk away. Panicked, I called after her. Wait, Moravia! What? With everyone here, this is a good opportunity. You can talk with everything out. I never got a better chance to explain everything to everyone. Commander, I met with Uncle Yoshima. He told me everything. The commander smiled as if those few words told him everything he needed to know. That must have been quite a shock. I need to tell everyone the truth, otherwise we're all going to end up... Suddenly, Moravia's eyes moved to something off in the distance. They're here. I turned to see what Moravia was looking at, and I saw Hyuga and Yukonami on their way. The Bloom's members tensed. They caught sight of Moravia's comrades. Saw the commotion. You trying to start a war or something? You scared him half to death, you know, but by them Yukonami presumably meant Liz and Uncle Yoshima. With all three kaiju handlers assembled, the tension in the air ramped up to 100. More enemies, not very adventurous for us. Huh? You want to have a go? I'm game if you are. Just be prepared to be ground to a pulp. Stop. Hold on. Please don't fight. This is no mere fight. It's a war. Normal ending is a war. I know, but wait, that's not what I meant. Everyone, please just calm down. At least hear me out first. My earnestness calmed everyone down a bit, but both sides were far too wary of each other to let their guards down. The Blooms are looking to the commander, and Hyuga and Yukonami looked to Moravia. Nobody knew what to do. Let's give her a shot. That's the stuff you all need to know anyways. Fine by me. I want to rumble. I'm bored. Yukonami, behave. Fine. Relief washed over me when both sides agreed to let me talk. I felt like I'd just defused a bomb. Phew. I snuck a glance at Moravia. Our eyes met. I gave her a smile. Thank you. Could have sworn I saw her eyes soften for just a moment. I'm about to tell everyone what I learned from Uncle Uncle Yashima, a former researcher, and about what happened in Teta's research district. Okay, I don't need that. And that's the extent of it. Nobody said anything for a while. The Blooms remained silent, but even more surprising was that Hyuga and Yukonami never said a word either. Yukonami seemed distracted at first, but he gradually grew more and more attentive. Maybe he was actually capable of getting lost in thought. Everything's all the higher-ups' faults. Everyone's eyes turned to glare at him. Could he ever not be glib? There's several mouthfuls there. I was stunned too when I learned everything from Uncle Yoshima. Moravia asked me if the world should belong to humans or kaiju, but that's not what's... Now that I know the truth, it's even harder to decide what's right. What were you fighting? That was not so much as a fight. Moravia and I just... That's just reckless. The utopium of reckless. I couldn't believe it. Kaori and Yukonami were scoring points off me together. I forced the Blooms to commit atrocities. Humans are responsible for making kaiju. Don't act like you're solely responsible. I know the truth was hidden from us, but when I think about what we've done...
上司である僕だよ。
I was the one to give you the order
僕
to
として
fight.
も
I don't want to cause any more pain.
何それ無責
Washing your
任
hands of everything, huh?
上司としてもっとかっこいいこと言えないの？
That was hardly a speech fit for a commander. Do better.
手厳しいな。
You guys are merciless. Everyone was giving the commander a hard time, but nobody seemed to really blame him. He had been stuck in the impossible situation and tried to do the best for everyone, including me. I think everyone realized that. So what do you all plan to do? And members of the Bloom exchanged looks, and they nodded at once.
やっぱりこのままブルームズを続けていくのは無理だと思う。
I guess it's no longer for us to carry out the role of
え
Blooms.
え。細かいことはさておき、それだけははっきりしてるね。
Even though what side the final details now, I guess we can say that much.
うちも右に同じや。こんな矛盾だらけの仕事。
I don't like being used.
私もですわ。今まで上層部にいいように使われていたのだと思うと腹が立って仕方ないですわ。
Okay, they're angry. Motivaria broke her long silence to
君
address
は
me.
どうしたいの？
What do you want to do? I can't keep doing what I've been doing. I want my life to be about something else. If we're disbanding the Blooms, I'd like to ask the kaiju handlers to help me keep them from attacking humans. Everyone seemed surprised by my choice. Both sides of the conflict, kaiju and human alike, looked at me with shock. I'll need your help with that.
どうして僕が？
Why me? You're human. I want you to understand that no matter how long it takes, I'll keep it until you realize you are. If you assist me with the kaiju, you should eventually become comfortable with humanity.
何を今さら綺麗事だ
Ain't that
な。
all sunshine and roses?
これまで散々害獣を生み出して殺しておいて、そのくせ真実を知ったら協力してほしいなんざ。
Yeah,
僕も
you.
パス。つまんなそうだし協力する気になれないな。
I've got better things to do.
害獣たちは自分の意志で人間たちを襲いに行く。俺たちがそれを止める道理はない。
Kaijus are driven to humans. I'm not gonna stop them. Hyuga's answer was crystal clear. I waited to hear Moabia
わ
would
かっ
say.
た。
Alright.
おい、
You serious? Really?
もっとも、君が僕を説得できるとは思えないけどね。
I'll warn you now, you'll never convince me that I'm human.
だけど、
Nonetheless,
君の提案を試してみるくらいなら、手
your
を貸して
proposal
も構わないよ
plan。is a good one. I'll help you out. Moabia hasn't fully come around to my point of views, but it's a start. We met on opposite ends of the battlefield, and now we shared a bit of common ground. It was a big step forward. I joyously ran to Moabia and grabbed her hands. Thank you.
あんまり期待しないでほしいけどね。
Don't get your hopes up. I'm so happy.
マジか
What
よ。
a pain in the...
モラビアがそれでいいなら僕も別にいいけどね。
Moravia's down. I throw my hat in the ring. But the two of them seemed reluctant, but they didn't want to oppose Moravia. I shifted my huge smile from Moravia to Hyuga and Yunami. It's going to be great working with you guys. I could have got a cutscene from that. Afterwards, we decided that the commander and the Blooms would return to Teta and rearrange for the official disbandment. I would remain here with Liz and do everything I could to keep the kaiju from attacking humans. The commanders proposed using Ro as a go-between, so we could keep in touch. Ibuki and the others were in agreement. But what part did Ro really play in all this? He's not here today, and the others don't know where he is either. He's a real enigma.
それじゃあ私たちは帰るよ。またね。
Well, time to go home. See you. Stay well. They're all gone now. I feel kind of lonely. As I watched them leave, I realized that Moravia was shifting back to Ibuki. Thank you for opening your mind today. I'm glad we came to an agreement.
考えは変わらないけどね。
My open mind isn't going to change. Don't say that. Like I told you before, we don't have the right to decide whether humans or kaiju deserve to live in this world.
だから僕は
And like I told you before, you're not the only one who made up their mind. I'm going to make sure you accept that you're human, so stop being silly. I folded my arms and glared, but Ibuki burst into laughter.
やっぱり君は面白いな。こんな言い合いをするのなんて
You
初
really
め
are
て
a
かも。
funny little thing. I never argued with anyone before.
なんだか君に説得されるのも悪くないような気がしてきたよ。
This honestly feels almost like a good ending too. I somehow get the feeling that it'll be fun having you try and make me see from your point of view. Really?
今はまだ説得される気はないけどね。
Even if I don't intend on being swayed. My idea ideal future was still a long way off. But as long as I had Ibuki by my side, sharing jokes and laughing, I could look forward with hope. I'll win you over, you'll see. So you best be ready.
ああ、楽しみにしているよ。
I look forward to seeing you try. I flashed a determined grin at Ibuki. There was no way I was going to lose. No way. I mean, they didn't kiss in either ending, so in my mind, neither one is the right ending. Alright, let's get my bad ending. That's the only ending I need now. I managed to get 2 without help, sort of. Alright, bad ending. The final bad ending will happen if you give the following answers. Alright, load. Got myself say my thoughts out loud, or perhaps this is your max. Okay, I think it's this one. What's it looking at? What's it looking at?
害獣たちが見ている方角に何があるか思い当たらない？
Take a guess, put yourself behind the eyes. There's only one thing up ahead. Da, 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 da. I don't know about that. I don't know. Ibuki's not wrong, but I feel like I shouldn't just up and acknowledge it. It wouldn't be right not to Liz.
真にかわいそうなのは
Let's see. I don't know. I was helpless to come up with an answer, no matter how hard I tried. I love you.
でもコロニーは人の手で作られたまがいものの世界だ。それなら本当の世界であるコロニーの外にいる方が普通の人間はコロニーの外
The kaijus can survive. Okay, that's not new.
世界の環境
This isn't new. I know it feels new, but I promise it isn't new.
僕が君はどう思う？
I can't decide. I'm so indecisive. It's a complicated question.
そう
That's how you feel, huh?
それでも
Well,
僕
even
は
though we don't agree, I want to
君
know
の
your
答えが聞
answer.
きたかった。
I regretted my question the moment I asked
決
it.
まっているよ。
That's easy. I'll kill them
人
all.
間たちをすべてが
You're so cute when you want to destroy the world. I
Hmm?
love it.
どうしたの？顔色が
I
良くない
get
よ。
what he's saying. Interesting. If I stay here any longer, I feel like Ibuki will eventually get me to see things his way. Ibuki's views scare me, but I wouldn't dismiss them as invalid. Organisms suited for the environment thrive. Organisms not suited for the environment. I pushed the button too fast. I couldn't forgive the researcher's actions, and I felt sympathy for the kaiju. But if I agree with what Ibuki thought, it would mean turning my back on humanity. Dun 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 dun. Alright. I get what he's saying. Must I give him an answer? Do I really need to give him an answer?
それは伊吹のためかい？
Maybe it's for Ibuki. I don't know, but there must be some reason why he wants me to decide, and I want to know that reason. Why would Ibuki ask someone like that? Ask me something like that? Why would he say I'm special? La 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 la. Oh, I'm so scared. Maybe I am special. He's neither human nor kaiju.
僕が君は本
Okay, this is all familiar so far. He's fighting me. Stop, please calm down. My own words didn't seem to reach him. He continued to unleash powerful blows as though he had been overtaken by violent emotions. The attacks were like howling of a wounded soul.
ねえ僕が本当に
Okay, yeah, take me down. Okay, I heard voices behind us. They were the blooms. The soldiers! What are they doing here? No, why? My happiness at seeing them lasted for a mere second. I felt my expression drop. The blooms didn't seem to notice.
よかった。
You're
無事
okay.
と表現。怪
Oh
獣ども
god.
に
I heard you'd been taken to the kaiju. Okay, knowing what I did about the higher-ups and hearing that I was being rescued, it wasn't hard to put two and two together. Have I been fighting all this time just to protect the kind of people who would do such a thing? I won't let them get away with this. Anger bubbled up inside me. I saw red. Moravia seemed to sense my fury. She dropped her guard and came up behind me.
信じていた人間に裏切られ、
Pitiful
強い
thing,
怒り
betrayed
に
by the
支配
humans
さ
you
れている
trusted.
んだね。
Helpless to do anything but shake in impotent
ねえ、
rage.
これでもまだ決められないというの。
And yet you remain undecided. You honestly can't tell me who deserves this world more. Moravia's words sank to my brain like tendrils of poison. My reasoning for taking humanity's side suddenly seemed laughable. Wait a second, is this gonna end good? Is this gonna end good? I could have sworn I heard a snap inside my mind. Ooh, we're going Tokyo Ghoul. Alright, click, 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 got you. I get it now. Humans, it's humans that don't belong.
君の結論が聞けて嬉しいよ。
Your decision makes me very happy.
僕たちで新しい世界を作ろう。
Let's make a new world together. Then released her unbridled psychokinesis power, knocking down the blooms and the soldiers. Then with Hyuga and Yuganami's help, she rounded up the kaiju and ordered them to charge. I just stood and watched as it unfolded. I felt nothing. Oh my god! I love it! Oh, that's so cute. This is my favorite ending. Okay. Her outfit changed colors. She now looks like Twilight Sparkle. I'm down. I'm totally down. She's matching him. Look, I'm matching him too. You did it. Much time passed since that day.
素晴らしい光景だね。害獣たちが生き生きと暮らしているよ。
What a wonderful sight. All those kaiju just living life to the fullest. They're so peaceful. Ibuki and I watched as the kaiju from our usual high vantage point. We did this every day. When I saw the kaiju living such peaceful lives, I was reminded that my choice had been the right one. Kaiju don't fight like humans do. They don't steal. They don't lie. They're a far purer, far less complicated life form. The kaiju moved happily and freely through the ruins where humans once lived, as if they'd always been there. Over there.
どうしたの?
What is it? Nothing. I was just thinking back on how Liz and I used to go to that cafe. That's right. We were in what used to be Teta, my home colony. Every resident that had turned into a kaiju. Now, not a single human remained. The once lively buildings had fallen into ruin and were starting to crumble away.
懐かしい?
Do you miss that life? I don't know. I don't remember what it means to miss something anymore.
そう。
I see. I know I made the correct choice, right? Doubt briefly flickered in my mind again, but I snuffed it out. I needed to believe I'd done the right thing, or I was afraid I'd lose my mind. Though perhaps I already lost it.
さあ、次のコロニーへ行こう。
So we head to the next colony. Ibuki held his hand out and I took it. Everything's okay. I'm with Ibuki. This was the future I wanted after all. I mean, she could be a little happier, but I love it. It's great. Okay. Alright, let's check our activity reports. I'm not gonna start Rose's story. I'm tired. We'll see. I might, no, if it takes me 5 hours to beat it,
一緒に見よう。
that'd be morning time, and I have to work tomorrow. Let's see, are we missing any of his photos? We are not. I'm disappointed, but still in love, so that's all that really matters. Look at her. Look at that. This is beautiful. This is okay. This is okay. This is cute. This is beautiful. Alright, cool. So then all that's left is Ro. So we'll have to do his next. We unlocked him now. I had planned on saving Ibuki for last because I knew Ibuki was my favorite. I don't know if I'll like Ro. He looks like Itachi, which is great. Don't know. And then if we check our flow charts, let's see if we're missing any other pictures. There is this random thing I'll have to unlock at some point. There's also another bad ending here that I need to get. And then apparently there's, that's probably just meeting row actually. And another bad ending right here that I need to get. So aside from that, we're pretty close. So maybe I can finish rows and get all the other bad endings at the same time. And then we'll start Pokemon. I don't know if I can pull off a row look actually. He only wears like a suit. I don't own a suit. Just thought about that. I've been trying to emulate these looks. I didn't start, but it started afterwards. So far, I think we have pretty much the whole story laid out. I think it's been pretty well explained at this point. I don't know. I'm still lost. I'm not sure if I have a favorite yet, but it's Ibuki. Unfortunately, I'm actually surprised he turned out to be like the main person. He had the most photos. I think they gave him the most in between pictures, so I think that's a sign too that he was supposed to be the most popular one. I like him. It works. But we will continue again later, and then we'll be starting Pokemon soon. I was trying to have Pokemon started today, but I'm not going to start it today because I want to finish this game, and then I have another game coming out after Pokemon, so we'll see. But thank you so much for joining. Have a great night. Bye-bye.